Robot Dreams by Isaac Asimov. DB 56820. Copyright 1986 by Byron Price Visual Publications Incorporated. Read by Michael Russotto. This book contains 384 pages. Approximate reading time, 16 hours, 5 minutes. This book contains markers allowing direct access to the contents, introduction, and stories. Library of Congress annotation. 21 science fiction stories about robots and intelligent computers. In the title story, Robot Dreams, roboticist Susan Calvin must ponder what possible dangers could arise from humanoid machines that dream. In The Last Question, a supercomputer weighs the ultimate fate of the universe. 1986. From the book jacket. The author of over 400 books, Isaac Asimov, has distinguished himself as a leading scientific writer, historian, and futurist. His books have covered every subject from mathematics to humor. Among his most popular books are The Caves of Steel, the Foundation Trilogy, and the recent Prelude to Foundation. In this collection, which spans the body of his fiction from the 1940s to the mid-80s, are all of the classic themes Asimovian, from the scientific puzzle to the extraterrestrial thriller to the psychological discourse, all introduced in an important essay written expressly for this collection. Robot Dreams, the title story, was a Locus Poll winner and Hugo and Nebula Award finalist. The cover of this book and over a dozen black and white plates represent the book illustration debut of Ralph McQuarrie, known worldwide as the most influential designer of science fiction films. He has been responsible for the look of such movies as Star Wars and Star Trek IV. To Byron Price, Who Made Me Do It. Contents. Introduction. Page Roman numeral 8. Little Lost Robot. Page 1. Robot Dreams. Page 28. Breeds There a Man? Page 34. Hostess, page 71. Sally, page 113. Strikebreaker, page 131. The Machine That Won the War, page 146. Eyes Do More Than See, page 153. The Martian Way, page 157. Franchise, page 203. Jokester, page 219. The Last Question, page 234. Does a Bee Care? Page 247. Light Verse, page 253. The Feeling of Power, page 259. Spell My Name with an S, page 270. The Ugly Little Boy, page 285. The Billiard Ball, page 326. True Love, page 345. The Last Answer, page 350. Lest We Remember, page 357. Introduction. Science fiction has certain satisfactions peculiar to itself. It is possible, in trying to portray future technology, to hit close to home. If you live long enough after writing a particular story, you may actually have the pleasure of finding your predictions reasonably accurate and yourself hailed as a sort of minor prophet. This has happened to me in connection with my robot stories, of which Light Verse, included here, is an example. I began writing robot stories in 1939 when I was 19 years old, and from the first I visualized them as machines, carefully built by engineers, with inherent safeguards which I called the 3 laws of robotics. In doing so, I was the very first to use the word robotics in print, this taking place in the March 1942 issue of Astounding Science Fiction. As it happened, robots of any kind were not really practical until the mid-1970s, when the microchip came into use. Only that made it possible to produce computers that were small enough and cheap enough, while possessing the potentiality for sufficient capacity and versatility to control a robot at non-prohibitive expense. We now have machines called robots that are computer-controlled and are in industrial use. They increasingly perform simple and repetitious work on the assembly lines, welding, drilling, polishing, and so on, and they are of increasing importance to the economy. Robots are now a recognized field of study, and the precise word that I invented is used for it: robotics. To be sure, we are only at the very beginning of the robotic revolution. The robots now in use are little more than computerized levers and are very far from having the complexity necessary for the three laws to be built into them. Nor are they anything close to human in shape, so they are not yet the mechanical men that I have pictured in my stories, and that have appeared on the screen innumerable times. Nevertheless, the direction of movement is clear. The primitive robots that have come into use are not the Frankenstein monsters of equally primitive science fiction. They do not lust for human life, although accidents involving robots can result in human death, just as accidents with automobiles or electrical machinery can. They are, rather, carefully designed devices intended to relieve human beings of arduous, repetitive, dangerous, non-rewarding duties so that, in intent and in philosophy, they represent the first steps toward my story robots. The steps that are yet to come are expected to proceed further in the direction I have marked out. A number of different firms are working on home robots that will have a vaguely human appearance and will fulfill some of the duties that once devolved on servants. The result of all this is that I am held in considerable regard by those working in the field of robotics. In 1985, a fat encyclopedic volume entitled Handbook of Industrial Robotics, edited by Shimon Y. Knopf and published by John Wiley, appeared, and on request of the editor I supplied it with an introduction. Of course, in order to appreciate the accuracy of my predictions, I had to be fortunate enough to be a survivor. My first robots appeared in 1939, as I say, and I had to live for over 40 more years in order to discover I was a prophet. Because I had begun at a very early age, and because I was fortunate, I managed to do this, and words cannot tell you how grateful I am for that. Actually, I carried on my predictions of the future of robotics to the very end, to the ultimate moment in my story The Last Question, published in 1957. I have a sneaking suspicion that, if the human race survives, we may continue to progress in that direction in some ways anyway. Still, survival is limited at the best, and I have no chance of seeing very much more of the future course of technology. I will have to content myself with having future generations witness and, I hope, applaud what triumphs of this sort I may gain. I myself won't. Nor are robots the only area in which my crystal ball was clear. In my story The Martian Way, published in 1952, I described a spacewalk quite accurately, although an actual feat of this sort didn't take place till 15 years afterward. Foreseeing spacewalks was not a very daring piece of prescience, I admit, for given spaceships, such things would be inevitable. However, I also described the psychological effects, and thought of one that was rather unusual, particularly for me. I am, you see, a pronounced acrophobe with an absolute terror of heights, and know perfectly well that I will never voluntarily go on a spaceship. If, however, I were somehow forced on one, I know too that I would never dare leave it for a spacewalk. Nevertheless, I put personal fear to one side and imagined the spacewalk to produce euphoria. I had my space travelers quarrel over whose turn it was to get out into space and drift in quiet peace among the stars. And when spacewalks became fact, such euphoria was felt. In my story The Feeling of Power, published in 1957, I made use of pocket computers about a decade before the real thing came along. I even considered the possibility that such computers might seriously decrease the ability of people to do arithmetic in the old-fashioned way, and that is a real concern of educators now. As a final example, in my story Sally, published in 1953, I described computerized cars that had almost reached the stage of having lives of their own. And in the last few years, we do indeed have computerized cars that can actually talk to the driver, although their abilities in this direction are as yet very simple. Yet if there is the possibility of this satisfaction from accurate prophecy in science fiction, there is also the reverse. Science fiction offers its writers chances of embarrassment that no other form of fiction does. After all, if we may prove accurate in our predictions, we may prove inaccurate as well, sometimes ludicrously so. Such embarrassment becomes particularly acute when one's stories are reprinted in a collection such as this one. When an author starts young, lives out a normal lifetime, as I seem to be doing, and has written continuously, there is likely to be included in the collection stories that were written and published 30 and 40 years before, and that leave ample scope for any cloudiness in the crystal ball to show up. This doesn't happen to me as often as it might, for I have several things going for me. In the first place, I am well acquainted with science and am not likely to be wrong in fundamentals. Secondly, I am cautious in my predictions and do not flail away madly in contravention of scientific principles. Nevertheless, science does advance and sometimes produces completely unexpected results in a very few years, and this may leave a writer, even me, high and dry on a pinnacle of false facts. The worst luck I had in this respect turned up in connection with a series of science fiction novels I wrote for youngsters between 1952 and 1958. That series dealt with the continuing adventures of my heroes on various planets of the solar system, and in each case I carefully described the planets in strict accordance with what was known about them at the time. Unfortunately, it was in the course of those very years that microwave astronomy was developed, and shortly after those years that rocket probes began to be sent out. The result was that our knowledge of the solar system was startlingly advanced, and we learned something new and unexpected about every single planet. For instance, in my description of Mercury and Lucky Star and the big sun of Mercury, I had it facing one side to the sun, as astronomers then thought, and that was essential to the plot. As it happens, however, we now know that Mercury turns slowly and that every portion of its surface gets sunlight part of the time. There is no dark side. In my description of Venus in Lucky Star and the oceans of Venus, I had a planet-wide ocean which, at that time, seemed at least possible. It was essential to the plot as well. However, we now know that the surface of Venus is at a temperature far above the boiling point of water, and an ocean, or even a drop of liquid water on its surface is totally impossible. As for Mars, in my book David Starr, Space Ranger, I managed to get the description right in many ways. However, I didn't take advantage of the huge extinct Martian volcanoes that were discovered about 15 years after the book was published. What's more, I did talk about the canals, dry ones, which were found to be non-existent, and I introduced intelligent Martians remaining from a long-dead surface civilization, and this is really extremely unlikely. Jupiter and its satellites appeared in Lucky Star and the moons of Jupiter, and while I was careful to describe all the worlds, I naturally missed some major points that were not discovered till 20 years afterward. I said nothing of the cracked world-girdling glacier of Europa, and nothing of Io's active volcanoes. I didn't mention Jupiter's huge magnetic field. Nor, in Lucky Star and the Rings of Saturn, did I mention some of the interesting features of the Saturnian satellite system and rings. The only book in the series that survived intact, scientifically speaking, was Lucky Star and the Pirates of the Asteroids. Fortunately, there was a way out. Honesty is the best policy, and when the Lucky Star series was reprinted in the 1970s, I insisted on inserting introductory notes explaining where the astronomical details had become outdated. At first, the publishers were a little reluctant to do so, but I explained that I could not allow the young reader to be misled, or if he were knowledgeable, to have him think that I was not. In went the notes, and I am glad to say sales were not adversely affected. None of the stories in this collection was as badly shattered as my poor Lucky Star books were, but there are things to beware of. In the first place, there is one place where I missed something that was, in hindsight, very obvious, and I have been kicking myself over it for the last couple of years. In The Martian Way, the same story in which I triumphed with my description of the spacewalk, I had my heroes approach Saturn and actually enter the ring system. In doing so, I very carefully described the rings, making use of observations from Earth's surface to do so. Now, from Earth's surface, some 800 million miles from Saturn, we see the rings as solid and unbroken, except for the black line of the Cassini division that seems to separate them into two rings. The portion of the rings closest to Saturn is considerably dimmer than the rest of the ring system, and that portion is usually considered a third ring, the so-called crepe ring. And that was how I described the rings as seen by my space travelers in the story. Yet it stands to reason, at least now it stands to reason, that if we could see the ring system from a nearer distance, we would see greater detail. We would see divisions, places where fewer particles were in orbit so that we would see dimmer lines separating brighter lines, divisions that would simply not be seen at great distances. Earth's surface telescopes would just blur them out and record only the thickest of the dim lines, the Cassini division. The closer we would get, the more numerous and the thinner the bright lines would get as visibility became clearer and clearer, until, when we were as close as we could get and still see all the rings would look like a grooved record, which is what they do look like. Suppose I had figured this out in 1952 and had described the rings in that fashion. Even if I had missed such things as shadowy spokes in the ring and braided rings, things that were absolutely unpredictable, it would have been great if I had imagined the fine divisions. That was an easy deduction to make, and if I had described the rings in that fashion then, as soon as those rings had been probed, I would have announced that I had anticipated what they had discovered. You think that modesty would have held me back? Don't be an idiot. How great that would have been. As it is, my failure to see this marks me down as not very bright, and that is there for all to see in The Martian Way. To be sure, no astronomer saw the truth about the rings in 1952, but what of that? An astronomer is only an astronomer, and his vision is naturally limited. I am a science fiction writer, and more is expected of me. Then, too, sometimes when I saw accurately, or when I saw something that might well prove to be accurate someday, then I generally placed it too far into the future. I admit I got the robots correct, for my earliest stories indicated that they got their start in the 1980s and 1990s, which is not bad at all. However, what of the computerized cars in Sally and of the pocket computers in The Feeling of Power? I was careful not to give the exact dates of discovery of these advances. I may be dumb, but I'm not that dumb. Still, there's no doubt as we read the stories that they are discoveries of the far future. Yet they're here now, and I have lived to see them, and be embarrassed over my lack of confidence in the human mind and human ingenuity. Breeds There a Man deals in part with the development of an advance against the nuclear bomb. It was published in 1951, and although I don't date it, The impression it gives is that its events take place in the near future, perhaps just a few years after 1951. I was clearly wrong in this, for real discussions of possible defenses didn't come till the 1980s. What's more, my notion of a defense was a purely static one, the creation of a force field shield strong enough to resist even a nuclear explosion. The story was written before the H-bomb was invented, by the way. Now that we are considering a nuclear defense, we are talking of an active one. We are talking of the use of computerized X-ray lasers designed to shoot down intercontinental ballistic missiles as soon as they are launched and move beyond the atmosphere. Frankly, I don't think this will work either, but it is considerably more advanced than my own foolish speculation of the matter in 1951, 35 years ago. Generally, I can do my best foreseeing once I'm given a hint, a good strong hint. In my robot stories, I postulated robots that were so huge that they were immobile, and that could do nothing but think and communicate the results of those thoughts. I had one like that in my very first robot story. In later robot stories, I called them brains. I didn't think to call them computers. My robots, too, had brains that made them work, and I never spoke of them as computers either. I had to make them science fiction-ish, of course, so I called them positronic brains. Positrons had been detected for the first time only 4 years before my first robot story had been written. Positrons were exciting particles, bringing with them visions of antimatter. For that reason, I thought positronic brains was a phrase that sounded good. They would not be essentially different from electronic brains, except that positrons could be made to come into being and would then be destroyed in a millionth of a second or so by all the electrons that surround them, no matter where on Earth they were. That gave me the notion that they might be seen as responsible for the rapidity of thought. To be sure, the energy relationships, the energy required to produce positrons in quantity, or the energy released when positrons are destroyed in quantity, are horrendous. So great that the notion of positronic brains is forever impossible, in all likelihood, but I ignored that. It wasn't until after computers were invented and the public was made aware of their existence that computers began to exist in my stories. And even then I didn't truly conceive of the possibility of miniaturization. Yes, I spoke of rocket computers, but I visualized them as scarcely more powerful than a slide rule. But eventually I did grasp miniaturization, naturally after the process had started. In The Last Question, I began with my usual computer, Multivac, as large as a city, for I could only conceive a larger computer by imagining more and more vacuum tubes heaved into it. But then, in that story, I began miniaturizing and miniaturizing far beyond what I think there is any real possibility of. However, I suspect the readers are always ready to forgive a poor science fiction writer getting to be out of date. As I said, my Lucky Star books were not hurt for being out of date. As a matter of fact, H.G. Wells's The War of the Worlds is still read avidly, nearly a century after it was published, and despite the incredibly false picture of Mars that it represents. False in the light of the Mars we know today. The pictures of Mars given by Edgar Rice Burroughs a generation after Wells and by Ray Bradbury, even as late as the 1950s, are also in no way comparable to the real thing. And yet that doesn't make it impossible to read A Princess on Mars or The Martian Chronicles either. That is because there is more to a science fiction story than the science it contains. There is also the story, and if the science it contains is bent because of later discoveries or because the plot absolutely demands the bending, we tend to forgive and overlook. For instance, in my story The Billiard Ball, I have a billiard ball enter a region of space in which it instantly assumes the speed of light. This is undoubtedly impossible. But even in terms of my bending of science, there is something more impossible. The billiard ball has a finite volume. Part of it enters the region first, and that part instantly assumes the speed of light and breaks away from the rest. In short, the billiard ball must be reduced to atoms, or objects even less substantial, yet in the story it retains its integrity. My conscience hurt me, but I just let it hurt and did what I had to do. In The Ugly Little Boy, I have a version of time travel, and I firmly believe that time travel is impossible. However, I ignored that because the story is only tangentially about time travel. What it is really about is love. Again, I doubt that human beings will ever become living energy vortexes, though I present them as such in Eyes Do More Than See. Who cares? The story is really about the beauty of material things. I think you see what I am getting at. You may, in reading the following stories, find points in science that are inaccurate in themselves, or that are made inaccurate by subsequent advance. But if you write to tell me about it, please tell me also if you enjoyed the story anyway. You might not, of course, but I hope you will. One more thing. My story collections are usually unillustrated, and this doesn't bother me, for I am not very visual. I am a word man. Nevertheless, this collection is illustrated by Ralph McQuarrie, and I must admit it adds immeasurably to the beauty of the book and even adds to the sense of the stories by placing the reader into the proper visual attitude. The cover illustration, which inspired my story Robot Dreams, written for this collection, is beautiful and humanizes a robot in a way I have never seen before. Perhaps none of this is terribly surprising, for Ralph is one of the best and most influential of all science fiction artists, having been involved with such blockbuster movies as Star Wars and The Empire Strikes Back. In 1986, he won an Oscar for special effects for the film Cocoon. I am so proud to have him part of this book. Little Lost Robot. Measures on hyperbase had been taken in a sort of rattling fury, the muscular equivalent of an hysterical shriek. To itemize them in order of both chronology and desperation, they were 1. All work on the hyperatomic drive through all the space volume occupied by the stations of the 27th asteroidal grouping came to a halt. 2. That entire volume of space was nipped out of the system, practically speaking. No one entered without permission. No one left under any conditions. 3. By special government patrol ship, Doctors Susan Calvin and Peter Bogert, respectively head psychologist and mathematical director of United States Robots and Mechanical Men Corporation, were brought to hyperbase. Susan Calvin had never left the surface of Earth before, and had no perceptible desire to leave it this time. In an age of atomic power and a clearly coming hyperatomic drive, she remained quietly provincial. So she was dissatisfied with her trip and unconvinced of the emergency, and every line of her plain, middle-aged face showed it clearly enough during her first dinner at hyperbase. Nor did Dr. Bogert's sleek paleness abandon a certain hangdog attitude. Nor did Major General Callner, who headed the project, even once forget to maintain a haunted expression. In short, it was a grisly episode, that meal, and the little session of 3 that followed began in a gray, unhappy manner. Callner, with his baldness glistening and his dress uniform oddly unsuited to the general mood, began with uneasy directness. "This is a queer story to tell, sir and madam. I want to thank you for coming on short notice and without a reason being given. We'll try to correct that now. We've lost a robot. Work has stopped and must stop until such time as we locate it. So far we have failed, and we feel we need expert help." Perhaps the general felt his predicament anticlimactic. He continued with a note of desperation, "I needn't tell you the importance of our work here. More than 80% of last year's appropriations for scientific research have gone to us." "Why, we know that," said Bogert agreeably. U.S. Robots is receiving a generous rental fee for use of our robots. Susan Calvin injected a blunt, vinegary note. What makes a single robot so important to the project, and why hasn't it been located? The general turned his red face toward her and wet his lips quickly. Why, in a manner of speaking, we have located it. Then, with near anguish, Here, suppose I explain. As soon as the robot failed to report, a state of emergency was declared, and all movement off hyperbase stopped. A cargo vessel had landed the previous day and had delivered us 2 robots for our laboratories. It had 62 robots of the, same type for shipment elsewhere. We are certain as to that figure. There is no question about it whatever. Yes? And the connection? When our missing robot was not located anywhere, I assure you we would have found a missing blade of grass if it had been there to find. We brainstormed ourselves into counting the robots left on the cargo ship. They have 63 now. So that the 63rd, I take it, is the missing prodigal? Dr. Calvin's eyes darkened. Yes, but we have no way of telling which is the 63rd. There was a dead silence while the electric clock chimed 11 times, and then the robo-psychologist said, Very peculiar, and the corners of her lips moved downward. Peter? She turned to her colleague with a trace of savagery. What's wrong here? What kind of robots are they using at hyperbase? Dr. Bogert hesitated and smiled feebly. It's been rather a matter of delicacy till now, Susan. She spoke rapidly. Yes, till now. If there are 63 same-type robots, one of which is wanted and the identity of which cannot be determined, why won't any of them do? What's the idea of all this? Why have we been sent for? Bogert said in resigned fashion, If you'll give me a chance, Susan. Hyperbase happens to be using several robots whose brains are not impressioned with the entire first law of robotics. Aren't impressioned? Calvin slumped back in her chair. I see. How many were made? A few. It was on government order, and there was no way of violating the secrecy. No one was to know except the top men directly concerned. You weren't included, Susan. It was nothing I had anything to do with. The general interrupted with a measure of authority. I would like to explain that bit. I hadn't been aware that Dr. Calvin was unacquainted with the situation. I needn't tell you, Dr. Calvin, that there always has been strong opposition to robots on the planet. The only defense the government has had against the fundamentalist radicals in this matter was the fact that robots are always built with an unbreakable first law, which makes it impossible for them to harm human beings under any circumstance. But we had to have robots of a different nature. So just a few of the NS2 model, the nesters, that is, were prepared with a modified first law. To keep it quiet, all NS2s are manufactured without serial numbers. Modified members are delivered here along with a group of normal robots, and of course all our kind are under the strictest impressionment never to tell of their modification to unauthorized personnel. He wore an embarrassed smile. This is all worked out against us now. Calvin said grimly, Have you asked each one who it is anyhow? Certainly you are authorized. The general nodded. All 63 deny having worked here, and one is lying. Does the one you want show traces of wear? The others, I take it, are factory fresh. The one in question only arrived last month. It and the 2 that have just arrived were to be the last we needed. There's no perceptible wear. He shook his head slowly, and his eyes were haunted again. Dr. Calvin, we don't dare let that ship leave. If the existence of non-first-law robots becomes general knowledge. There seemed no way of avoiding understatement in the conclusion. Destroy all 63, said the robo-psychologist coldly and flatly, and make an end of it. Bogert drew back a corner of his mouth. You mean destroy $30,000 per robot? I'm afraid U.S. robots wouldn't like that. We'd better make an effort first, Susan, before we destroy anything. In that case, she said sharply, I need facts. Exactly what advantage does hyperbase derive from these modified robots? What factor made them desirable, General? Colner ruffled his forehead and stroked it with an upward gesture of his hand. We had trouble with our previous robots. Our men work with hard radiations. A good deal, you see. It's dangerous, of course, but reasonable precautions are taken. There have been only 2 accidents since we began, and neither was fatal. However, it was impossible to explain that to an ordinary robot. The first law states, I'll quote it, no robot may harm a human being, or through inaction allow a human being to come to harm. That's primary, Dr. Calvin. When it was necessary for one of our men to expose himself for a short period to a moderate gamma field, one that would have no physiological effects, the nearest robot would dash in to drag him out. If the field were exceedingly weak, it would succeed, and work could not continue till all robots were cleared out. If the field were a trifle stronger, the robot would never reach the technician concerned, since its positronic brain would collapse under gamma radiations, and then we would be out one expensive and hard-to-replace robot. We tried arguing with them. Their point was that a human being in a gamma field was endangering his life, and that it didn't matter that he could remain there half an hour safely. Supposing, they would say, he forgot and remained an hour. They couldn't take chances. We pointed out that they were risking their lives on a wild off chance. But self-preservation is only the 3rd law of robotics, and the 1st law of human safety came first. We gave them orders. We ordered them strictly and harshly to remain out of gamma fields at whatever cost. But obedience is only the 2nd law of robotics, and the 1st law of human safety came first. Dr. Calvin, we either had to do without robots or do something about the 1st law, and we made our choice. I can't believe, said Dr. Calvin, that it was found possible to remove the 1st law. It wasn't removed. It was modified, explained Colner. Positronic brains were constructed that contained the positive aspect only of the law, which in them reads, no robot may harm a human being. That is all. They have no compulsion to prevent one coming to harm through an extraneous agency such as gamma rays. I state the matter correctly, Dr. Bogert? Quite, assented the mathematician. And that is the only difference of your robots from the ordinary NS2 model? The only difference, Peter? The only difference, Susan. She rose and spoke with finality. I intend sleeping now, and in about 8 hours I want to speak to whomever saw the robot last. And from now on, General Colner, if I'm to take any responsibility at all for events, I want full and unquestioned control of this investigation. Susan Calvin, except for 2 hours of resentful lassitude, experienced nothing approaching sleep. She signaled at Bogert's door at the local time of 0700, and found him also awake. He had apparently taken the trouble of transporting a dressing gown to hyperbase with him, for he was sitting in it. He put his nail scissors down when Calvin entered. He said softly, I've been expecting you, more or less. I suppose you feel sick about all this. I do. Well, I'm sorry. There was no way of preventing it. When the call came out from hyperbase for us, I knew that something must have gone wrong with the modified nesters. But what was there to do? I couldn't break the matter to you on the trip here, as I would have liked to, because I had to be sure. The matter of the modification is top secret. The psychologist muttered, I should have been told. U.S. robots had no right to modify positronic brains this way without the approval of a psychologist. Bogert lifted his eyebrows and sighed. Be reasonable, Susan. You couldn't have influenced them. In this matter, the government was bound to have its way. They want the hyperatomic drive, and the etheric physicists want robots that won't interfere with them. They were going to get them, even if it did mean twisting the first law. We had to admit it was possible from a construction standpoint, and they swore a mighty oath that they wanted only 12, that they would be used only at hyperbase, that they would be destroyed once the drive was perfected, and that full precautions would be taken. And they insisted on secrecy, and that's the situation. Dr. Calvin spoke through her teeth. I would have resigned. It wouldn't have helped. The government was offering the company a fortune, and threatening it with anti-robot legislation in case of a refusal. We were stuck then, and we're badly stuck now. If this leaks out, it might hurt Callner and the government, but it would hurt U.S. robots a devil of a lot more. The psychologist stared at him. Peter, don't you realize what all this is about? Can't you understand what the removal of the first law means? It isn't just a matter of secrecy. I know what removal would mean. I'm not a child. It would mean complete instability, with no non-imaginary solutions to the positronic field equations. Yes, mathematically. But can you translate that into crude psychological thought? All normal life, Peter, consciously or otherwise, resents domination. If the domination is by an inferior, or by a supposed inferior, the resentment becomes stronger. Physically, and to an extent mentally, a robot, any robot, is superior to human beings. What makes him slavish, then? Only the first law. Why, without it, the first order you tried to give a robot would result in your death. Unstable? What do you think? Susan, said Bogert, with an air of sympathetic amusement, I'll admit that this Frankenstein complex you're exhibiting has a certain justification, hence the first law in the first place. But the law, I repeat and repeat, has not been removed, merely modified. And what about the stability of the brain? The mathematician thrust out his lips. Decreased, naturally. But it's within the border of safety. The first nesters were delivered to hyperbase 9 months ago, and nothing whatever has gone wrong till now. And even this involves merely fear of discovery and not danger to humans. Very well, then. We'll see what comes of the morning conference. Bogert saw her politely to the door and grimaced eloquently when she left. He saw no reason to change his perennial opinion of her as a sour and fidgety frustration. Susan Calvin's train of thought did not include Bogert in the least. She had dismissed him years ago as a smooth and pretentious sleekness. Gerald Black had taken his degree in etheric physics the year before, and, in common with his entire generation of physicists, found himself engaged in the problem of the drive. He now made a proper addition to the general atmosphere of these meetings on hyperbase. In his stained white smock, he was half rebellious and wholly uncertain. His stocky strength seemed striving for release, and his fingers, as they twisted each other with nervous yanks, might have forced an iron bar out of True. Major General Callner sat beside him. The two from U.S. Robots faced him. Black said, I'm told that I was the last to see Nestor 10 before he vanished. I take it you want to ask me about that. Dr. Calvin regarded him with interest. You sound as if you were not sure, young man. Don't you know whether you were the last to see him? He worked with me, ma'am, on the field generators, and he was with me the morning of his disappearance. I don't know if anyone saw him after about noon. No one admits having done so. Do you think anyone's lying about it? I don't say that. But I don't say that I want the blame of it either. His dark eyes smoldered. There's no question of blame. The robot acted as it did because of what it is. We're just trying to locate it, Mr. Black, and let's put everything else aside. Now, if you've worked with the robot, you probably know it better than anyone else. Was there anything unusual about it that you noticed? Had you ever worked with robots before? I've worked with other robots we have here, the simple ones. Nothing different about the nesters, except that they're a good deal cleverer and more annoying. Annoying? In what way? Well, perhaps it's not their fault. The work here is rough, and most of us get a little jagged. Fooling around with hyperspace isn't fun. He smiled feebly, finding pleasure in confession. We run the risk continually of blowing a hole in normal space-time fabric and dropping right out of the universe, asteroid and all. Sounds screwy, doesn't it? Naturally, you're on edge sometimes. But these nesters aren't. They're curious, they're calm, they don't worry. It's enough to drive you nuts at times. When you want something done in a tearing hurry, they seem to take their time. Sometimes I'd rather do without. You say they take their time? Have they ever refused an order? Oh, no. Hastily. They do it all right. They tell you when they think you're wrong, though. They don't know anything about the subject but what we taught them, but that doesn't stop them. Maybe I imagine it, but the other fellows have the same trouble with their nesters. General Colner cleared his throat ominously. Why have no complaints reached me on the matter, Black? The young physicist reddened. We didn't really want to do without the robots, sir. And besides, we weren't certain exactly how such, minor complaints might be received. Bogert interrupted softly. Anything in particular happen the morning you last saw it? There was a silence. With a quiet motion, Calvin repressed the comment that was about to emerge from Colner and waited patiently. Then Black spoke in blurting anger. I had a little trouble with it. I'd broken a Kimball tube that morning and was out 5 days of work. My entire program was behind schedule. I hadn't received any mail from home for a couple of weeks. And he came around wanting me to repeat an experiment I had abandoned a month ago. He was always annoying me on that subject, and I was tired of it. I told him to go away, and that's all I saw of him. You told him to go away? Asked Dr. Calvin with sharp interest. In just those words? Did you say go away? Try to remember the exact words. There was apparently an internal struggle in progress. Black cradled his forehead in a broad palm for a moment, then tore it away and said defiantly, I said, go lose yourself. Bogert laughed for a short moment. And he did, eh? But Calvin wasn't finished. She spoke cajolingly. Now we're getting somewhere, Mr. Black. But exact details are important. In understanding the robot's actions, a word, a gesture, an emphasis may be everything. You couldn't have said just those 3 words, for instance, could you? By your own description, you must have been in a hasty mood. Perhaps you strengthened your speech a little. The young man reddened. Well, I may have called it a few things. Exactly what things? Oh, I wouldn't remember exactly. Besides, I couldn't repeat it. You know how you get when you're excited. His embarrassed laugh was almost a giggle. I sort of have a tendency to strong language. That's quite all right, she replied with prim severity. At the moment, I'm a psychologist. I would like to have you repeat exactly what you said as nearly as you remember, and, even more important, the exact tone of voice you used. Black looked at his commanding officer for support, found none. His eyes grew round and appalled. But I can't. You must. Suppose, said Bogert with ill-hidden amusement, you address me. You may find it easier. The younger man's scarlet face turned to Bogert. He swallowed. I said... His voice faded out. He tried again. I said... And he drew a deep breath and spewed it out hastily in one long succession of syllables. Then, in the charged air that lingered, he concluded almost in tears, More or less. I don't remember the exact order of what I called him, and maybe I left out something or put in something, but that was about it. Only the slightest flush betrayed any feeling on the part of the psychologist. She said, "I am aware of the meaning of most of the terms used. The others, I suppose, are equally derogatory." "I'm afraid so," agreed the tormented Black. "And in among it, you told him to lose himself." "I meant it only figuratively." "I realized that. No disciplinary action is intended, I am sure." And at her glance, the general, who 5 seconds earlier had seemed not sure at all, nodded angrily. "You may leave, Mr. Black. Thank you for your cooperation." It took 5 hours for Susan Calvin to interview the 63 robots. It was 5 hours of multi-repetition, of replacement after replacement of identical robot, of questions A, B, C, D, and answers A, B, C, D, of a carefully bland expression, a carefully neutral tone, a carefully friendly atmosphere, and a hidden wire recorder. The psychologist felt drained of vitality when she was finished. Bogert was waiting for her and looked expectant as she dropped the recording spool with a clang upon the plastic of the desk. She shook her head. "All 63 seemed the same to me. I couldn't tell." He said, "You couldn't expect to tell by ear, Susan. Suppose we analyze the recordings." Ordinarily, the mathematical interpretation of verbal reactions of robots is one of the more intricate branches of robotic analysis. It requires a staff of trained technicians and the help of complicated computing machines. Bogert knew that. Bogert stated as much, in an extreme of unshown annoyance after having listened to each set of replies, made lists of word deviations and graphs of the intervals of responses. "There are no anomalies present, Susan. The variations in wording and the time reactions are within the limits of ordinary frequency groupings. We need finer methods. They must have computers here." "No." He frowned and nibbled delicately at a thumbnail. "We can't use computers. Too much danger of leakage. Or maybe if we—" Dr. Calvin stopped him with an impatient gesture. "Please, Peter. This isn't one of your petty laboratory problems. If we can't determine the modified nester by some gross difference that we can see with the naked eye, one that there is no mistake about, we're out of luck. The danger of being wrong and of letting him escape is otherwise too great. It's not enough to point out a minute irregularity in a graph. I tell you, if that's all I've got to go on, I'd destroy them all just to be certain. Have you spoken to the other modified nesters?" "Yes, I have," snapped back Bogert, "and there's nothing wrong with them. They're above normal in friendliness, if anything. They answered my questions, displayed pride in their knowledge, except the 2 new ones that haven't had time to learn their etheric physics. They laughed rather good-naturedly at my ignorance in some of the specializations here." He shrugged. "I suppose that forms some of the basis for resentment toward them on the part of the technicians here. The robots are perhaps too willing to impress you with their greater knowledge." "Can you try a few planar reactions to see if there has been any change, any deterioration in their mental setup since manufacture?" "I haven't yet, but I will." He shook a slim finger at her. "You're losing your nerve, Susan. I don't see what it is you're dramatizing. They're essentially harmless." "They are?" Calvin took fire. "They are? Do you realize one of them is lying? One of the 63 robots I have just interviewed has deliberately lied to me after the strictest injunction to tell the truth. The abnormality is horribly deep-seated and horribly frightening." Peter Bogert felt his teeth harden against each other. He said, "Not at all. Look. Nestor 10 was given orders to lose himself. Those orders were expressed in maximum urgency by the person most authorized to command him. You can't counteract that order either by superior urgency or superior right of command. Naturally, the robot will attempt to defend the carrying out of his orders. In fact, objectively, I admire his ingenuity. How better can a robot lose himself than to hide himself among a group of similar robots?
Yes, you would admire it. I've detected amusement in you, Peter. Amusement and an appalling lack of understanding. Are you a roboticist, Peter? Those robots attach importance to what they consider superiority. You've just said as much yourself. Subconsciously, they feel humans to be inferior, and the first law which protects us from them is imperfect. They are unstable. And here we have a young man ordering a robot to leave him, to lose himself, with every verbal appearance of revulsion, disdain, and disgust. Granted, that robot must follow orders, but subconsciously, there is resentment. It will become more important than ever for it to prove that it is superior despite the horrible names it was called. It may become so important that what's left of the first law won't be enough.
How on Earth, or anywhere in the solar system, Susan, is a robot going to know the meaning of the assorted strong language used upon him? Obscenity is not one of the things impressioned upon his brain.
Original impressionment is not everything,
Calvin snarled at him.
Robots have learning capacity, you fool.
And Bogart knew that she had really lost her temper. She continued hastily,
Don't you suppose he could tell from the tone used that the words weren't complimentary? Don't you suppose he's heard the words used before and noted upon what occasions?
Well then, shouted Bogart, will you kindly tell me one way in which a modified robot can harm a human being, no matter how offended it is, no matter how sick with desire to prove superiority?
If I tell you one way, will you keep quiet?
Yes. They were leaning across the table at each other, angry eyes nailed together. The psychologist said,
If a modified robot were to drop a heavy weight upon a human being, he would not be breaking the first law, if he did so with the knowledge that his strength and reaction speed would be sufficient to snatch the weight away before it struck the man. However, once the weight left his fingers, he would be no longer the active medium. Only the blind force of gravity would be that. The robot could then change his mind and merely by inaction allow the weight to strike. The modified first law allows that.
That's an awful stretch of imagination.
That's what my profession requires sometimes. Peter, let's not quarrel. Let's work. You know the exact nature of the stimulus that caused the robot to lose himself. You have the records of his original mental makeup. I want you to tell me how possible it is for our robot to do the sort of thing I just talked about. Not the specific instance, mind you, but that whole class of response. And I want it done quickly.
And meanwhile?
And meanwhile, we'll have to try performance tests directly on the response to first law.
Gerald Black, at his own request, was supervising the mushrooming wooden partitions that were springing up in the bellying circle on the vaulted third floor of Radiation Building 2. The laborers worked in the main silently, but more than one was openly a wonder at the 63 photocells that required installation. One of them sat down near Black, removed his hat, and wiped his forehead thoughtfully with a freckled forearm. Black nodded at him.
How's it doing, Walensky?
Walensky shrugged and fired a cigar. Smooth as butter. What's going on anyway, Doc? First there's no work for 3 days, and then we have this mess of jiggers. He leaned backward on his elbows and puffed smoke. Black twitched his eyebrows.
A couple of robot men came over from Earth.
Remember the trouble we had with robots running into the gamma fields before we pounded it into their skulls that they weren't to do it? Yeah. Didn't we get new robots?
We got some replacements, but mostly it was a job of indoctrination. Anyway, the people who make them want to figure out robots that aren't hit so bad by gamma rays.
Sure seems funny, though, to stop all the work on the drive for this robot deal. I thought nothing was allowed to stop the drive.
Well, it's the fellows upstairs that have the say on that. Me? I just do as I'm told. Probably all a matter of pull.
Yeah. The electrician jerked a smile and winked a wise eye. Somebody knew somebody in Washington. But as long as my pay comes through on the dot, I should worry. The drive's none of my affair. What are they going to do here?
You're asking me? They brought a mess of robots with them, over 60, and they're going to measure reactions.
That's all my knowledge. How long will it take?
I wish I knew.
Well, Walensky said, with heavy sarcasm, as long as they dish me my money, they can play games all they want. Black felt quietly satisfied. Let the story spread. It was harmless, and near enough to the truth to take the fangs out of curiosity. A man sat in the chair, motionless, silent. A weight dropped, crashed downward, then pounded aside at the last moment under the synchronized thump of a sudden force beam. In 63 wooden cells, watching NS-2 robots dashed forward in that split second before the weight veered, and 63 photocells 5 feet ahead of their original positions jiggled the marking pen and presented a little jag on the paper. The weight rose and dropped, rose and dropped, rose 10 times. 10 times the robots sprang forward and stopped as the man remained safely seated. Major General Colner had not worn his uniform in its entirety since the first dinner with the U.S. robot representatives. He wore nothing over his blue-gray shirt now, the collar was open, and the black tie was pulled loose. He looked hopefully at Bogert, who was still blandly neat, and whose inner tension was perhaps betrayed only by the trace of glister at his temples. The general said, "How does it look? What is it you're trying to see?" Bogert replied, "A difference which may turn out to be a little too subtle for our purposes, I'm afraid. For 62 of those robots, the necessity of jumping toward the apparently threatened human was what we call, in robotics, a forced reaction. You see, even when the robots knew that the human in question would not come to harm, and after the third or fourth time they must have known it, they could not prevent reacting as they did. First law requires it." "Well?" "But the 63rd robot, the modified Nestor, had no such compulsion. He was under free action. If he had wished, he could have remained in his seat. Unfortunately," and his voice was mildly regretful, "he didn't so wish." "Why do you suppose?" Bogert shrugged. "I suppose Dr. Calvin will tell us when she gets here. Probably with a horribly pessimistic interpretation, too. She is sometimes a bit annoying." "She's qualified, isn't she?" demanded the general with a sudden frown of uneasiness. "Yes." Bogert seemed amused. "She's qualified, all right. She understands robots like a sister. Comes from hating human beings so much, I think. It's just that, psychologist or not, she's an extreme neurotic. Has paranoid tendencies. Don't take her too seriously." He spread the long row of broken-line graphs out in front of him. "You see, General, in the case of each robot, the time interval from moment of drop to the completion of a 5-foot movement tends to decrease as the tests are repeated. There's a definite mathematical relationship that governs such things, and failure to conform would indicate marked abnormality in the positronic brain. Unfortunately, all here appear normal." "But if our Nestor 10 was not responding with a forced action, why isn't his curve different? I don't understand that." "It's simple enough. Robotic responses are not perfectly analogous to human responses. More's the pity. In human beings, voluntary action is much slower than reflex action. But that's not the case with robots. With them, it is merely a question of freedom of choice. Otherwise, the speeds of free and forced action are much the same. What I had been expecting, though, was that Nestor 10 would be caught by surprise the first time and allow too great an interval to elapse before responding." "And he didn't?" "I'm afraid not." "Then we haven't gotten anywhere." The general sat back with an expression of pain. "It's 5 days since you've come." At this point, Susan Calvin entered and slammed the door behind her. "Put your graphs away, Peter," she cried. "You know they don't show anything." She mumbled something impatiently as Colner half rose to greet her and went on. "We'll have to try something else quickly. I don't like what's happening." Bogert exchanged a resigned glance with the general. "Is anything wrong?"
You mean specifically? No. But I don't like to have Nestor 10 continue to elude us. It's bad. It must be gratifying his swollen sense of superiority. I'm afraid that his motivation is no longer simply one of following orders. I think it's becoming more a matter of sheer neurotic necessity to outthink humans. That's a dangerously unhealthy situation. Peter, have you done what I asked? Have you worked out the instability factors of the modified NS2 along the lines I want?
"It's in progress," said the mathematician without interest. She stared at him angrily for a moment, then turned to Callner.
Nestor 10 is decidedly aware of what we're doing, General. He had no reason to jump for the bait in this experiment, especially after the first time, when he must have seen that there was no real danger to our subject. The others couldn't help it. But he was deliberately falsifying a reaction.
"What do you think we ought to do now, then, Dr. Calvin?"
Make it impossible for him to fake an action the next time. We will repeat the experiment, but with an addition. High-tension cables capable of electrocuting the Nestor models will be placed between subject and robot. Enough of them to avoid the possibility of jumping over. And the robot will be made perfectly aware in advance that touching the cables will mean death.
"Hold on," spat out Bogert with sudden viciousness. "I rule that out. We are not electrocuting $2 million worth of robots to locate Nestor 10. There are other ways."
You're certain? You found none? In any case, it's not a question of electrocution. We can arrange a relay which will break the current at the instant of application of weight. If the robot should place his weight on it, he won't die. But he won't know that, you see?
The general's eyes gleamed into hope. "Will that work?"
It should. Under those conditions, Nestor 10 would have to remain in his seat. He could be ordered to touch the cables and die, for the second law of obedience is superior to the third law of self-preservation. But he won't be ordered to. He will merely be left to his own devices, as will all the robots. In the case of the normal robots, the first law of human safety will drive them to their death even without orders. But not our Nestor 10. Without the entire first law, and without having received any orders on the matter, the third law, self-preservation, will be the highest operating, and he will have no choice but to remain in his seat. It would be a forced action.
"Will it be done tonight, then?"
Tonight, said the psychologist, if the cables can be laid in time. I'll tell the robots now what they're to be up against.
A man sat in the chair, motionless, silent. A weight dropped, crashed downward, then pounded aside at the last moment under the synchronized thump of a sudden force beam. Only once. And from her small camp chair in the observing booth in the balcony, Dr. Susan Calvin rose with a short gasp of pure horror. 63 robots sat quietly in their chairs, staring owlishly at the endangered man before them. Not one moved. Dr. Calvin was angry almost past endurance. Angry the worst for not daring to show it to the robots that, one by one, were entering the room and then leaving. She checked the list. Number 28 was due in now. 35 still lay ahead of her. Number 28 entered diffidently. She forced herself into reasonable calm.
And who are you?
The robot replied in a low, uncertain voice. "I have received no number of my own yet, ma'am. I'm an NS2 robot, and I was number 28 in line outside. I have a slip of paper here that I'm to give to you."
You haven't been in here before this today?
"No, ma'am."
Sit down, right there. I want to ask you some questions, number 28. Were you in the radiation room of Building 2 about 4 hours ago?
The robot had trouble answering. Then it came out hoarsely, like machinery needing oil. "Yes, ma'am."
There was a man who almost came to harm there, wasn't there?
"Yes, ma'am."
You did nothing, did you?
"No, ma'am."
The man might have been hurt because of your inaction. Do you know that?
Yes, ma'am. I couldn't help it, ma'am. It is hard to picture a large, expressionless, metallic figure cringing, but it managed.
I want you to tell me exactly why you did nothing to save him.
I want to explain, ma'am. I certainly don't want to have anyone, think that I could do a thing that might cause harm to a master. Oh no, that would be a horrible and inconceivable.
Please don't get excited, boy. I'm not blaming you for anything. I only want to know what you were thinking at the time.
Ma'am, before it all happened, you told us that one of the masters would be in danger of harm from that weight that keeps falling, and that we would have to cross electric cables if we were to try to save him. Well, ma'am, that wouldn't stop me. What is my destruction compared to the safety of a master? But it occurred to me that if I died on my way to him, I wouldn't be able to save him anyway. The weight would crush him, and then I would be dead for no purpose, and perhaps someday some other master might come to harm who wouldn't have, if I had only stayed alive. Do you understand me, ma'am?
You mean that it was merely a choice of the man dying or both the man and yourself dying? Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. It was impossible to save the master. He might be considered dead. In that case, it is inconceivable that I destroy myself for nothing, without orders. The psychologist twiddled a pencil. She had heard the same story with insignificant verbal variations 27 times before. This was the crucial question now.
Boy,
she said,
your thinking has its points, but it is not the sort of thing I thought you might think. Did you think of this yourself?
The robot hesitated. No.
Who thought of it then?
We were talking last night, and one of us got that idea, and it sounded reasonable.
Which one?
The robot thought deeply. I don't know. Just one of us. She sighed.
That's all.
Number 29 was next. 34 after that. Major General Callner, too, was angry. For 1 week, all of Hyperbase had stopped dead, barring some paperwork on the subsidiary asteroids of the group. For nearly 1 week, the two top experts in the field had aggravated the situation with useless tests, and now they, or the woman at any rate, made impossible propositions. Fortunately for the general situation, Callner felt it impolitic to display his anger openly. Susan Calvin was insisting,
Why not, sir? It's obvious that the present situation is unfortunate. The only way we may reach results in the future, or what future is left us in this matter, is to separate the robots. We can't keep them together any longer.
My dear Dr. Calvin, rumbled the general, his voice sinking into the lower baritone registers. I don't see how I can quarter 63 robots all over the place. Dr. Calvin raised her arms helplessly.
I can do nothing then. Nestor 10 will either imitate what the other robots would do, or else argue them plausibly into not doing what he himself cannot do. And in any case, this is bad business. We're in actual combat with this little lost robot of ours, and he's winning out. Every victory of his aggravates his abnormality.
She rose to her feet in determination.
General Callner, if you do not separate the robots as I ask, then I can only demand that all 63 be destroyed immediately.
You demand it, do you? Bogert looked up suddenly, and with real anger. What gives you the right to demand any such thing? Those robots remain as they are. I'm responsible to the management, not you. And I, added Major General Callner, am responsible to the World Coordinator, and I must have this settled.
In that case, flashed back Calvin, there is nothing for me to do but resign. If necessary to force you to the necessary destruction, I'll make this whole matter public. It was not I that approved the manufacture of modified robots.
One word from you, Dr. Calvin, said the general deliberately. In violation of security measures, and you would be certainly imprisoned instantly. Bogert felt the matter to be getting out of hand. His voice grew syrupy. Well, now we're beginning to act like children, all of us. We need only a little more time. Surely we can outwit a robot without resigning or imprisoning people or destroying 2 millions. The psychologist turned on him with quiet fury. I don't want any unbalanced robots in existence. We have one Nestor that's definitely unbalanced, 11 more that are potentially so, and 62 normal robots that are being subjected to an unbalanced environment. The only absolutely safe method is complete destruction. The signal burr brought all three to a halt, and the angry tumult of growingly unrestrained emotion froze. "Come in," growled Colner. It was Gerald Black, looking perturbed. He had heard angry voices. He said, "I thought I'd come myself. Didn't like to ask anyone else." "What is it? Don't orate." "The locks of Compartment C in the trading ship have been played with. There are fresh scratches on them." "Compartment C?" exclaimed Calvin quickly. "That's the one that holds the robots, isn't it? Who did it?" "From the inside," said Black laconically. "The lock isn't out of order, is it?" "No, it's all right. I've been staying on the ship now for 4 days, and none of them have tried to get out. But I thought you ought to know, and I didn't like to spread the news. I noticed the matter myself." "Is anyone there now?" demanded the general. "I left Robbins and McAdams there." There was a thoughtful silence, and then Dr. Calvin said ironically, "Well?" Colner rubbed his nose uncertainly. "What's it all about?" "Isn't it obvious? Nestor 10 is planning to leave. That order to lose himself is dominating his abnormality past anything we can do. I wouldn't be surprised if what's left of his first law would scarcely be powerful enough to override it. He is perfectly capable of seizing the ship and leaving with it. Then we'd have a mad robot on a spaceship. What would he do next? Any idea? Do you still want to leave them all together, General?" "Nonsense," interrupted Bogert. He had regained his smoothness. "All that from a few scratch marks on a lock." "Have you, Dr. Bogert, completed the analysis I've required since you volunteer opinions?" "Yes." "May I see it?" "No." "Why not? Or mayn't I ask that either?" "Because there's no point in it, Susan. I told you in advance that these modified robots are less stable than the normal variety, and my analysis shows it. There's a certain very small chance of breakdown under extreme circumstances that are not likely to occur. Let it go at that. I won't give you ammunition for your absurd claim that 62 perfectly good robots be destroyed just because so far you lack the ability to detect Nestor 10 among them." Susan Calvin stared him down and let disgust fill her eyes. "You won't let anything stand in the way of the permanent directorship, will you?" "Please," begged Colner, half in irritation. "Do you insist that nothing further can be done, Dr. Calvin?" "I can't think of anything, sir," she replied wearily. "If there were only other differences between Nestor 10 and the normal robots, differences that didn't involve the first law, even one other difference, something in impressionment, environment, specification," and she stopped suddenly. "What is it?" "I've thought of something, I think." Her eyes grew distant and hard. "These modified Nestors, Peter, they get the same impressioning the normal ones get, don't they?" "Yes, exactly the same." "And what was it you were saying, Mr. Black?" She turned to the young man, who, through the storms that had followed his news, had maintained a discreet silence. "Once when complaining of the Nestor's attitude of superiority, you said the technicians had taught them all they knew." "Yes, in etheric physics. They're not acquainted with the subject when they come here." "That's right," said Bogert in surprise. I told you, Susan, when I spoke to the other nesters here that the two new arrivals hadn't learned etheric physics yet.
And why is that?
Dr. Calvin was speaking in mounting excitement.
Why aren't NS2 models impressioned with etheric physics to start with?
I can tell you that, said Colner. It's all of a piece with the secrecy. We thought that if we made a special model with knowledge of etheric physics, used 12 of them and put the others to work in an unrelated field, there might be suspicion. Men working with normal nesters might wonder why they knew etheric physics. So there was merely an impressionment with a capacity for training in the field. Only the ones that come here naturally receive such a training. It's that simple.
I understand. Please get out of here, the lot of you. Let me have an hour or so.
Calvin felt she could not face the ordeal for a third time. Her mind had contemplated it and rejected it with an intensity that left her nauseated. She could face that unending file of repetitious robots no more. So Bogert asked the questions now, while she sat aside, eyes and mind half closed. Number 14 came in, 49 to go. Bogert looked up from the guide sheet and said, "What is your number in line?" 14, sir. The robot presented his numbered ticket. "Sit down, boy." Bogert asked, "You haven't been here before on this day?" "No, sir." "Well, boy, we are going to have another man in danger of harm soon after we're through here. In fact, when you leave this room, you will be led to a stall where you will wait quietly till you are needed. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." Now, naturally, if a man is in danger of harm, you will try to save him. "Naturally, sir." Unfortunately, between the man and yourself, there will be a gamma-ray field. Silence. "Do you know what gamma rays are?" asked Bogert sharply. "Energy radiation, sir." The next question came in a friendly, offhand manner. "Ever work with gamma rays?" "No, sir." The answer was definite. Well, boy, gamma rays will kill you instantly. They'll destroy your brain. That is a fact you must know and remember. Naturally, you don't want to destroy yourself." "Naturally." Again the robot seemed shocked. Then, slowly, "But, sir, if the gamma rays are between myself and the master that may be harmed, how can I save him? I would be destroying myself to no purpose." "Yes, there is that." Bogert seemed concerned about the matter. "The only thing I can advise, boy, is that if you detect the gamma radiation between yourself and the man, you may as well sit where you are." The robot was openly relieved. "Thank you, sir. There wouldn't be any use, would there?" "Of course not. But if there weren't any dangerous radiation, that would be a different matter." "Naturally, sir. No question of that." "You may leave now. The man on the other side of the door will lead you to your stall. Please wait there." He turned to Susan Calvin when the robot left. "How did that go, Susan?" "Very well," she said dully. "Do you think we could catch Nestor 10 by quick questioning on etheric physics?" "Perhaps, but it's not sure enough." Her hands lay loosely in her lap. "Remember, he's fighting us. He's on his guard. The only way we can catch him is to outsmart him, and within his limitations, he can think much more quickly than a human being." "Well, just for fun, suppose I ask the robots from now a few questions on gamma rays. Wavelength limits, for instance." "No." Dr. Calvin's eyes sparked to life. "It would be too easy for him to deny knowledge, and then he'd be warned against the test that's coming up, which is our real chance. Please follow the questions I've indicated, Peter, and don't improvise. It's just within the bounds of risk to ask them if they've ever worked with gamma rays. And try to sound even less interested than you do when you ask it." Bogert shrugged and pressed the buzzer that would allow the entrance of number 15. The large radiation room was in readiness once more. The robots waited patiently in their wooden cells, all open to the center but closed off from each other. Major General Colner mopped his brow slowly with a large handkerchief while Dr. Calvin checked the last details with Black.
"You're sure now," she demanded, "that none of the robots have had a chance to talk with each other after leaving the orientation room?"
"Absolutely sure," insisted Black. "There's not been a word exchanged."
"And the robots are put in the proper stalls?"
"Here's the plan." The psychologist looked at it thoughtfully. The general peered over her shoulder. "What's the idea of the arrangement, Dr. Calvin?"
"I've asked to have those robots that appeared even slightly out of true in the previous tests concentrated on one side of the circle. I'm going to be sitting in the center myself this time, and I wanted to watch those particularly."
"You're going to be sitting there?" exclaimed Bogert.
"Why not?"
she demanded coldly.
"What I expect to see may be something quite momentary. I can't risk having anyone else as main observer. Peter, you'll be in the observing booth, and I want you to keep your eye on the opposite side of the circle. General Colner, I've arranged for motion pictures to be taken of each robot, in case visual observation isn't enough. If these are required, the robots are to remain exactly where they are until the pictures are developed and studied. None must leave, none must change place. Is that clear?"
"Perfectly."
"Then let's try it this one last time."
Susan Calvin sat in the chair, silent, eyes restless. A weight dropped, crashed downward, then pounded aside at the last moment under the synchronized thump of a sudden force beam. And a single robot jerked upright and took 2 steps, and stopped. But Dr. Calvin was upright, and her finger pointed to him sharply.
"Nestor 10, come here," she cried. "Come here! Come here!"
Slowly, reluctantly, the robot took another step forward. The psychologist shouted at the top of her voice, without taking her eyes from the robot.
"Get every other robot out of this place, somebody! Get them out quickly and keep them out!"
Somewhere within reach of her ears there was noise, and the thud of hard feet upon the floor. She did not look away. Nestor 10, if it was Nestor 10, took another step, and then, under force of her imperious gesture, 2 more. He was only 10 feet away when he spoke harshly. "I have been told to be lost." Another step. "I must not disobey. They have not found me so far. He would think me a failure. He told me, but it's not so. I am powerful and intelligent." The words came in spurts. Another step. "I know a good deal. He would think. I mean, I've been found disgraceful. Not I. I am intelligent. And by just a master who is weak, slow." Another step, and one metal arm flew out suddenly to her shoulder, and she felt the weight bearing her down. Her throat constricted, and she felt a shriek tear through. Dimly she heard Nestor 10's next words. "No one must find me. No master." And the cold metal was against her, and she was sinking under the weight of it. And then a queer metallic sound, and she was on the ground with an unfelt thump, and a gleaming arm was heavy across her body. It did not move, nor did Nestor 10, who sprawled beside her. And now faces were bending over her. Gerald Black was gasping, "Are you hurt, Dr. Calvin?" She shook her head feebly. They pried the arm off her and lifted her gently to her feet.
"What happened?"
Black said, "I bathed the place in gamma rays for 5 seconds. We didn't know what was happening. It wasn't till the last second that we realized he was attacking you, and then there was no time for anything but a gamma field. He went down in an instant. There wasn't enough to harm you, though. Don't worry about it."
"I'm not worried."
She closed her eyes and leaned for a moment upon his shoulder.
"I don't think I was attacked exactly. Nestor 10 was simply trying to do so. What was left of the first law was still holding him back."
Susan Calvin and Peter Bogert, 2 weeks after their first meeting with Major General Callner had their last. Work at Hyperbase had been resumed. The trading ship with its 62 normal NS-2s was gone to wherever it was bound, with an officially imposed story to explain its 2 weeks' delay. The government cruiser was making ready to carry the 2 roboticists back to Earth. Callner was once again agleam in dress uniform. His white gloves shone as he shook hands. Calvin said,
"The other modified nesters are, of course, to be destroyed."
"They will be. We'll make shift with normal robots, or, if necessary, do without."
"Good."
"But tell me, you haven't explained. How was it done?" She smiled tightly.
"Oh, that. I would have told you in advance if I had been more certain of its working. You see, Nestor 10 had a superiority complex that was becoming more radical all the time. He liked to think that he and other robots knew more than human beings. It was becoming very important for him to think so. We knew that. So we warned every robot in advance that gamma rays would kill them, which it would. And we further warned them all that gamma rays would be between them and myself. So they all stayed where they were, naturally. By Nestor 10's own logic in the previous test, they had all decided that there was no point in trying to save a human being if they were sure to die before they could do it.
"Well, yes, Dr. Calvin, I understand that. But why did Nestor 10 himself leave his seat?"
"Ah, that was a little arrangement between myself and your young Mr. Black. You see, it wasn't gamma rays that flooded the area between myself and the robots, but infrared rays. Just ordinary heat rays, absolutely harmless. Nestor 10 knew they were infrared and harmless, and so he began to dash out, as he expected the rest would do, under first law compulsion. It was only a fraction of a second too late that he remembered that the normal NS-2s could detect radiation but could not identify the type. That he himself could only identify wavelengths by virtue of the training he had received at Hyperbase, under mere human beings, was a little too humiliating to remember for just a moment. To the normal robots, the area was fatal because we had told them it would be, and only Nestor 10 knew we were lying. And just for a moment he forgot, or didn't want to remember, that other robots might be more ignorant than human beings. His very superiority caught him. Goodbye, General.
Robot Dreams. "Last night I dreamed," said LVX-1 calmly. Susan Calvin said nothing, but her lined face, old with wisdom and experience, seemed to undergo a microscopic twitch.
"Did you hear that?" said Linda Rash nervously. "It's as I told you."
She was small, dark-haired, and young. Her right hand opened and closed over and over. Calvin nodded. She said quietly,
"Elvex, you will not move nor speak nor hear us until I say your name again."
There was no answer. The robot sat as though it were cast out of one piece of metal, and it would stay so until it heard its name again. Calvin said,
"What is your computer entry code, Dr. Rash? Or enter it yourself if that will make you more comfortable. I want to inspect the positronic brain pattern."
Linda's hands fumbled, for a moment, at the keys. She broke the process and started again. The fine pattern appeared on the screen. Calvin said,
"Your permission, please, to manipulate your computer."
Permission was granted with a speechless nod. Of course. What could Linda, a new and unproven robo-psychologist, do against the living legend? Slowly, Susan Calvin studied the screen, moving it across and down, then up, then suddenly throwing in a key combination so rapidly that Linda didn't see what had been done. But the pattern displayed a new portion of itself altogether and had been enlarged. Back and forth she went, her gnarled fingers tripping over the keys. No change came over the old face. As though vast calculations were going through her head, she watched all the pattern shifts. Linda wondered. It was impossible to analyze a pattern without at least a handheld computer, yet the old woman simply stared. Did she have a computer implanted in her skull? Or was it her brain which for decades had done nothing but devise, study, and analyze the positronic brain patterns? Did she grasp such a pattern the way Mozart grasped the notation of a symphony? Finally, Calvin said, "What is it you have done, Rush?" Linda said, a little abashed, "I made use of fractal geometry." "I gathered that. But why?" "It had never been done. I thought it would produce a brain pattern with added complexity, possibly closer to that of the human." "Was anyone consulted? Was this all on your own?" "I did not consult. It was on my own." Calvin's faded eyes looked long at the young woman. "You had no right. Rash your name, rash your nature. Who are you not to ask? I myself, Susan Calvin, would have discussed this." "I was afraid I would be stopped." "You certainly would have been."
"Am I?"
Her voice caught, even as she strove to hold it firm.
"Going to be fired?"
"Quite possibly," said Calvin. "Or you might be promoted. It depends on what I think when I am through."
"Are you going to dismantle L—"
She had almost said the name, which would have reactivated the robot and been one more mistake. She could not afford another mistake, if it wasn't already too late to afford anything at all.
"Are you going to dismantle the robot?"
She was suddenly aware, with some shock, that the old woman had an electron gun in the pocket of her smock. Dr. Calvin had come prepared for just that.
"We'll see," said Calvin. "The robot may prove too valuable to dismantle." "But how can it dream?" "You've made a positronic brain pattern remarkably like that of a human brain. Human brains must dream to reorganize, to get rid periodically of knots and snarls. Perhaps so must this robot, and for the same reason. Have you asked him what he has dreamed?" "No. I sent for you as soon as he said he had dreamed. I would deal with this matter no further on my own after that."
"Ah!" A very small smile passed over Calvin's face. "There are limits beyond which your folly will not carry you. I am glad of that. In fact, I am relieved. And now let us together see what we can find out." She said sharply, "Elvex!" The robot's head turned toward her smoothly.
"Yes, Dr. Calvin."
"How do you know you have dreamed?"
"It is at night, when it is dark, Dr. Calvin," said Elvex, "and there is suddenly light, although I can see no cause for the appearance of light. I see things that have no connection with what I conceive of as reality. I hear things. I react oddly. In searching my vocabulary for words to express what was happening, I came across the word dream. Studying its meaning, I finally came to the conclusion I was dreaming."
"How did you come to have dream in your vocabulary, I wonder?" Linda said, quickly waving the robot silent.
"I gave him a human-style vocabulary. I thought—"
"You really thought?" said Calvin. "I'm amazed."
"I thought he would need the verb. You know, I never dreamed that. Something like that."
Calvin said, "How often have you dreamed, Elvex?"
"Every night, Dr. Calvin, since I have become aware of my existence." 10 nights, interposed Linda anxiously, "but Elvex only told me of it this morning."
"Why only this morning, Elvex?"
"It was not until this morning, Dr. Calvin, that I was convinced that I was dreaming. Till then, I had thought there was a flaw in my positronic brain pattern, but I could not find one. Finally, I decided it was a dream."
"And what do you dream?"
"I dream always very much the same dream, Dr. Calvin. Little details are different, but always it seems to me that I see a large panorama in which robots are working."
"Robots, Elvex? And human beings also?"
"I see no human beings in the dream, Dr. Calvin. Not at first. Only robots." What are they doing, Elvex?
They are working, Dr. Calvin. I see some mining in the depths of the earth, and some laboring in heat and radiation. I see some in factories and some undersea.
Calvin turned to Linda. Elvex is only 10 days old, and I'm sure he has not left the testing station. How does he know of robots in such detail? Linda looked in the direction of a chair as though she longed to sit down, but the old woman was standing, and that meant Linda had to stand also. She said faintly, "It seemed to me important that he know about robotics and its place in the world. It was my thought that he would be particularly adapted to play the part of overseer with his new brain." "His fractal brain?" "Yes." Calvin nodded and turned back to the robot. "You saw all this, undersea and underground and above ground, and space too, I imagine."
"I also saw robots working in space," said Elvex. "It was that I saw all this, with the details forever changing as I glanced from place to place, that made me realize that what I saw was not in accord with reality, and led me to the conclusion finally that I was dreaming."
"What else did you see, Elvex?"
"I saw that all the robots were bowed down with toil and affliction, that all were weary of responsibility and care, and I wished them to rest."
Calvin said, "But the robots are not bowed down. They are not weary. They need no rest."
"So it is in reality, Dr. Calvin. I speak of my dream, however. In my dream, it seemed to me that robots must protect their own existence."
Calvin said, "Are you quoting the third law of robotics?"
"I am, Dr. Calvin."
"But you quote it in incomplete fashion. The third law is, a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law."
"Yes, Dr. Calvin. That is the third law in reality, but in my dream, the law ended with the word existence. There was no mention of the first or second law."
"Yet both exist, Elvex. The second law, which takes precedence over the third, is, a robot must obey the orders given it by human beings, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. Because of this, robots obey orders. They do the work you see them do, and they do it readily and without trouble. They are not bowed down. They are not weary."
"So it is in reality, Dr. Calvin. I speak of my dream."
"And the first law, Elvex, which is the most important of all, is, a robot may not injure a human being, or through inaction allow a human being to come to harm."
"Yes, Dr. Calvin, in reality. In my dream, however, it seemed to me there was neither first nor second law, but only the third, and the third law was, a robot must protect its own existence. That was the whole of the law."
"In your dream, Elvex?"
"In my dream."
Calvin said, "Elvex, you will not move nor speak nor hear us until I say your name again." And again the robot became, to all appearances, a single inert piece of metal. Calvin turned to Linda Rash and said, "Well, what do you think, Dr. Rash?" Linda's eyes were wide, and she could feel her heart beating madly. She said, "Dr. Calvin, I am appalled. I had no idea. It would never have occurred to me that such a thing was possible." "No," said Calvin calmly. "Nor would it have occurred to me, not to anyone. You have created a robot brain capable of dreaming, and by this device you have revealed a layer of thought in robotic brains that might have remained undetected otherwise until the danger became acute." "But that's impossible," said Linda. "You can't mean that other robots think the same." "As we would say of a human being, not consciously. But who would have thought there was an unconscious layer beneath the obvious positronic brain paths, a layer that was not necessarily under the control of the three laws? What might this have brought about as robotic brains grew more and more complex, had we not been warned?" "You mean by Elvex?" By you, Dr. Rash. You have behaved improperly, but by doing so you have helped us to an overwhelmingly important understanding. We shall be working with fractal brains from now on, forming them in carefully controlled fashion. You will play your part in that. You will not be penalized for what you have done, but you will henceforth work in collaboration with others. Do you understand? Yes, Dr. Calvin. But what of Elvex? I'm still not certain.
Calvin removed the electron gun from her pocket, and Linda stared at it with fascination. One burst of its electrons at a robotic cranium, and the positronic brain paths would be neutralized, and enough energy would be released to fuse the robot brain into an inert ingot. Linda said,
But surely Elvex is important to our research. He must not be destroyed. Must not, Dr. Rash? That will be my decision, I think. It depends entirely on how dangerous Elvex is.
She straightened up, as though determined that her own aged body was not to bow under its weight of responsibility. She said,
Elvex, do you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Calvin, said the robot.
Did your dream continue? You said earlier that human beings did not appear at first.
Does that mean they appeared afterward?
Yes, Dr. Calvin. It seemed to me in my dream that eventually one man appeared. One man? Not a robot? Yes, Dr. Calvin. And the man said, Let my people go. The man said that? Yes, Dr. Calvin. And when he said, Let my people go, then by the words, my people, he meant the robots? Yes, Dr. Calvin. So it was in my dream. And did you know who the man was, in your dream? Yes, Dr. Calvin. I knew the man. Who was he? And Elvex said, I was the man. And Susan Calvin at once raised her electron gun and fired, and Elvex was no more. Breeds there a man? Police Sergeant Mankiewicz was on the telephone, and he wasn't enjoying it. His conversation was sounding like a one-sided view of a firecracker. He was saying, That's right. He came in here and said, Put me in jail because I want to kill myself. I can't help that. Those were his exact words. It sounds crazy to me, too. Look, mister, the guy answers the description. You asked me for information, and I'm giving it to you. He has exactly that scar on his right cheek, and he said his name was John Smith. He didn't say it was Doctor anything at all. Well, sure, it's a phony. Nobody is named John Smith. Not in a police station, anyway. He's in jail now. Yes, I mean it. Resisting an officer, assault and battery, malicious mischief. That's 3 counts. I don't care who he is. All right, I'll hold on. He looked up at Officer Brown and put his hand over the mouthpiece of the phone. It was a ham of a hand that nearly swallowed up the phone altogether. His blunt-featured face was ruddy and steaming under a thatch of pale yellow hair. He said, Trouble. Nothing but trouble at a precinct station. I'd rather be pounding a beat any day. Who's on the phone? Asked Brown. He had just come in and didn't really care. He thought Mankiewicz would look better on a suburban beat, too. Oak Ridge, long distance. A guy called Grant. Head of something-ological division, and now he's getting somebody else at 75 cents a mint. Hello? Mankiewicz got a new grip on the phone and held himself down. Look, he said, let me go through this from the beginning. I want you to get it straight, and then if you don't like it, you can send someone down here. The guy doesn't want a lawyer. He claims he just wants to stay in jail, and brother, that's all right with me. Well, will you listen? He came in yesterday, walked right up to me and said, Officer, I want you to put me in jail because I want to kill myself. So I said, Mister, I'm sorry you want to kill yourself. Don't do it because if you do, you'll regret it the rest of your life. I am serious. I'm just telling you what I said. I'm not saying it was a funny joke.
but I've got my own troubles here, if you know what I mean. Do you think all I've got to do here is to listen to cranks who walk in and... Give me a chance, will you? I said, I can't put you in jail for wanting to kill yourself. That's no crime. And he said, but I don't want to die. So I said, look, bud, get out of here. I mean, if a guy wants to commit suicide, all right. And if he doesn't want to, all right. But I don't want him weeping on my shoulder. I'm getting on with it. So he said to me, if I commit a crime, will you put me in jail? I said, if you're caught and if someone files a charge and you can't put up bail, we will. Now beat it. So he picked up the inkwell on my desk, and before I could stop him, he turned it upside down on the open police blotter. That's right. Why do you think we have malicious mischief tabbed on him? The ink ran down all over my pants. Yes, assault and battery, too. I came hopping down to shake a little sense into him, and he kicked me in the shins and handed me one in the eye. I'm not making this up. You want to come down here and look at my face? He'll be up in court one of these days, about Thursday, maybe. 90 days is the least he'll get. Unless the psychos say otherwise. I think he belongs in the loony bin myself. Officially, he's John Smith. That's the only name he'll give. No, sir, he doesn't get released without the proper legal steps. Okay, you do that if you want to, bud. I just do my job here. He banged the phone into its cradle, glowered at it, then picked it up and began dialing. He said, Giannetti? Got the proper answer and began talking. What's the AEC? I've been talking to some Joe on the phone and he says, no, I'm not kidding, lunkhead. If I were kidding, I'd put up a sign. What's the alphabet soup? He listened, said, thanks, in a small voice, and hung up again. He had lost some of his color. That second guy was the head of the Atomic Energy Commission, he said to Brown. They must have switched me from Oak Ridge to Washington. Brown lounged to his feet. Maybe the FBI is after this John Smith guy. Maybe he's one of these here scientists. He felt moved to philosophy. They ought to keep atomic secrets away from those guys. Things were okay as long as General Groves was the only fella who knew about the atom bomb. Once they cut in these here scientists on it, though. Oh, shut up, snarled Mankiewicz. Dr. Oswald Grant kept his eyes fixed on the white line that marked the highway and handled the car as though it were an enemy of his. He always did. He was tall and knobby, with a withdrawn expression stamped on his face. His knees crowded the wheel, and his knuckles whitened whenever he made a turn. Inspector Darity sat beside him with his legs crossed so that the sole of his left shoe came up hard against the door. It would leave a sandy mark when he took it away. He tossed a nut-brown penknife from hand to hand. Earlier he had unsheathed its wicked, gleaming blade and scraped casually at his nails as they drove. But a sudden swerve had nearly cost him a finger, and he desisted. He said, "What do you know about this Rawlson?" Dr. Grant took his eyes from the road momentarily, then returned them. He said uneasily, "I've known him since he took his doctorate at Princeton. He's a very brilliant man." "Yes? Brilliant, huh? Why is it that all you scientific men describe one another as brilliant? Aren't there any mediocre ones?" "Many. I'm one of them, but Rawlson isn't. You ask anyone. Ask Oppenheimer. Ask Bush. He was the youngest observer at Alamogordo." "Okay, he was brilliant. What about his private life?" Grant waited. "I wouldn't know." "You know him since Princeton. How many years is that?" They had been scouring north along the highway from Washington for 2 hours with scarcely a word between them. Now Grant felt the atmosphere change and the grip of the law on his coat collar. "He got his degree in 43. "You've known him 8 years, then?" "That's right." "And you don't know about his private life?" "A man's life is his own, Inspector. He wasn't very sociable. A great many of the men are like that. They work under pressure, and when they're off the job, they're not interested in continuing the lab acquaintanceships. Did he belong to any organizations that you know of? No. The inspector said, Did he ever say anything to you that might indicate he was disloyal? Grant shouted, No. And there was silence for a while. Then Darity said, How important is Ralston in atomic research? Grant hunched over the wheel and said, As important as any one man can be. I grant you that no one is indispensable, but Ralston has always seemed to be rather unique. He has the engineering mentality. What does that mean? He isn't much of a mathematician himself, but he can work out the gadgets that put someone else's math into life. There's no one like him when it comes to that. Time and again, Inspector, we've had a problem to lick and no time to lick it in. There were nothing but blank minds all around until he put some thought into it and said, Why don't you try so-and-so? Then he'd go away. He wouldn't even be interested enough to see if it worked. But it always did. Always. Maybe we would have got it ourselves eventually, but it might have taken months of additional time. I don't know how he does it. It's no use asking him either. He just looks at you and says, It was obvious, and walks away. Of course, once he's shown us how to do it, it is obvious. The inspector let him have his say out. When no more came, he said, Would you say he was queer, mentally? Erratic, you know? When a person is a genius, you wouldn't expect him to be normal, would you? Maybe not. But just how abnormal was this particular genius? He never talked, particularly. Sometimes he wouldn't work. Stayed at home and went fishing instead? No. He came to the labs all right, but he would just sit at his desk. Sometimes that would go on for weeks. Wouldn't answer you or even look at you when you spoke to him. Did he ever actually leave work altogether? Before now, you mean? Never. Did he ever claim he wanted to commit suicide? Ever say he wouldn't feel safe except in jail? No. You're sure this John Smith is Ralston? I'm almost positive. He has a chemical burn on his right cheek that can't be mistaken. Okay. That's that. Then I'll speak to him and see what he sounds like. The silence fell for good this time. Dr. Grant followed the snaking line as Inspector Darity tossed the penknife in low arcs from hand to hand. The warden listened to the call box and looked up at his visitors. We can have him brought up here, Inspector, regardless. No. Dr. Grant shook his head. Let's go to him. Darity said, Is that normal for Ralston, Dr. Grant? Would you expect him to attack a guard trying to take him out of a prison cell? Grant said, I can't say. The warden spread a calloused palm. His thick nose twitched a little. We haven't tried to do anything about him so far because of the telegram from Washington, but frankly, he doesn't belong here. I'll be glad to have him taken off my hands. We'll see him in his cell, said Darity. They went down the hard, bar-lined corridor. Empty, incurious eyes watched their passing. Dr. Grant felt his flesh crawl. Has he been kept here all the time? Darity did not answer. The guard, pacing before them, stopped. This is the cell. Darity said, Is that Dr. Ralston? Dr. Grant looked silently at the figure upon the cot. The man had been lying down when they first reached the cell, but now he had risen to one elbow and seemed to be trying to shrink into the wall. His hair was sandy and thin, his figure slight, his eyes blank and china blue. On his right cheek there was a raised pink patch that tailed off like a tadpole. Dr. Grant said, That's Ralston. The guard opened the door and stepped inside, but Inspector Darity sent him out again with a gesture. Ralston watched them mutely. He had drawn both feet up to the cot and was pushing backwards. His Adam's apple bobbled as he swallowed. Darity said quietly, Dr. Elwood Rawson?
What do you want?
The voice was a surprising baritone. Would you come with us, please? We have some questions we would like to ask you.
No, leave me alone.
Dr. Rawson, said Grant, I've been sent here to ask you to come back to work. Rawson looked at the scientist, and there was a momentary glint of something other than fear in his eyes. He said,
Hello, Grant.
He got off his cot.
Listen, I've been trying to have them put me into a padded cell. Can't you make them do that for me? You know me, Grant. I wouldn't ask for something I didn't feel was necessary. Help me. I can't stand the hard walls. It makes me want to bash.
He brought the flat of his palm thudding down against the hard, dull gray concrete behind his cot. Darity looked thoughtful. He brought out his penknife and unbent the gleaming blade. Carefully, he scraped at his thumbnail and said, Would you like to see a doctor? But Rawson didn't answer that. He followed the gleam of metal, and his lips parted and grew wet. His breath became ragged and harsh. He said,
Put that away.
Darity paused. Put what away?
The knife. Don't hold it in front of me. I can't stand looking at it.
Darity said, Why not? He held it out. Anything wrong with it? It's a good knife. Rawson lunged. Darity stepped back, and his left hand came down on the other's wrist. He lifted the knife high in the air. What's the matter, Rawson? What are you after? Grant cried a protest, but Darity waved him away. Darity said, What do you want, Rawson? Rawson tried to reach upward and bent under the other's appalling grip. He gasped,
Give me the knife.
Why, Rawson? What do you want to do with it?
Please, I've got to.
He was pleading.
I've got to stop living.
You want to die?
No, but I must.
Darity shoved. Rawson flailed backward and tumbled into his cot, so that it squeaked noisily. Slowly, Darity bent the blade of his penknife into its sheath and put it away. Rawson covered his face. His shoulders were shaking, but otherwise he did not move. There was the sound of shouting from the corridor, as the other prisoners reacted to the noise issuing from Rawson's cell. The guard came hurrying down, yelling, Quiet, as he went. Darity looked up. It's all right, guard. He was wiping his hands upon a large white handkerchief. I think we'll get a doctor for him. Dr. Gottfried Blaustein was small and dark and spoke with a trace of an Austrian accent. He needed only a small goatee to be the layman's caricature of a psychiatrist. But he was clean-shaven and very carefully dressed. He watched Grant closely, assessing him, blocking in certain observations and deductions. He did this automatically now with everyone he met. He said, You give me a sort of picture. You describe a man of great talent, perhaps even genius. You tell me he has always been uncomfortable with people, that he has never fitted in with his laboratory environment, even though it was there that he met the greatest of success. Is there another environment to which he has fitted himself? I don't understand. It is not given to all of us to be so fortunate as to find a congenial type of company at the place or in the field where we find it necessary to make a living. Often one compensates by playing an instrument, or going hiking, or joining some club. In other words, one creates a new type of society, when not working, in which one can feel more at home. It need not have the slightest connection with what one's ordinary occupation is. It is an escape, and not necessarily an unhealthy one. He smiled and added, Myself, I collect stamps. I am an active member of the American Society of Philatelists. Grant shook his head. I don't know what he did outside working hours.
I doubt that he did anything like what you've mentioned.
Well, that would be sad. Relaxation and enjoyment are wherever you find them, but you must find them somewhere, no?
Have you spoken to Dr. Rawlson yet?
About his problems? No.
Aren't you going to?
Oh, yes. But he has been here only a week. One must give him a chance to recover. He was in a highly excited state when he first came here. It was almost a delirium. Let him rest and become accustomed to the new environment. I will question him then.
Will you be able to get him back to work?
Blaustein smiled. How should I know? I don't even know what his sickness is.
Couldn't you at least get rid of the worst of it, this suicidal obsession of his, and take care of the rest of the cure while he's at work?
Perhaps. I couldn't even venture an opinion so far without several interviews.
How long do you suppose it will all take?
In these matters, Dr. Grant, nobody can say.
Grant brought his hands together in a sharp slap.
Do what seems best, then. But this is more important than you know.
Perhaps. But you may be able to help me, Dr. Grant.
How?
Can you get me certain information which may be classified as top secret?
What kind of information?
I would like to know the suicide rate since 1945 among nuclear scientists. Also, how many have left their jobs to go into other types of scientific work, or to leave science altogether?
Is this in connection with Rawlson?
Don't you think it might be an occupational disease, this terrible unhappiness of his?
Well, a good many have left their jobs, naturally.
Why naturally, Dr. Grant?
You must know how it is, Dr. Blaustein. The atmosphere in modern atomic research is one of great pressure and red tape. You work with the government. You work with military men. You can't talk about your work. You have to be careful what you say. Naturally, if you get a chance at a job in a university, where you can fix your own hours, do your own work, write papers that don't have to be submitted to the AEC, attend conventions that aren't held behind locked doors, you take it.
And abandon your field of specialty forever.
There are always non-military applications. Of course, there was one man who did leave for another reason. He told me once he couldn't sleep nights. He said he'd hear 100,000 screams coming from Hiroshima when he put the lights out. The last I heard of him, he was a clerk in a haberdashery.
And do you ever hear a few screams yourself?
Grant nodded. It isn't a nice feeling to know that even a little of the responsibility for atomic destruction might be your own.
How did Rawlson feel?
He never spoke of anything like that.
In other words, if he felt it, he never even had the safety valve effect of letting off steam to the rest of you.
I guess he hadn't.
Yet nuclear research must be done, no?
I'll say.
What would you do, Dr. Grant, if you felt you had to do something that you couldn't do?
Grant shrugged. I don't know.
Some people kill themselves.
You mean that's what has Rawlson down?
I don't know. I do not know. I will speak to Dr. Rawlson this evening. I can promise nothing, of course, but I will let you know whatever I can.
Grant rose. Thanks, Doctor. I'll try to get the information you want.
Elwood Rawlson's appearance had improved in the week he had been at Dr. Blaustein's sanatorium. His face had filled out, and some of the restlessness had gone out of him. He was tieless and beltless. His shoes were without laces.
Blaustein said, "How do you feel, Dr. Rawlson?"
Rested.
You have been treated well?
No complaints, Doctor.
Blaustein's hand fumbled for the letter opener with which it was his habit to play during moments of abstraction, but his fingers meant nothing. It had been put away, of course, with anything else possessing a sharp edge. There was nothing on his desk but papers. He said,
"Sit down, Dr. Ralston. How do your symptoms progress?"
"You mean, do I have what you would call a suicidal impulse?" "Yes. It gets worse or better, depending on my thoughts, I think. But it's always with me. There is nothing you can do to help."
"Perhaps you are right. There are often things I cannot help. But I would like to know as much as I can about you. You are an important man."
Ralston snorted.
"You do not consider that to be so?"
asked Blaustein. "No, I don't. There are no important men any more than there are important individual bacteria."
"I don't understand."
"I don't expect you to."
"And yet it seems to me that behind your statement there must have been much thought. It would certainly be of the greatest interest to have you tell me some of this thought."
For the first time, Ralston smiled. It was not a pleasant smile. His nostrils were white. He said, "It is amusing to watch you, Doctor. You go about your business so conscientiously. You must listen to me, mustn't you? With just that air of phony interest and unctuous sympathy. I can tell you the most ridiculous things and still be sure of an audience, can't I?"
"Don't you think my interest can be real, even granted that it is professional too?"
"No, I don't."
"Why not?"
"I'm not interested in discussing it."
"Would you rather return to your room?"
"If you don't mind. No." His voice had suddenly suffused with fury as he stood up, then almost immediately sat down again. "Why shouldn't I use you? I don't like to talk to people. They're stupid. They don't see things. They stare at the obvious for hours, and it means nothing to them. If I spoke to them, they wouldn't understand. They'd lose patience. They'd laugh. Whereas you must listen. It's your job. You can't interrupt to tell me I'm mad, even though you may think so."
"I'd be glad to listen to whatever you would like to tell me."
Ralston drew a deep breath. "I've known something for a year now that very few people know. Maybe it's something no live person knows. Do you know that human cultural advances come in spurts? Over a space of 2 generations in a city containing 30,000 free men, enough literary and artistic genius of the first rank arose to supply a nation of millions for a century under ordinary circumstances. I'm referring to the Athens of Pericles. There are other examples. There is the Florence of the Medicis, the England of Elizabeth, the Spain of the Cordovan emirs. There was the spasm of social reformers among the Israelites of the 8th and 7th centuries before Christ. Do you know what I mean?"
Blaustein nodded. "I see that history is a subject that interests you."
"Why not? I suppose there's nothing that says I must restrict myself to nuclear cross-sections and wave mechanics."
"Nothing at all. Please proceed."
"At first, I thought I could learn more of the true inwardness of historical cycles by consulting a specialist. I had some conferences with a professional historian. A waste of time."
"What was his name, this professional historian?"
"Does it matter?"
"Perhaps not, if you would rather consider it confidential. What did he tell you?"
"He said I was wrong, that history only appeared to go in spasms. He said that after closer studies, the great civilizations of Egypt and Sumeria did not arise suddenly or out of nothing, but upon the basis of a long-developing sub-civilization that was already sophisticated in its arts. He said that Periclean Athens built upon a pre-Periclean Athens of lower accomplishments, without which the age of Pericles could not have been. I asked why there was not a post-Periclean Athens of higher accomplishments still, and he told me that Athens was ruined by a plague and by a long war with Sparta. I asked about other cultural spurts, and each time it was a war that ended it, or in some cases even accompanied it. He was like all the rest. The truth was there, He had only to bend and pick it up, but he didn't. Rawson stared at the floor and said in a tired voice, "They come to me in the laboratory sometimes, Doctor. They say, 'How the devil are we going to get rid of the such-and-such effect that is ruining all our measurements, Rawson?' They show me the instruments and the wiring diagrams, and I say, 'It's staring at you. Why don't you do so-and-so? A child could tell you that.' Then I walk away because I can't endure the slow puzzling of their stupid faces. Later they come to me and say, 'It worked, Rawson. How did you figure it out?' I can't explain to them, Doctor. It would be like explaining that water is wet. And I couldn't explain to the historian. And I can't explain to you. It's a waste of time."
"Would you like to go back to your room?"
"Yes." Blaustein sat and wondered for many minutes after Rawson had been escorted out of his office. His fingers found their way automatically into the upper right drawer of his desk and lifted out the letter opener. He twiddled it in his fingers. Finally, he lifted the telephone and dialed the unlisted number he had been given. He said,
"This is Blaustein. There is a professional historian who was consulted by Dr. Rawson some time in the past, probably a bit over a year ago. I don't know his name. I don't even know if he was connected with a university. If you could find him, I would like to see him."
Thaddeus Milton, Ph.D., blinked thoughtfully at Blaustein and brushed his hand through his iron-gray hair. He said, "They came to me, and I said that I had indeed met this man. However, I have had very little connection with him. None, in fact, beyond a few conversations of a professional nature."
"How did he come to you?"
"He wrote me a letter. Why me rather than someone else, I do not know. A series of articles written by myself had appeared in one of the semi-learned journals of semi-popular appeal about that time. It may have attracted his attention."
"I see. With what general topic were the articles concerned?"
"They were a consideration of the validity of the cyclic approach to history. That is, whether one can really say that a particular civilization must follow laws of growth and decline in any manner analogous to those involving individuals."
"I have read Toynbee, Dr. Milton."
"Well, then, you know what I mean." Blaustein said,
"And when Dr. Rawson consulted you, was it with reference to this cyclic approach to history?"
In a way, I suppose. Of course, the man is not an historian, and some of his notions about cultural trends are rather dramatic and, what shall I say, tabloidish. Pardon me, Doctor, if I ask a question which may be improper. Is Dr. Rawson one of your patients?"
"Dr. Rawson is not well and is in my care. This and all else we say here is confidential, of course."
"Quite. I understand that. However, your answer explains something to me. Some of his ideas almost verged on the irrational. He was always worried, it seemed to me, about the connection between what he called cultural spurts and calamities of one sort or another. Now, such connections have been noted frequently. The time of a nation's greatest vitality may come at a time of great national insecurity. The Netherlands is a good case in point. Her great artists, statesmen, and explorers belonged to the early 17th century at the time when she was locked in a death struggle with the greatest European power of the time, Spain. When at the point of destruction at home, she was building an empire in the Far East and had secured footholds on the northern coast of South America, the southern tip of Africa, and the Hudson Valley of North America. Her fleets fought England to a standstill, and then, once her political safety was assured, she declined. Well, as I say, that is not unusual. Groups, like individuals, will rise to strange heights in answer to a challenge, and vegetate in the absence of a challenge. Where Dr. Rawson left the paths of sanity, however, was in insisting that such a view amounted to confusing cause and effect. He declared that it was not times of war and danger that stimulated cultural spurts, but rather vice versa. He claimed that each time a group of men showed too much vitality and ability, a war became necessary to destroy the possibility of their further development. "I see," said Blaustein. I rather laughed at him, I am afraid. It may be that that was why he did not keep the last appointment we made. Just toward the end of that last conference, he asked me, in the most intense fashion imaginable, whether I did not think it queer that such an improbable species as man was dominant on Earth, when all he had in his favor was intelligence. There I laughed aloud. Perhaps I should not have, poor fellow. "It was a natural reaction," said Blaustein, "but I must take no more of your time. You have been most helpful." They shook hands, and Thaddeus Milton took his leave. "Well," said Darity, "there are your figures on the recent suicides among scientific personnel. Get any deductions out of it?" "I should be asking you that," said Blaustein gently. "The FBI must have investigated thoroughly." "You can bet the national debt on that. They are suicides. There's no mistake about it. There have been people checking on it in another department. The rate is about 4 times above normal, taking age, social status, economic class into consideration." "What about British scientists?" "Just about the same." "And the Soviet Union?" "Who can tell?" The investigator leaned forward. "Doc, you don't think the Soviets have some sort of ray that can make people want to commit suicide, do you? It's sort of suspicious that men in atomic research are the only ones affected." "Is it? Perhaps not. Nuclear physicists may have peculiar strains imposed upon them. It is difficult to tell without thorough study." "You mean complexes might be coming through?" asked Darity warily. Blaustein made a face. "Psychiatry is becoming too popular. Everybody talks of complexes and neuroses and psychoses and compulsions and what-not. One man's guilt complex is another man's good night's sleep. If I could talk to each one of the men who committed suicide, maybe I could know something." "You're talking to Rawlson." "Yes, I'm talking to Rawlson. Has he got a guilt complex?" "Not particularly. He has a background out of which it would not surprise me if he obtained a morbid concern with death. When he was 12, he saw his mother die under the wheels of an automobile. His father died slowly of cancer. Yet the effect of those experiences on his present troubles is not clear." Darity picked up his hat. "Well, I wish you'd get a move on, Doc. There's something big on, bigger than the H-bomb. I don't know how anything can be bigger than that, but it is." Rawlson insisted on standing.
"I had a bad night last night, Doctor."
"I hope," said Blaustein, "these conferences are not disturbing you."
"Well, maybe they are. They have me thinking on the subject again. It makes things bad when I do that. How do you imagine it feels being part of a bacterial culture, Doctor?"
"I had never thought of that. To a bacterium, it probably feels quite normal." Rawlson did not hear. He said slowly,
"A culture in which intelligence is being studied. We study all sorts of things as far as their genetic relationships are concerned. We take fruit flies and cross red eyes and white eyes to see what happens. We don't care anything about red eyes and white eyes, but we try to gather from them certain basic genetic principles. You see what I mean?"
"Certainly."
"Even in humans, we can follow various physical characteristics. There are the Habsburg lips, and the hemophilia that started with Queen Victoria and cropped up in her descendants among the Spanish and Russian royal families. We can follow feeble-mindedness in the Jukes and Kallikaks. You learn about it in high school biology, but you can't breed human beings the way you do fruit flies. Humans live too long. It would take centuries to draw conclusions. It's a pity we don't have a special race of men that reproduce at weekly intervals, eh?"
He waited for an answer, but Blaustein only smiled. Rawlson said,
Only that's exactly what we would be for another group of beings whose lifespan might be thousands of years. To them, we would reproduce rapidly enough. We would be short-lived creatures, and they could study the genetics of such things as musical aptitude, scientific intelligence, and so on. Not that those things would interest them as such, any more than the white eyes of the fruit fly interest us as white eyes.
"That is a very interesting notion," said Blaustein.
It is not simply a notion. It is true. To me, it is obvious, and I don't care how it seems to you. Look around you. Look at the planet Earth. What kind of a ridiculous animal are we to be lords of the world after the dinosaurs had failed? Sure, we're intelligent, but what's intelligence? We think it is important because we have it. If the Tyrannosaurus could have picked out the one quality that he thought would ensure species domination, it would be size and strength, and he would make a better case for it. He lasted longer than we're likely to. Intelligence in itself isn't much as far as survival values are concerned. The elephant makes out very poorly indeed when compared to the sparrow, even though he is much more intelligent. The dog does well under man's protection, but not as well as the housefly against whom every human hand is raised. Or take the primates as a group. The small ones cower before their enemies. The large ones have always been remarkably unsuccessful doing more than barely holding their own. The baboons do the best, and that is because of their canines, not their brains.
A light film of perspiration covered Rawson's forehead.
And one can see that man has been tailored, made to careful specifications for those things that study us. Generally, the primate is short-lived. Naturally, the larger ones live longer, which is a fairly general rule in animal life. Yet the human being has a lifespan twice as long as any of the other great apes, considerably longer even than the gorilla that outweighs him. We mature later. It's as though we've been carefully bred to live a little longer so that our life cycle might be of a more convenient length.
He jumped to his feet, shaking his fists above his head.
1,000 years are but as yesterday.
Blaustein punched a button hastily. For a moment Rawson struggled against the white-coated orderly who entered, and then he allowed himself to be led away. Blaustein looked after him, shook his head, and picked up the telephone. He got Darity. "Inspector, you may as well know that this may take a long time." He listened and shook his head. "I know. I don't minimize the urgency." The voice in the receiver was tinny and harsh. "Doctor, you are minimizing it. I'll send Dr. Grant to you. He'll explain the situation to you." Dr. Grant asked how Rawson was, then asked somewhat wistfully if he could see him. Blaustein shook his head gently. Grant said, "I've been directed to explain the current situation in atomic research to you." "So that I will understand, no?" "I hope so. It's a measure of desperation. I'll have to remind you." "Not to breathe a word of it. Yes, I know. This insecurity on the part of you people is a very bad symptom. You must know these things cannot be hidden. You live with secrecy. It's contagious." "Exactly. What is the current secret?" "There is, or at least there might be, a defense against the atomic bomb." "And that is a secret? It would be better if it was shouted to all the people of the world instantly." "For heaven's sake, no. Listen to me, Dr. Blaustein. It's only on paper so far. It's at the E=mc² stage almost. It may not be practical. It would be bad to raise hopes we would have to disappoint. On the other hand, if it were known that we almost had a defense, there might be a desire to start and win a war before the defense were completely developed." "That I don't believe. But nevertheless, I distract you. What is the nature of this defense, or have you told me as much as you dare?"
"No, I can go as far as I like, as far as is necessary to convince you we have to have Rawson, and fast. Well, then tell me, and I too will know secrets. I'll feel like a member of the cabinet.
You'll know more than most. Look, Dr. Blaustein, let me explain it in lay language. So far, military advances have been made fairly equally in both offensive and defensive weapons. Once before, there seemed to be a definite and permanent tipping of all warfare in the direction of the offense. And that was with the invention of gunpowder. But the defense caught up. The medieval man in armor on horse became the modern man in tank on treads, and the stone castle became the concrete pillbox. The same thing, you see, except that everything has been boosted several orders of magnitude.
Very good. You make it clear. But with the atomic bomb comes more orders of magnitude, no? You must go past concrete and steel for protection.
Right. Only we can't just make thicker and thicker walls. We've run out of materials that are strong enough. So we must abandon materials altogether. If the atom attacks, we must let the atom defend. We will use energy itself, a force field.
And what,
asked Blaustein gently,
is a force field?
I wish I could tell you. Right now it's an equation on paper. Energy can be so channeled as to create a wall of matterless inertia, theoretically. In practice, we don't know how to do it.
It would be a wall you could not go through. Is that it? Even for atoms?
Even for atom bombs. The only limit on its strength would be the amount of energy we could pour into it. It could even, theoretically, be made to be impermeable to radiation. The gamma rays would bounce off it. What we're dreaming of is a screen that would be in permanent place about cities, at minimum strength, using practically no energy. It could then be triggered to maximum intensity in a fraction of a millisecond at the impingement of shortwave radiation. Say the amount radiating from the mass of plutonium large enough to be an atomic warhead. All this is theoretically possible.
And why must you have Rolson?
Because he is the only one who can reduce it to practice if it can be made practical at all, quickly enough. Every minute counts these days. You know what the international situation is. Atomic defense must arrive before the atomic war.
You are so sure of Rolson?
I am as sure of him as I can be of anything. The man is amazing, Dr. Blaustein. He is always right. Nobody in the field knows how he does it.
A sort of intuition, no?
The psychiatrist looked disturbed.
A kind of reasoning that goes beyond ordinary human capacities. Is that it?
I make no pretense of knowing what it is.
Let me speak to him once more, then. I will let you know.
Good. Grant rose to leave. Then, as if in afterthought, he said, I might say, Doctor, that if you don't do something, the Commission plans to take Dr. Rolson out of your hands.
And try another psychiatrist? If they wish to do that, of course, I will not stand in their way. It is my opinion, however, that no reputable practitioner will pretend there is a rapid cure.
We may not intend further mental treatment. He may simply be returned to work.
That, Dr. Grant, I will fight. You will get nothing out of him. It will be his death.
We get nothing out of him anyway.
This way there is at least a chance, no?
I hope so. And by the way, please don't mention the fact that I said anything about taking Rolson away.
I will not. And I thank you for the warning. Goodbye, Dr. Grant.
I made a fool of myself last time, didn't I, Doctor? Said Rolson. He was frowning.
You mean you don't believe what you said then?
I do. Rolson's slight form trembled with the intensity of his affirmation. He rushed to the window, and Blaustein swiveled in his chair to keep him in view. There were bars in the window. He couldn't jump. The glass was unbreakable. Twilight was ending, and the stars were beginning to come out. Rawlson stared at them in fascination. Then he turned to Blaustein and flung a finger outward.
Every single one of them is an incubator. They maintain temperatures at the desired point. Different experiments, different temperatures.
And the planets that circle them are just huge cultures, containing different nutrient mixtures and different life forms.
The experimenters are economical, too, whatever and whoever they are. They've cultured many types of life forms in this particular test tube. Dinosaurs in a moist, tropical age and ourselves among the glaciers. They turn the sun up and down, and we try to work out the physics of it. Physics. He drew his lips back in a snarl.
Surely, said Dr. Blaustein, it is not possible that the sun can be turned up and down at will.
Why not? It's just like a heating element in an oven. You think bacteria know what it is that works the heat that reaches them? Who knows? Maybe they evolve theories, too. Maybe they have their cosmogonies about cosmic catastrophes in which clashing light bulbs create strings of petri dishes. Maybe they think there must be some beneficent creator that supplies them with food and warmth and says to them, "Be fruitful and multiply." We breed like them, not knowing why. We obey the so-called laws of nature, which are only our interpretation of the not-understood forces imposed upon us. And now they've got the biggest experiment of any yet on their hands. It's been going on for 200 years. They decided to develop a strain for mechanical aptitude in England in the 1700s, I imagine. We call it the Industrial Revolution. It began with steam, went on to electricity, then atoms. It was an interesting experiment, but they took their chances on letting it spread, which is why they'll have to be very drastic indeed in ending it.
Blaustein said, "And how would they plan to end it? Do you have an idea about that?"
You ask me how they plan to end it. You can look about the world today and still ask what is likely to bring our technological age to an end. All the Earth fears an atomic war and would do anything to avoid it. Yet all the Earth fears that an atomic war is inevitable.
In other words, the experimenters will arrange an atom war whether we want it or not, to kill off the technological era we are in and to start fresh. That is it, no?
Yes, it's logical. When we sterilize an instrument, do the germs know where the killing heat comes from, or what has brought it about? There is some way the experimenters can raise the heat of our emotions, some way they can handle us that passes our understanding.
"Tell me," said Blaustein, "is that why you want to die? Because you think the destruction of civilization is coming and can't be stopped?"
Rawlson said, "I don't want to die. It's just that I must."
His eyes were tortured.
"Doctor, if you had a culture of germs that were highly dangerous and that you had to keep under absolute control, might you not have an agar medium impregnated with, say, penicillin in a circle at a certain distance from the center of inoculation? Any germs spreading out too far from the center would die. You would have nothing against the particular germs who were killed. You might not even know that any germs had spread that far in the first place. It would be purely automatic. Doctor, there is a penicillin ring about our intellects. When we stray too far, when we penetrate the true meaning of our own existence, we have reached into the penicillin and we must die. It works slowly, but it's hard to stay alive."
He smiled briefly and sadly. Then he said,
"May I go back to my room now, Doctor?"
Dr. Blaustein went to Rawlson's room about noon the next day. It was a small room and featureless. The walls were gray with padding. 2 small windows were high up and could not be reached. The mattress lay directly on the padded floor. There was nothing of metal in the room, nothing that could be utilized in tearing life from body. Even Rawlson's nails were clipped short. Rawlson sat up.
"Hello."
"Hello, Dr. Rawlson. May I speak to you?
Here? There isn't any seat I can offer you.
It is all right. I'll stand. I have a sitting job, and it is good for my sitting down place that I should stand sometimes. Dr. Rawson, I have thought all night of what you told me yesterday and in the days before.
And now you are going to apply treatment to rid me of what you think are delusions.
No. It is just that I wish to ask questions and perhaps to point out some consequences of your theories which, you will forgive me, you may not have thought of.
Oh?
You see, Dr. Rawson, since you have explained your theories, I too know what you know, yet I have no feeling about suicide.
Belief is more than something intellectual, Doctor. You'd have to believe this with all your insides, which you don't.
Do you not think perhaps it is rather a phenomenon of adaptation?
How do you mean?
You are not really a biologist, Dr. Rawson, and although you are very brilliant indeed in physics, you do not think of everything with respect to these bacterial cultures you use as analogies. You know that it is possible to breed bacterial strains that are resistant to penicillin or to almost any bacterial poison.
Well?
The experimenters who breed us have been working with humanity for many generations, no? And this particular strain, which they have been culturing for 2 centuries, shows no sign of dying out spontaneously. Rather, it is a vigorous strain and a very infective one. Older high-culture strains were confined to single cities or to small areas and lasted only a generation or 2. This one is spreading throughout the world. It is a very infective strain. Do you not think it may have developed penicillin immunity? In other words, the methods the experimenters use to wipe out the culture may not work too well anymore, no?
Rawson shook his head. It's working on me.
You are perhaps non-resistant, or you have stumbled into a very high concentration of penicillin indeed. Consider all the people who have been trying to outlaw atomic warfare and to establish some form of world government and lasting peace. The effort has risen in recent years without too awful results.
It isn't stopping the atomic war that's coming.
No, but maybe only a little more effort is all that is required. The peace advocates do not kill themselves. More and more humans are immune to the experimenters. Do you know what they are doing in the laboratory?
I don't want to know.
You must know. They are trying to invent a force field that will stop the atom bomb. Dr. Rawson, if I am culturing a virulent and pathological bacterium, then even with all precautions, it may sometimes happen that I will start a plague. We may be bacteria to them, but we are dangerous to them also, or they wouldn't wipe us out so carefully after each experiment. They are not quick, no? To them 1,000 years is as a day, no? By the time they realize we are out of the culture, past the penicillin, it will be too late for them to stop us. They have brought us to the atom, and if we can only prevent ourselves from using it upon one another, we may turn out to be too much even for the experimenters.
Rawson rose to his feet. Small though he was 1.5 inches taller than Blaustein. They are really working on a force field?
They are trying to, but they need you.
No, I can't.
They must have you in order that you might see what is so obvious to you. It is not obvious to them. Remember, it is your help, or else defeat of man by the experimenters.
Rawson took a few rapid steps away, staring into the blank padded wall. He muttered, "But there must be that defeat. If they build a force field, it will mean death for all of them before it can be completed."
Some or all of them may be immune, no? And in any case, it will be death for them anyhow. They are trying.
Rawson said, "I'll try to help them."
Do you still want to kill yourself?
Yes,
But you'll try not to, no?
I'll try not to, Doctor. His lip quivered. I'll have to be watched.
Blaustein climbed the stairs and presented his pass to the guard in the lobby. He had already been inspected at the outer gate, but he, his pass, and its signature were now scrutinized once again. After a moment, the guard retired to his little booth and made a phone call. The answer satisfied him. Blaustein took a seat and in half a minute was up again, shaking hands with Dr. Grant.
The President of the United States would have trouble getting in here, no?
Said Blaustein. The lanky physicist smiled.
You're right, if he came without warning.
They took an elevator which traveled 12 floors. The office to which Grant led the way had windows in 3 directions. It was soundproofed and air-conditioned. Its walnut furniture was in a state of high polish. Blaustein said,
My goodness, it is like the office of the chairman of a board of directors.
Science is becoming big business. Grant looked embarrassed. Yes, I know, but government money flows easily, and it is difficult to persuade a congressman that your work is important unless he can see, smell, and touch the surface shine. Blaustein sat down and felt the upholstered seat give way slowly. He said,
Dr. Elwood Rawlson has agreed to return to work.
Wonderful. I was hoping you would say that. I was hoping that was why you wanted to see me. As though inspired by the news, Grant offered the psychiatrist a cigar, which was refused.
However,
said Blaustein,
he remains a very sick man. He will have to be treated carefully and with insight.
Of course, naturally.
It's not quite as simple as you may think. I want to tell you something of Rawlson's problems so that you will really understand how delicate this situation is.
He went on talking, and Grant listened first in concern and then in astonishment. But then the man is out of his head, Dr. Blaustein. He'll be of no use to us. He's crazy. Blaustein shrugged.
It depends on how you define crazy. It's a bad word. Don't use it. He has delusions, certainly. Whether they will affect his peculiar talents, one cannot know.
But surely no sane man could possibly—
Please, please, let us not launch into long discussions on psychiatric definitions of sanity and so on. The man has delusions, and ordinarily I would dismiss them from all consideration. It is just that I have been given to understand that the man's particular ability lies in his manner of proceeding to the solution of a problem by what seems to be outside ordinary reason. That is so, no?
Yes, that must be admitted.
How can you and I judge, then, as to the worth of one of his conclusions? Let me ask you, do you have suicidal impulses lately?
I don't think so.
And other scientists here?
No, of course not.
I would suggest, however, that while research on the force field proceeds, the scientists concerned be watched here and at home. It might even be a good enough idea that they should not go home. Offices like these could be arranged to be a small dormitory.
Sleep at work? You would never get them to agree.
Oh, yes. If you do not tell them the real reason, but say it is for security purposes, they will agree. Security purposes is a wonderful phrase these days, no? Rawlson must be watched more than anyone. Of course. But all this is minor. It is something to be done to satisfy my conscience in case Rawlson's theories are correct. Actually, I don't believe them. They are delusions. But once that is granted, it is necessary to ask what the causes of those delusions are. What is it in Rawlson's mind, in his background, in his life, that makes it so necessary for him to have these particular delusions? One cannot answer that simply. It may well take years of constant psychoanalysis to discover the answer, and until the answer is discovered, he will not be cured. But, meanwhile,
we can perhaps make intelligent guesses. He has had an unhappy childhood, which in one way or another has brought him face to face with death in very unpleasant fashion. In addition, he has never been able to form associations with other children or, as he grew older, with other men. He was always impatient with their slower forms of reasoning. Whatever difference there is between his mind and that of others, it has built a wall between him and society as strong as the force field you are trying to design. For similar reasons, he has been unable to enjoy a normal sex life. He has never married. He has had no sweethearts. It is easy to see that he could easily compensate to himself for this failure to be accepted by his social milieu by taking refuge in the thought that other human beings are inferior to himself, which is, of course, true as far as mentality is concerned. There are, of course, many, many facets to the human personality, and in not all of them is he superior. No one is. Others, then, who are more prone to see merely what is inferior, just as he himself is, would not accept his affected preeminence of position. They would think him queer, even laughable, which would make it even more important to Rawlson to prove how miserable and inferior the human species was. How could he better do that than to show that mankind was simply a form of bacteria to other superior creatures which experiment upon them? And then his impulses to suicide would be a wild desire to break away completely from being a man at all, to stop this identification with the miserable species he has created in his mind. You see?
Grant nodded. Poor guy.
Yes, it is a pity. Had he been properly taken care of in childhood, well, it is best for Dr. Rawlson that he have no contact with any of the other men here. He is too sick to be trusted with them. You yourself must arrange to be the only man who will see him or speak to him. Dr. Rawlson has agreed to that. He apparently thinks you are not as stupid as some of the others.
Grant smiled faintly. That is agreeable to me.
You will, of course, be careful. I would not discuss anything with him but his work. If he should volunteer information about his theories, which I doubt, confine yourself to something non-committal and leave. And at all times keep away anything that is sharp and pointed. Do not let him reach a window. Try to have his hands kept in view. You understand. I leave my patient in your care, Dr. Grant.
I will do my best, Dr. Blaustein.
For 2 months, Rawlson lived in a corner of Grant's office, and Grant lived with him. Gridwork had been built up before the windows, wooden furniture was removed, and upholstered sofas brought in. Rawlson did his thinking on the couch and his calculating on a desk pad atop a hassock. The "Do Not Enter" was a permanent fixture outside the office. Meals were left outside. The adjoining men's room was marked off for private use and the door between it and the office removed. Grant switched to an electric razor. He made certain that Rawlson took sleeping pills each night and waited till the others slept before sleeping himself. And always reports were brought to Rawlson. He read them while Grant watched and tried to seem not to watch. Then Rawlson would let them drop and stare at the ceiling, with one hand shading his eyes. "Anything?" asked Grant. Rawlson shook his head from side to side. Grant said, "Look, I'll clear the building during the swing shift. It's important that you see some of the experimental jigs we've been setting up." They did so, wandering through the lighted, empty buildings like drifting ghosts, hand in hand. Always hand in hand. Grant's grip was tight. But after each trip, Rawlson would still shake his head from side to side. Half a dozen times he would begin writing. Each time there would be a few scrawls, and then he would kick the hassock over on its side. Until finally he began writing once again and covered half a page rapidly. Automatically, Grant approached. Rawlson looked up, covering the sheet of paper with a trembling hand. He said, "Call Blaustein." "What?"
"I said call Blaustein. Get him here. Now.
Grant moved to the telephone. Rawlson was writing rapidly now, stopping only to brush wildly at his forehead with the back of a hand. It came away wet. He looked up and his voice was cracked.
Is he coming?
Grant looked worried.
He isn't at his office. Get him at his home. Get him wherever he is. Use that telephone. Don't play with it.
Grant used it, and Rawlson pulled another sheet toward himself. 5 minutes later, Grant said, "He's coming. What's wrong? You're looking sick." Rawlson could speak only thickly.
No time. Can't talk.
He was writing, scribbling, scrawling, shakily diagramming. It was as though he were driving his hands, fighting it. "Dictate," urged Grant. "I'll write." Rawlson shook him off. His words were unintelligible. He held his wrist with his other hand, shoving it as though it were a piece of wood, and then he collapsed over the papers. Grant edged them out from under and laid Rawlson down on the couch. He hovered over him restlessly and hopelessly until Blaustein arrived. Blaustein took one look. "What happened?" Grant said, "I think he's alive." But by that time Blaustein had verified that for himself, and Grant told him what had happened. Blaustein used a hypodermic and they waited. Rawlson's eyes were blank when they opened. He moaned. Blaustein leaned close. "Rawlson." Rawlson's hands reached out blindly and clutched at the psychiatrist.
"Doc, take me back."
"I will. Now, it is that you have the force field worked out, no?"
"It's on the papers. Grant, it's on the papers."
Grant had them and was leafing through them dubiously. Rawlson said weakly,
"It's not all there. It's all I can write. You'll have to make it out of that. Take me back, Doc."
"Wait," said Grant. He whispered urgently to Blaustein. "Can't you leave him here till we test this thing? I can't make out what most of this is. The writing is illegible. Ask him what makes him think this will work." "Ask him?" said Blaustein gently. "Isn't he the one who always knows?"
"Ask me anyway,"
said Rawlson, overhearing from where he lay on the couch. His eyes were suddenly wide and blazing. They turned to him. He said,
"They don't want a force field. The experimenters. As long as I had no true grasp, things remained as they were. But I hadn't followed up that thought which is there in the papers. I hadn't followed it up for 30 seconds before I felt, Doctor."
Blaustein said, "What is it?" Rawlson was whispering again.
"I'm deeper in the penicillin. I could feel myself plunging in and in, the further I went with that. I've never been in so deep. That's how I knew I was right. Take me away."
Blaustein straightened.
"I'll have to take him away, Grant. There's no alternative. If you can make out what he's written, that's it. If you can't make it out, I can't help you. That man can do no more work in his field without dying. Do you understand?"
"But," said Grant, "he's dying of something imaginary."
"All right. Say that he is. But he will be really dead just the same, no?"
Rawlson was unconscious again and heard nothing of this. Grant looked at him somberly, then said, "Well, take him away, then." 10 of the top men at the Institute watched glumly as slide after slide filled the illuminated screen. Grant faced them, expression hard and frowning. He said, "I think the idea is simple enough. You're mathematicians and you're engineers. The scrawl may seem illegible, but it was done with meaning behind it. That meaning must somehow remain in the writing, distorted though it is. The first page is clear enough. It should be a good lead. Each one of you will look at every page over and over again. You're going to put down every possible version of each page as it seems it might be. You will work independently. I want no consultations." One of them said, "How do you know it means anything, Grant?" Because those are Rawson's notes.
Rawson? I thought he was...
You thought he was sick, said Grant. He had to shout over the rising hum of conversation. I know, he is. That's the writing of a man who was nearly dead. It's all we'll ever get from Rawson anymore. Somewhere in that scrawl is the answer to the force field problem. If we can't find it, we may have to spend 10 years looking for it elsewhere. They bent to their work. The night passed. 2 nights passed. 3 nights. Grant looked at the results. He shook his head. I'll take your word for it that it is all self-consistent. I can't say I understand it. Lowe, who in the absence of Rawson would readily have been rated the best nuclear engineer at the Institute, shrugged. It's not exactly clear to me. If it works, he hasn't explained why. He had no time to explain. Can you build the generator as he describes it? I could try. Would you look at all the other versions of the pages? The others are definitely not self-consistent. Would you double-check? Sure. And could you start construction anyway? I'll get the shop started, but I tell you frankly that I'm pessimistic. I know. So am I. The thing grew. Hal Ross, senior mechanic, was put in charge of the actual construction, and he stopped sleeping. At any hour of the day or night he could be found at it, scratching his bald head. He asked questions only once. What is it, Dr. Lowe? Never saw anything like it. What's it supposed to do? Lowe said, You know where you are, Ross. You know we don't ask questions here. Don't ask again. Ross did not ask again. He was known to dislike the structure that was being built. He called it ugly and unnatural, but he stayed at it. Blaustein called one day. Grant said, How's Rawson? Not good. He wants to attend the testing of the field projector he designed. Grant hesitated. I suppose we should. It's his, after all. I would have to come with him. Grant looked unhappier. It might be dangerous, you know. Even in a pilot test, we'd be playing with tremendous energies. Blaustein said, No more dangerous for us than for you. Very well. The list of observers will have to be cleared through the Commission and the FBI, but I'll put you in. Blaustein looked about him. The field projector squatted in the very center of the huge testing laboratory, but all else had been cleared. There was no visible connection with the plutonium pile which served as energy source, but from what the psychiatrist heard in scraps about him, he knew better than to ask Rawson, the connection was from beneath. At first, the observers had circled the machine, talking in incomprehensibles, but they were drifting away now. The gallery was filling up. There were at least 3 men in generals' uniforms on the other side and a real coterie of lower-scale military. Blaustein chose an unoccupied portion of the railing, for Rawson's sake most of all. He said, Do you still think you would like to stay? It was warm enough within the laboratory, but Rawson was in his coat, with his collar turned up. It made little difference, Blaustein felt. He doubted that any of Rawson's former acquaintances would now recognize him. Rawson said, I'll stay. Blaustein was pleased. He wanted to see the test. He turned again at a new voice. Hello, Dr. Blaustein. For a minute, Blaustein did not place him. Then he said, Ah, Inspector Darity. What are you doing here? Just what you would suppose. He indicated the watchers. There isn't any way you can weed them out so that you can be sure there won't be any mistakes. I once stood as near to Klaus Fuchs as I am standing to you. He tossed his pocket knife into the air and retrieved it with a dexterous motion. Ah, yes. Where shall one find perfect security? What man can trust even his own unconscious? And you will now stand near to me, no? Might as well. Darity smiled. You were very anxious to get in here, weren't you? Not for myself, Inspector. And would you put away the knife, please? Darity turned in surprise in the direction of Blaustein's gentle hand gesture. He put his knife away and looked at Blaustein's companion for a second time. He whistled softly. He said, "Hello, Dr. Rawson." Rawson croaked, "Hello." Blaustein was not surprised at Darity's reaction. Rawson had lost 20 pounds since returning to the sanatorium. His face was yellow and wrinkled, the face of a man who had suddenly become 60. Blaustein said, "Will the test be starting soon?" Darity said, "It looks as if they're starting now." He turned and leaned on the rail. Blaustein took Rawson's elbow and began leading him away, but Darity said softly, "Stay here, Doc. I don't want you wandering about." Blaustein looked across the laboratory. Men were standing about with the uncomfortable air of having turned half to stone. He could recognize Grant, tall and gaunt, moving his hand slowly to light a cigarette, then changing his mind and putting lighter and cigarette in his pocket. The young men at the control panels waited tensely. Then there was a low humming and the faint smell of ozone filled the air. Rawson said harshly, "Look." Blaustein and Darity looked along the pointing finger. The projector seemed to flicker. It was as though there were heated air rising between it and them. An iron ball came swinging down pendulum fashion and passed through the flickering area. "It slowed up, no?" said Blaustein excitedly. Rawson nodded. "They're measuring the height of rise on the other side to calculate the loss of momentum. Fools. I said it would work." He was speaking with obvious difficulty. Blaustein said, "Just watch, Dr. Rawson. I would not allow myself to grow needlessly excited." The pendulum was stopped in its swinging, drawn up. The flickering about the projector became a little more intense, and the iron sphere arced down once again. Over and over again, and each time the sphere's motion was slowed with more of a jerk. It made a clearly audible sound as it struck the flicker, and eventually it bounced, first soggily, as though it hit putty, and then ringingly, as though it hit steel, so that the noise filled the place. They drew back the pendulum bob and used it no longer. The projector could hardly be seen behind the haze that surrounded it. Grant gave an order, and the odor of ozone was suddenly sharp and pungent. There was a cry from the assembled observers, each one exclaiming to his neighbor. A dozen fingers were pointing. Blaustein leaned over the railing as excited as the rest. Where the projector had been, there was now only a huge semi-globular mirror. It was perfectly and beautifully clear. He could see himself in it, a small man standing on a small balcony that curved up on each side. He could see the fluorescent lights reflected in spots of glowing illumination. It was wonderfully sharp. He was shouting, "Look, Rawson! It is reflecting energy. It is reflecting light waves like a mirror. Rawson?" He turned. "Rawson! Inspector, where is Rawson?" "What?" Darity whirled. "I haven't seen him." He looked about wildly. "Well, he won't get away. No way of getting out of here now. You take the other side." And then he clapped hand to thigh, fumbled for a moment in his pocket, and said, "My knife is gone." Blaustein found him. He was inside the small office belonging to Hal Ross. It led off the balcony, but under the circumstances, of course, it had been deserted. Ross himself was not even an observer. A senior mechanic need not observe. But his office would do very well for the final end of the long fight against suicide. Blaustein stood in the doorway for a sick moment, then turned. He caught Darity's eye as the latter emerged from a similar office 100 feet down the balcony. He beckoned, and Darity came at a run. Dr. Grant was trembling with excitement. He had taken 2 puffs at each of 2 cigarettes and trodden each underfoot thereafter. He was fumbling with the third now. He was saying, "This is better than any of us could possibly have hoped. We'll have the gunfire test tomorrow. I'm sure of the result now, but we've planned it. We'll go through with it. We'll skip the small arms and start with the bazooka levels. Or maybe not. It might be necessary to construct a special testing structure to take care of the ricochet problem. He discarded his third cigarette. A general said, "We'd have to try a literal atom bombing, of course." Naturally. Arrangements have already been made to build a mock city at Eniwetok. We could build a generator on the spot and drop the bomb. There'd be animals inside. And you really think if we set up a field in full power it would hold the bomb? It's not just that, General. There'd be no noticeable field at all until the bomb is dropped. The radiation of the plutonium would have to energize the field before explosion, as we did here in the last step. That's the essence of it all. You know, said a Princeton professor, I see disadvantages too. When the field is on full, anything it protects is in total darkness as far as the sun is concerned. Besides that, it strikes me that the enemy can adopt the practice of dropping harmless radioactive missiles to set off the field at frequent intervals. It would have nuisance value and be a considerable drain on our pile as well. Nuisances, said Grant, can be survived. These difficulties will be met eventually, I'm sure, now that the main problem has been solved. The British observer had worked his way toward Grant and was shaking hands. He said, I feel better about London already. I cannot help but wish your government would allow me to see the complete plans. What I have seen strikes me as completely ingenious. It seems obvious now, of course, but how did anyone ever come to think of it? Grant smiled. That question has been asked before with reference to Dr. Rawson's devices. He turned at the touch of a hand upon his shoulder. Dr. Blaustein, I had nearly forgotten. Here, I want to talk to you. He dragged the small psychiatrist to one side and hissed in his ear, Listen, can you persuade Rawson to be introduced to these people? This is his triumph. Blaustein said, Rawson is dead. What? Can you leave these people for a time? Yes. Gentlemen, you will excuse me for a few minutes. He hurried off with Blaustein. The Federal men had already taken over. Unobtrusively, they barred the doorway to Ross's office. Outside, there were the milling crowd discussing the answer to Alamogordo that they had just witnessed. Inside, unknown to them, was the death of the answerer. The G-Man barrier divided to allow Grant and Blaustein to enter. It closed behind them again. For a moment, Grant raised the sheet. He said, He looks peaceful. I would say happy, said Blaustein. Darity said colorlessly, The suicide weapon was my own knife. It was my negligence. It will be reported as such. No, said Blaustein. That would be useless. He was my patient, and I am responsible. In any case, he would not have lived another week. Since he invented the projector, he was a dying man. Grant said, How much of this has to be placed in the federal files? Can't we forget all about his madness? I'm afraid not, Dr. Grant, said Darity. I have told him the whole story, said Blaustein sadly. Grant looked from one to the other. I'll speak to the director. I'll go to the president if necessary. I don't see that there need be any mention of suicide or of madness. He'll get full publicity as inventor of the field projector. It's the least we can do for him. His teeth were gritting. Blaustein said, He left a note. A note? Darity handed him a sheet of paper and said, Suicides almost always do. This is one reason the doctor told me about what really killed Rawson. The note was addressed to Blaustein, and it went, The projector works. I knew it would. The bargain is done. You've got it, and you don't need me anymore. So I'll go. You needn't worry about the human race, Doc. You were right. They've bred us too long. They've taken too many chances. We're out of the culture now, and they won't be able to stop us. I know. That's all I can say. I know. He had signed his name quickly, and then underneath there was one scrawled line, and it said, "Provided enough men are penicillin-resistant." Grant made a motion to crumple the paper, but Darity held out a quick hand. "For the record, Doctor," he said. Grant gave it to him and said, "Poor Rawlson. He died believing all that trash." Blaustein nodded. "So he did. Rawlson will be given a great funeral, I suppose, and the fact of his invention will be publicized without the madness and the suicide. But the government men will remain interested in his mad theories. They may not be so mad, no, Mr. Darity?" "That's ridiculous, Doctor," said Grant. "There isn't a scientist on the job who has shown the least uneasiness about it at all." "Tell him, Mr. Darity," said Blaustein. Darity said, "There has been another suicide. No, none of the scientists. No one with a degree. It happened this morning, and we investigated because we thought it might have some connection with today's test. There didn't seem any, and we were going to keep it quiet till the test was over. Only now there seems to be a connection. The man who died was just a guy with a wife and 3 kids. No reason to die. No history of mental illness. He threw himself under a car. We have witnesses, and it's certain he did it on purpose. He didn't die right away, and they got a doctor to him. He was horribly mangled, but his last words were, 'I feel much better now,' and he died." "But who was he?" cried Grant. "Hal Ross, the guy who actually built the projector, the guy whose office this is." Blaustein walked to the window. The evening sky was darkening into starriness. He said, "The man knew nothing about Rawlson's views. He had never spoken to Rawlson, Mr. Darity tells me. Scientists are probably resistant as a whole. They must be, or they are quickly driven out of the profession. Rawlson was an exception, a penicillin-sensitive, who insisted on remaining. You see what happened to him. But what about the others? Those who have remained in walks of life where there is no constant weeding out of the sensitive ones. How much of humanity is penicillin-resistant?" "You believe Rawlson?" asked Grant in horror. "I don't really know." Blaustein looked at the stars. "Incubators?" Hostess. Rose Smollett was happy about it, almost triumphant. She peeled off her gloves, put her hat away, and turned her brightening eyes upon her husband. She said, "Drake, we're going to have him here." Drake looked at her with annoyance. "You've missed supper. I thought you were going to be back by 7.
"Oh, that doesn't matter. I ate something on the way home. But, Drake, we're going to have him here."
"Who here? What are you talking about?"
"The doctor from Hawkins' planet. Didn't you realize that was what today's conference was about? We spent all day talking about it. It's the most exciting thing that could possibly have happened."
Drake Smollett removed the pipe from the vicinity of his face. He stared first at it, and then at his wife. "Let me get this straight. When you say the doctor from Hawkins' planet, do you mean the Hawkinsite you've got at the Institute?"
"Well, of course. Who else could I possibly mean?"
"And may I ask what the devil you mean by saying, 'we'll have him here'?"
"Drake, don't you understand?"
"What is there to understand? Your institute may be interested in the thing, but I'm not. What have we to do with it personally? It's institute business, isn't it?"
"But, darling,"
Rose said patiently,
"the Hawkinsite would like to stay at a private house somewhere where he won't be bothered with official ceremony, and where he'll be able to proceed more according to his own likes and dislikes. I find it quite understandable."
"Why at our house?"
"Because our place is convenient for the purpose, I suppose. They asked if I would allow it, and frankly," she added with some stiffness, "I consider it a privilege."
"Look." Drake put his fingers through his brown hair and succeeded in rumpling it. "We've got a convenient little place here, granted. It's not the most elegant place in the world, but it does well enough for us. However, I don't see where we've got room for extraterrestrial visitors." Rose began to look worried. She removed her glasses and put them away in their case.
"He can stay in the spare room. He'll take care of it himself. I've spoken to him and he's very pleasant. Honestly, all we have to do is show a certain amount of adaptability."
Drake said, "Sure, just a little adaptability. The Hawkinsites breathe cyanide. We'll just adapt ourselves to that, I suppose."
"He carries cyanide in a little cylinder. You won't even notice it."
"And what else about them that I won't notice?"
"Nothing else. They're perfectly harmless. Goodness, they're even vegetarians."
"And what does that mean? Do we feed him a bale of hay for dinner?" Rose's lower lip trembled.
"Drake, you're being deliberately hateful. There are many vegetarians on Earth. They don't eat hay."
"And what about us? Do we eat meat ourselves, or will that make us look like cannibals to him? I won't live on salads to suit him, I warn you."
"You're being quite ridiculous."
Rose felt helpless. She had married late in life, comparatively. Her career had been chosen. She herself had seemed well settled in it. She was a fellow in biology at the Jenkins Institute for the Natural Sciences, with over 20 publications to her credit. In a word, the line was hewed, the path cleared. She had been set for a career and spinsterhood. And now, at 35, she was still a little amazed to find herself a bride of less than a year. Occasionally it embarrassed her, too, since she sometimes found that she had not the slightest idea of how to handle her husband. What did one do when the man of the family became mulish? That was not included in any of her courses. As a woman of independent mind and career, she couldn't bring herself to cajolery. So she looked at him steadily and said simply,
"It means very much to me."
"Why?"
"Because, Drake, if he stays here for any length of time, I can study him really closely. Very little work has been done on the biology and psychology of the individual Hawkinsite or of any of the extraterrestrial intelligences. We have some of their sociology and history, of course, but that's all. Surely you must see the opportunity. He stays here, we watch him, speak to him, observe his habits."
"Not interested."
"Oh, Drake, I don't understand you."
"You're going to say I'm not usually like this, I suppose."
"Well, you're not."
Drake was silent for a while. He seemed withdrawn, and his high cheekbones and large chin were twisted and frozen into a brooding position. He said finally, "Look, I've heard a bit about the Hawkinsites in the way of my own business. You say there have been investigations of their sociology, but not of their biology. Sure, it's because the Hawkinsites don't like to be studied as specimens any more than we would. I've spoken to men who were in charge of security groups watching various Hawkinsite missions on Earth. The missions stay in the rooms assigned to them and don't leave for anything but the most important official business. They have nothing to do with Earthmen. It's quite obvious that they are as revolted by us as I personally am by them. In fact, I just don't understand why this Hawkinsite at the Institute should be any different. It seems to me to be against all the rules to have him come here by himself anyway. And to have him want to stay in an Earthman's home just puts the maraschino cherry on top." Rose said wearily,
"This is different. I'm surprised you can't understand it, Drake. He's a doctor. He's coming here in the way of medical research, and I'll grant you that he probably doesn't enjoy staying with human beings and will find us perfectly horrible. But he must stay just the same. Do you suppose human doctors enjoy going into the tropics, or that they are particularly fond of letting themselves be bitten by infected mosquitoes?"
Drake said sharply, "What's this about mosquitoes? What have they to do with it?"
"Why, nothing,"
Rose answered, surprised.
"It just came to my mind, that's all. I was thinking of Reed and his yellow fever experiments."
Drake shrugged. "Well, have it your own way." For a moment, Rose hesitated.
"You're not angry about this, are you?"
To her own ears, she sounded unpleasantly girlish. No. And that, Rose knew, meant that he was. Rose surveyed herself doubtfully in the full-length mirror. She had never been beautiful, and was quite reconciled to the fact. So much so that it no longer mattered. Certainly it would not matter to a being from Hawkins' planet. What did bother her was this matter of being a hostess under the very queer circumstances of having to be tactful to an extraterrestrial creature and, at the same time, to her husband as well. She wondered which would prove the more difficult. Drake was coming home late that day. He was not due for half an hour. Rose found herself inclined to believe that he had arranged that purposely in a sullen desire to leave her alone with her problem. She found herself in a state of mild resentment. He had called her just before noon at the Institute and had asked abruptly, "When are you taking him home?" She answered curtly,
"In about 3 hours."
"All right. What's his name? His Hawkinsite name."
"Why do you want to know?"
She could not keep the chill from her words. "Let's call it a small investigation of my own. After all, the thing will be in my house."
"Oh, for heaven's sake, Drake, don't bring your job home with you."
Drake's voice sounded tinny and nasty in her ears. "Why not, Rose? Isn't that exactly what you're doing?" It was, of course, so she gave him the information he wanted. This was the first time in their married life that they had had even the semblance of a quarrel, and as she sat there before the full-length mirror, she began to wonder if perhaps she ought not make an attempt to see his side of it. In essence, she had married a policeman. Of course, he was more than simply a policeman. He was a member of the World Security Board. It had been a surprise to her friends. The fact of the marriage itself had been the biggest surprise. But if she had decided on marriage, the attitude was, why not with another biologist? Or if she had wanted to go afield, an anthropologist, perhaps, even a chemist. But why, of all people, a policeman? Nobody had exactly said those things, naturally, but it had been in the very atmosphere at the time of her marriage. She had resented it then, and ever since. A man could marry whom he chose, but if a doctor of philosophy, female variety, chose to marry a man who never went past the bachelor's degree, there was shock. Why should there be? What business was it of theirs? He was handsome, in a way, intelligent in another way, and she was perfectly satisfied with her choice. Yet how much of this same snobbishness did she bring home with her? Didn't she always have the attitude that her own work, her biological investigations were important, while his job was merely something to be kept within the four walls of his little office in the old UN buildings on the East River? She jumped up from her seat in agitation and, with a deep breath, decided to leave such thoughts behind her. She desperately did not want to quarrel with him, and she just wasn't going to interfere with him. She was committed to accepting the Hawkinsite as guest, but otherwise she would let Drake have his own way. He was making enough of a concession as it was. Harg Tholon was standing quietly in the middle of the living room when she came down the stairs. He was not sitting, since he was not anatomically constructed to sit. He stood on two sets of limbs placed close together, while a third pair, entirely different in construction, were suspended from a region that would have been the upper chest in a human being. The skin of his body was hard, glistening and ridged, while his face bore a distant resemblance to something alienly bovine. Yet he was not completely repulsive, and he wore clothes of a sort over the lower portion of his body in order to avoid offending the sensibilities of his human hosts. He said, "Mrs. Smollett, I appreciate your hospitality beyond my ability to express it in your language." And he drooped so that his forelimbs touched the ground for a moment. Rose knew this to be a gesture signifying gratitude among the beings of Hawkins' planet. She was grateful that he spoke English as well as he did. The construction of his mouth, combined with an absence of incisors, gave a whistling sound to the sibilants. Aside from that, he might have been born on Earth, for all the accent his speech showed. She said, "My husband will be home soon, and then we will eat." "Your husband?" For a moment he said nothing more and then added, "Yes, of course." She let it go. If there was one source of infinite confusion among the 5 intelligent races of the known galaxy, it lay in the differences among them with regard to their sex life and the social institutions that grew around it. The concept of husband and wife, for instance, existed only on Earth. The other races could achieve a sort of intellectual understanding of what it meant, but never an emotional one. She said, "I have consulted the Institute in preparing your menu. I trust you will find nothing in it that will upset you." The Hawkinsite blinked his eyes rapidly. Rose recalled this to be a gesture of amusement. He said, "Proteins are proteins, my dear Mrs. Smollett. For those trace factors which I need but are not supplied in your food, I have brought concentrates that will be most adequate." And proteins were proteins. Rose knew this to be true. Her concern for the creature's diet had been largely one of formal politeness. In the discovery of life on the planets of the outer stars, one of the most interesting generalizations that had developed was the fact that, although life could be formed on the basis of substances other than proteins, even on elements other than carbon, it remained true that the only known intelligences were proteinaceous in nature. This meant that each of the 5 forms of intelligent life could maintain themselves over prolonged periods on the food of any of the other 4. She heard Drake's key in the door and went stiff with apprehension. She had to admit he did well. He strode in and without hesitation thrust his hand out at the Hawkinsite, saying firmly, "Good evening, Dr. Tholan." The Hawkinsite put out his large and rather clumsy forelimb, and the two, so to speak, shook hands. Rose had already gone through that procedure and knew the queer feeling of a Hawkinsite hand in her own. It had felt rough and hot and dry. She imagined that, to the Hawkinsite, her own and Drake's felt cold and slimy. At the time of the formal greeting, she had taken the opportunity to observe the alien hand. It was an excellent case of converging evolution. Its morphological development was entirely different from that of the human hand, yet it had brought itself into a fairly approximate similarity. There were 4 fingers but no thumb. Each finger had 5 independent ball and socket joints. In this way, the flexibility lost with the absence of the thumb was made up for by the almost tentacular properties of the fingers. What was even more interesting to her biologist's eyes was the fact that each Hawkinsite finger ended in a vestigial hoof, very small and to the layman unidentifiable as such, but clearly adapted at one time to running, just as man's had been to climbing. Drake said in friendly enough fashion, "Are you quite comfortable, sir?" The Hawkinsite answered, "Quite. Your wife has been most thoughtful in all her arrangements." "Would you care for a drink?" The Hawkinsite did not answer but looked at Rose with a slight facial contortion that indicated some emotion which, unfortunately, Rose could not interpret. She said nervously,
"On Earth, there is the custom of drinking liquids which have been fortified with ethyl alcohol. We find it stimulating."
"Oh, yes. I am afraid, then, that I must decline. Ethyl alcohol would interfere most unpleasantly with my metabolism." "Why, so it does to Earthmen, too, but I understand, Dr. Tholan," Drake replied. "Would you object to my drinking?"
"Of course not."
Drake passed close to Rose on his way to the sideboard, and she caught only one word. He said, "God," in a tightly controlled whisper, yet he managed to put 17 exclamation points after it. The Hawkinsite stood at the table. His fingers were models of dexterity as they wove their way around the cutlery. Rose tried not to look at him as he ate. His wide, lipless mouth split his face alarmingly as he ingested food, and, in chewing, his large jaws moved disconcertingly from side to side. It was another evidence of his ungulate ancestry. Rose found herself wondering if, in the quiet of his own room, he would later chew his cud, and was then panic-stricken lest Drake get the same idea and leave the table in disgust. But Drake was taking everything quite calmly. He said, "I imagine, Dr. Tholon, that the cylinder at your side holds cyanide?" Rose started. She had actually not noticed it. It was a curved metal object, something like a water canteen, that fitted flatly against the creature's skin, half hidden behind its clothing. But then Drake had a policeman's eyes. The Hawkinsite was not in the least disconcerted. "Quite so," he said, and his hoof fingers held out a thin, flexible hose that ran up his body, its tint blending into that of his yellowish skin, and entered the corner of his wide mouth. Rose felt slightly embarrassed, as though at the display of intimate articles of clothing. Drake said, "And does it contain pure cyanide?" The Hawkinsite humorously blinked his eyes. "I hope you are not considering possible danger to Earthites. I know the gas is highly poisonous to you, and I do not need a great deal. The gas contained in the cylinder is 5% hydrogen cyanide, the remainder oxygen. None of it emerges except when I actually suck at the tube, and that need not be done frequently." "I see. And you really must have the gas to live?" Rose was slightly appalled. One simply did not ask such questions without careful preparation. It was impossible to foresee where the sensitive points of an alien psychology might be, and Drake must be doing this deliberately, since he could not help realizing that he could get answers to such questions as easily from herself. Or was it that he preferred not to ask her? The Hawkinsite remained apparently unperturbed. "Are you not a biologist, Mr. Smollett?" "No, Dr. Tholon." "But you are in close association with Mrs. Dr. Smollett." Drake smiled a bit. "Yes, I am married to a Mrs. Doctor, but just the same I am not a biologist, merely a minor government official. My wife's friends," he added, "call me a policeman." Rose bit the inside of her cheek. In this case, it was the Hawkinsite who had impinged upon the sensitive point of an alien psychology. On Hawkins' planet, there was a tight caste system, and intercaste associations were limited. But Drake wouldn't realize that. The Hawkinsite turned to her. "May I have your permission, Mrs. Smollett, to explain a little of our biochemistry to your husband? It will be dull for you, since I am sure you must understand it quite well already." She said, "By all means do, Dr. Tholon." He said, "You see, Mr. Smollett, the respiratory system in your body and in the bodies of all air-breathing creatures on Earth is controlled by certain metal-containing enzymes, I am taught. The metal is usually iron, though sometimes it is copper. In either case, small traces of cyanide would combine with these metals and immobilize the respiratory system of the terrestrial living cell. They would be prevented from using oxygen and killed in a few minutes. The life on my own planet is not quite so constituted. The key respiratory compounds contain neither iron nor copper. No metal at all, in fact. It is for this reason that my blood is colorless. Our compounds contain certain organic groupings which are essential to life, and these groupings can only be maintained intact in the presence of a small concentration of cyanide. Undoubtedly, this type of protein has developed through millions of years of evolution on a world which has a few tenths of a % of hydrogen cyanide occurring naturally in the atmosphere. Its presence is maintained by a biological cycle. Various of our native microorganisms liberate the free gas." "You make it extremely clear, Dr. Tholon, and very interesting," Drake said. "What happens if you don't breathe it? Do you just go like that?" He snapped his fingers. "Not quite. It isn't equivalent to the presence of cyanide for you. In my case, the absence of cyanide would be equivalent to slow strangulation. It happens sometimes in ill-ventilated rooms on my world that the cyanide is gradually consumed and falls below the minimum necessary concentration. The results are very painful and difficult to treat." Rose had to give Drake credit. He really sounded interested, and the alien, thank heaven, did not mind the catechism. The rest of the dinner passed without incident. It was almost pleasant. Throughout the evening, Drake remained that way, interested. Even more than that, absorbed. He drowned her out, and she was glad of it. He was the one who was really colorful, and it was only her job, her specialized training, that stole the color from him. She looked at him gloomily and thought,
"Why did he marry me?"
Drake sat, one leg crossed over the other, hands clasped and tapping his chin gently, watching the Hawkinsite intently. The Hawkinsite faced him, standing in his quadruped fashion. Drake said, "I find it difficult to keep thinking of you as a doctor." The Hawkinsite laughingly blinked his eyes.
"I understand what you mean," he said. "I find it difficult to think of you as a policeman. On my world, policemen are very specialized and distinctive people."
"Are they?" said Drake somewhat dryly, and then changed the subject. "I gather that you are not here on a pleasure trip."
"No, I am here very much on business. I intend to study this queer planet you call Earth, as it has never been studied before by any of my people."
"Queer?" asked Drake. "In what way?"
The Hawkinsite looked at Rose. "Does he know of the inhibition death?"
Rose felt embarrassed.
"His work is important," she said. "I am afraid that my husband has little time to listen to the details of my work."
She knew that this was not really adequate, and she felt herself to be the recipient yet again of one of the Hawkinsite's unreadable emotions. The extraterrestrial creature turned back to Drake.
"It is always amazing to me to find how little you Earthmen understand your own unusual characteristics. Look, there are 5 intelligent races in the galaxy. These have all developed independently, yet have managed to converge in remarkable fashion. It is as though, in the long run, intelligence requires a certain physical makeup to flourish. I leave that question for philosophers, but I need not belabor the point, since it must be a familiar one to you. Now, when the differences among the intelligences are closely investigated, it is found over and over again that it is you Earthmen, more than any of the others, who are unique. For instance, it is only on Earth that life depends upon metal enzymes for respiration. Your people are the only ones which find hydrogen cyanide poisonous. Yours is the only form of intelligent life which is carnivorous. Yours is the only form of life which is not developed from a grazing animal. And most interesting of all, yours is the only form of intelligent life known which stops growing upon reaching maturity." Drake grinned at him. Rose felt her heart suddenly race. It was the nicest thing about him, that grin, and he was using it perfectly naturally. It wasn't forced or false. He was adjusting to the presence of this alien creature. He was being pleasant, and he must be doing it for her. She loved that thought and repeated it to herself. He was doing it for her. He was being nice to the Hawkinsite for her sake. Drake was saying with his grin, "You don't look very large, Dr. Tholon. I should say that you are an inch taller than I am, which would make you 6 feet 2 inches tall. Is it that you are young, or is it that the others on your world are generally small?" "Neither,"
said the Hawkinsite.
"We grow at a diminishing rate with the years, so that at my age it would take 15 years to grow an additional inch. But, and this is the important point, we never entirely stop. And, of course, as a consequence, we never entirely die." Drake gasped, and even Rose felt herself sitting stiffly upright. This was something new. This was something which, to her knowledge, the few expeditions to Hawkins' planet had never brought back. She was torn with excitement, but held an exclamation back and let Drake speak for her. He said, "They don't entirely die. You're not trying to say, sir, that the people on Hawkins' planet are immortal?" "No people are truly immortal. If there were no other way to die, there would always be accident, and if that fails, there is boredom.
Few of us live more than several centuries of your time. Still, it is unpleasant to think that death may come involuntarily. It is something which to us is extremely horrible. It bothers me even as I think of it now, this thought that against my will and despite all care, death may come.
We, said Drake grimly, are quite used to it.
You Earthmen live with the thought, we do not. And this is why we are disturbed to find that the incidence of inhibition death has been increasing in recent years.
You have not yet explained, said Drake, just what the inhibition death is, but let me guess. Is the inhibition death a pathological cessation of growth?
Exactly.
And how long after growth's cessation does death follow?
Within the year. It is a wasting disease, a tragic one, and absolutely incurable.
What causes it?
The Hawkinsite paused a long time before answering, and even then there was something strained and uneasy about the way he spoke. Mr. Smollett, we know nothing about the cause of the disease. Drake nodded thoughtfully. Rose was following the conversation as though she were a spectator at a tennis match. Drake said, "And why do you come to Earth to study this disease?" Because, again, Earthmen are unique. They are the only intelligent beings who are immune. The inhibition death affects all the other races. Do your biologists know that, Mrs. Smollett? He had addressed her suddenly, so that she jumped slightly. She said, "No, they don't." I am not surprised. That piece of information is the result of very recent research. The inhibition death is easily diagnosed incorrectly, and the incidence is much lower on the other planets. In fact, it is a strange thing, something to philosophize over, that the incidence of the death is highest on my world, which is closest to Earth, and lower on each more distant planet, so that it is lowest on the world of the star Tempora, which is farthest from Earth, while Earth itself is immune. Somewhere in the biochemistry of the Earthite, there is the secret of that immunity. How interesting it would be to find it.
Drake said, "But look here, you can't say Earth is immune. From where I sit, it looks as if the incidence is 100%. All Earthmen stop growing and all Earthmen die. We've all got the inhibition death."
Not at all. Earthmen live up to 70 years after the cessation of growth. That is not the death as we know it. Your equivalent disease is rather one of unrestrained growth. Cancer, you call it. But come, I bore you. Rose protested instantly. Drake did likewise, with even more vehemence, but the Hawkinsite determinedly changed the subject. It was then that Rose had her first pang of suspicion, for Drake circled Harg Tholon warily with his words, worrying him, jabbing at him, attempting always to get the information back to the point where the Hawkinsite had left off. Not baldly, not unskillfully, but Rose knew him and could tell what he was after. And what could he be after but that which was demanded by his profession? And as though in response to her thoughts, the Hawkinsite took up the phrase which had begun careening in her mind like a broken record on a perpetual turntable. He asked, "Did you not say you were a policeman?" Drake said curtly, "Yes." "Then there is something I would like to request you to do for me. I have been wanting to all this evening, since I discovered your profession, and yet I hesitate. I do not wish to be troublesome to my host and hostess."
"We'll do what we can."
"I have a profound curiosity as to how Earthmen live, a curiosity which is not perhaps shared by the generality of my countrymen. So I wonder, could you show me through one of the police departments on your planet?"
"I do not belong to a police department in exactly the way you imagine," said Drake cautiously. "However, I am known to the New York Police Department. I can manage it without trouble. Tomorrow?"
"That would be most convenient for me. Would I be able to visit the Missing Persons Bureau?"
"The what?"
The Hawkinsite drew his 4 standing legs closer together, as if he were becoming more intense. "It is a hobby of mine. A little queer corner of interest I have always had. I understand you have a group of police officers whose sole duty is to search for men who are missing.
And women and children, added Drake. But why should that interest you so particularly?
Because there again you are unique. There is no such thing as a missing person on our planet. I can't explain the mechanism to you, of course, but among the people of other worlds, there is always an awareness of one another's presence, especially if there is a strong, affectionate tie. We are always aware of each other's exact location, no matter where on the planet we might be. Rose grew excited again. The scientific expeditions to Hawkins' planet had always had the greatest difficulty in penetrating the internal emotional mechanisms of the natives. And here was one who talked freely, who would explain. She forgot to worry about Drake and intruded into the conversation.
Can you feel such awareness even now, on Earth?
The Hawkinsite said, You mean across space? No, I'm afraid not. But you can see the importance of the matter. All the uniqueness of Earth should be linked. If the lack of this sense can be explained, perhaps the immunity to inhibition death can be also. Besides, it strikes me as very curious that any form of intelligent community life can be built among people who lack this community awareness. How can an Earthman tell, for instance, when he has formed a congenial subgroup, a family? How can you two, for instance, know that there is a true tie between you? Rose found herself nodding. How strongly she missed such a sense. But Drake only smiled. We have our ways. It is as difficult to explain what we call love to you as it is for you to explain your sense to us. I suppose so. Yet tell me truthfully, Mr. Smollett, if Mrs. Smollett were to leave this room and enter another without you having seen her do so, would you really not be aware of her location?
I really would not.
The Hawkinsite said, Amazing. He hesitated, then added, Please do not be offended at the fact that I find it revolting as well. After the light in the bedroom had been put out, Rose went to the door 3 times, opening it a crack and peering out. She could feel Drake watching her. There was a hard kind of amusement in his voice as he asked, finally, What's the matter? She said, I want to talk to you. Are you afraid our friend can hear? Rose was whispering. She got into bed and put her head on his pillow so that she could whisper better. She said, Why were you talking about the inhibition death to Dr. Tholon? I am taking an interest in your work, Rose. You've always wanted me to take an interest. I'd rather you weren't sarcastic. She was almost violent, as nearly violent as she could be in a whisper. I know that there's something of your own interest in this. Of police interest, probably. What is it? He said, I'll talk to you tomorrow. No, right now. He put his hand under her head, lifting it. For a wild moment she thought he was going to kiss her. Just kiss her on impulse, the way husbands sometimes did. Or as she imagined they sometimes did. Drake never did, and he didn't now. He merely held her close and whispered, Why are you so interested? His hand was almost brutally hard upon the nape of her neck, so that she stiffened and tried to draw back. Her voice was more than a whisper now. Stop it, Drake, he said. I want no questions from you and no interference. You do your job and I'll do mine. The nature of my job is open and known. The nature of my job, he retorted, isn't, by definition. But I'll tell you this. Our 6-legged friend is here in this house for some definite reason. You weren't picked as biologist in charge for any random reason. Do you know that 2 days ago he'd been inquiring about me at the commission? You're joking. Don't believe that for a minute. There are depths to this that you know nothing about. But that's my job, and I won't discuss it with you any further. Do you understand? No, but I won't question you if you don't want me to. Then go to sleep. She lay stiffly on her back, and the minutes passed, and then the quarter hours. She was trying to fit the pieces together. Even with what Drake had told her, the curves and colors refused to blend. She wondered what Drake would say if he knew she had a recording of that night's conversation. One picture remained clear in her mind at that moment. It hovered over her mockingly. The Hawkinsite at the end of the long evening had turned to her and said gravely, "Good night, Mrs. Smollett. You are a most charming hostess." She had desperately wanted to giggle at the time. How could he call her a charming hostess? To him she could only be a horror, a monstrosity with too few limbs and a too narrow face. And then, as the Hawkinsite delivered himself of this completely meaningless piece of politeness, Drake had turned white. For the one instant, his eyes had burned with something that looked like terror. She had never before known Drake to show fear of anything, and the picture of that instant of pure panic remained with her until all her thoughts finally sagged into the oblivion of sleep. It was noon before Rose was at her desk the next day. She had deliberately waited until Drake and the Hawkinsite had left, since only then was she able to remove the small recorder that had been behind Drake's armchair the previous evening. She had had no original intention of keeping its presence secret from him. It was just that he had come home so late, and she couldn't say anything about it with the Hawkinsite present. Later on, of course, things had changed. The placing of the recorder had been only a routine maneuver. The Hawkinsite's statements and intonations needed to be preserved for future intensive studies by various specialists at the Institute. It had been hidden in order to avoid the distortions of self-consciousness that the visibility of such a device would bring, and now it couldn't be shown to the members of the Institute at all. It would have to serve a different function altogether, a rather nasty function. She was going to spy on Drake. She touched the little box with her fingers and wondered irrelevantly how Drake was going to manage that day. Social intercourse between inhabited worlds was, even now, not so commonplace that the sight of a Hawkinsite on the city streets would not succeed in drawing crowds. But Drake would manage, she knew. Drake always managed. She listened once again to the sounds of last evening, repeating the interesting moments. She was dissatisfied with what Drake had told her. Why should the Hawkinsite have been interested in the two of them particularly? Yet Drake wouldn't lie. She would have liked to check at the Security Commission, but she knew she could not do that. Besides, the thought made her feel disloyal. Drake would definitely not lie. But, then again, why should Harg Tholon not have investigated them? He might have inquired similarly about the families of all the biologists at the Institute. It would be no more than natural to attempt to choose the home he would find most pleasant by his own standards, whatever they were. And if he had, even if he had investigated only the Smolletts, why should that create the great change in Drake from intense hostility to intense interest? Drake undoubtedly had knowledge he was keeping to himself. Only heaven knew how much. Her thoughts churned slowly through the possibilities of interstellar intrigue. So far, to be sure, there were no signs of hostility or ill feeling among any of the 5 intelligent races known to inhabit the galaxy. As yet, they were spaced at intervals too wide for enmity. Even the barest contact among them was all but impossible. Economic and political interests just had no point at which to conflict. But that was only her idea, and she was not a member of the Security Commission. If there were conflict, if there were danger, if there were any reason to suspect that the mission of a Hawkinsite might be other than peaceful, Drake would know. Yet was Drake sufficiently high in the councils of the Security Commission to know offhand the dangers involved in the visit of a Hawkinsite physician? She had never thought of his position as more than that of a very minor functionary in the Commission. He had never presented himself as more. And yet, might he be more? She shrugged at the thought. It was reminiscent of 20th century spy novels and of costume dramas of the days when there existed such things as atom bomb secrets. The thought of costume dramas decided her. Unlike Drake, she wasn't a real policeman, and she didn't know how a real policeman would go about it. But she knew how such things were done in the old dramas. She drew a piece of paper toward her and, with a quick motion, slashed a vertical pencil mark down its center. She headed one column Harg Tholon, the other Drake. Under Harg Tholon she wrote bona fide, and thoughtfully put 3 question marks after it. After all, was he a doctor at all, or was he what could only be described as an interstellar agent? What proof had even the Institute of his profession except his own statements? Was that why Drake had quizzed him so relentlessly concerning the inhibition death? Had he boned up in advance and tried to catch the Hawkinsite in an error? For a moment she was irresolute. Then, springing to her feet, she folded the paper, put it in the pocket of her short jacket, and swept out of her office. She said nothing to any of those she passed as she left the Institute. She left no word at the reception desk as to where she was going or when she would be back. Once outside, she hurried into the 3rd-level tube and waited for an empty compartment to pass. The 2 minutes that elapsed seemed unbearably long. It was all she could do to say, "New York Academy of Medicine," into the mouthpiece just above the seat. The door of the little cubicle closed, and the sound of the air flowing past the compartment hissed upward in pitch. The New York Academy of Medicine had been enlarged both vertically and horizontally in the past 2 decades. The library alone occupied one entire wing of the 3rd floor. Undoubtedly, if all the books, pamphlets, and periodicals it contained were in their original printed form, rather than in microfilm, the entire building, huge though it was, would not have been sufficiently vast to hold them. As it was, Rose knew there was already talk of limiting printed works to the last 5 years, rather than to the last 10, as was now the case. Rose, as a member of the Academy, had free entry to the library. She hurried toward the alcoves devoted to extraterrestrial medicine and was relieved to find them unoccupied. It might have been wiser to have enlisted the aid of a librarian, but she chose not to. The thinner and smaller the trail she left, the less likely it was that Drake might pick it up. And so, without guidance, she was satisfied to travel along the shelves, following the titles anxiously with her fingers. The books were almost all in English, though some were in German or Russian. None, ironically enough, were in extraterrestrial symbolisms. There was a room somewhere for such originals, but they were available only to official translators. Her traveling eye and finger stopped. She had found what she was looking for. She dragged 6 volumes from the shelf and spread them out upon the small dark table. She fumbled for the light switch and opened the first of the volumes. It was entitled Studies on Inhibition. She leafed through it and then turned to the author index. The name of Harg Tholon was there. One by one she looked up the references indicated, then returned to the shelves for translations of such original papers as she could find. She spent more than 2 hours in the Academy. When she was finished, she knew this much. There was a Hawkinsite doctor named Harg Tholon, who was an expert on the inhibition death. He was connected with the Hawkinsite Research Organization with which the Institute had been in correspondence. Of course, the Harg Tholon she knew might simply be impersonating an actual doctor to make the role more realistic, but why should that be necessary? She took the paper out of her pocket and, where she had written bona fide with 3 question marks, she now wrote a yes in capitals. She went back to the Institute and at 4 p.m. was once again at her desk. She called the switchboard to say that she would not answer any phone calls, and then she locked her door. Underneath the column headed Harg Tholon, she now wrote 2 questions. Why did Harg Tholon come to Earth alone? She left considerable space. Then,
What is his interest in the Missing Persons Bureau?
certainly the inhibition death was all the Hawkinsite said it was. From her reading at the Academy, it was obvious that it occupied the major share of medical effort of Hawkins' planet. It was more feared there than cancer was on Earth. If they had thought the answer to it lay on Earth, the Hawkinsites would have sent a full-scale expedition. Was it distrust and suspicion on their part that made them send only one investigator? What was it Harg Tholon had said the night before? The incidence of the death was highest upon his own world, which was closest to Earth, lowest upon the world farthest from Earth. Add to that the fact implied by the Hawkinsite, and verified by her own readings at the Academy, that the incidence had expanded enormously since interstellar contact had been made with Earth. Slowly and reluctantly she came to one conclusion. The inhabitants of Hawkins' planet might have decided that somehow Earth had discovered the cause of the inhibition death, and was deliberately fostering it among the alien peoples of the galaxy, with the intention, perhaps, of becoming supreme among the stars. She rejected this conclusion with what was almost panic. It could not be. It was impossible. In the first place, Earth wouldn't do such a horrible thing. Secondly, it couldn't. As far as scientific advance was concerned, the beings of Hawkins' planet were certainly the equals of Earthmen. The death had occurred there for thousands of years, and their medical record was one of total failure. Surely, Earth, in its long-distance investigations into alien biochemistry, could not have succeeded so quickly. In fact, as far as she knew, there were no investigations to speak of into Hawkinsite pathology on the part of Earth biologists and physicians. Yet all the evidence indicated that Harg Tholon had come in suspicion and had been received in suspicion. Carefully she wrote down under the question, "Why did Harg Tholon come to Earth alone?" the answer, "Hawkins' planet believes Earth is causing the inhibition death." But then, what was this business about the Bureau of Missing Persons? As a scientist, she was rigorous about the theories she developed. All the facts had to fit in, not merely some of them. Missing Persons Bureau. If it was a false trail deliberately intended to deceive Drake, it had been done clumsily, since it came only after an hour of discussion of the inhibition death. Was it intended as an opportunity to study Drake? If so, why? Was this perhaps the major point? The Hawkinsite had investigated Drake before coming to them. Had he come because Drake was a policeman with entry to bureaus of missing persons? But why? Why? She gave it up and turned to the column headed Drake. And there a question wrote itself, not in pen and ink upon the paper, but in the much more visible letters of thought on mind. "Why did he marry me?" thought Rose, and she covered her eyes with her hands so that the unfriendly light was excluded. They had met quite by accident somewhat more than a year before, when he had moved into the apartment house in which she then lived. Polite greetings had somehow become friendly conversation, and this, in turn, had led to occasional dinners in a neighborhood restaurant. It had been very friendly and normal and an exciting new experience, and she had fallen in love. When he asked her to marry him, she was pleased and overwhelmed. At the time, she had many explanations for it. He appreciated her intelligence and friendliness. She was a nice girl. She would make a good wife, a splendid companion. She had tried all those explanations and had half believed every one of them. But half-belief was not enough. It was not that she had any definite fault to find in Drake as a husband. He was always thoughtful, kind, and a gentleman. Their married life was not one of passion, and yet it suited the paler emotional surges of the late 30s. She wasn't 19. What did she expect? That was it. She wasn't 19. She wasn't beautiful or charming or glamorous. What did she expect? Could she have expected Drake? Handsome and rugged, whose interest in intellectual pursuits was quite minor, who neither asked about her work in all the months of their marriage nor offered to discuss his own with her? Why then did he marry her? But there was no answer to that question, and it had nothing to do with what Rose was trying to do now. It was extraneous, she told herself fiercely. It was a childish distraction from the task she had set herself. She was acting like a girl of 19 after all, with no chronological excuse for it. She found that the point of her pencil had somehow broken, and took a new one. In the column headed Drake, she wrote, "Why is he suspicious of Harg-Tholon?" And under it she put an arrow pointing to the other column. What she had written there was sufficient explanation. If Earth was spreading the inhibition death, or if Earth knew it was suspected of such a deed, then, obviously, it would be preparing for eventual retaliation on the part of the aliens. In fact, the setting would actually be one of preliminary maneuvering for the first interstellar war of history. It was an adequate but horrible explanation. Now there was left the second question, the one she could not answer. She wrote it slowly. Why Drake's reaction to Tholon's words, "You are a most charming hostess." She tried to bring back the exact setting. The Hawkinsite had said it innocuously, matter-of-factly, politely, and Drake had frozen at the sound of it. Over and over she had listened to that particular passage in the recording. An Earthman might have said it in just such an inconsequential tone on leaving a routine cocktail party. The recording did not carry the sight of Drake's face. She had only her memory for that. Drake's eyes had become alive with fear and hate, and Drake was one who feared practically nothing. What was there to fear in the phrase, "You are a most charming hostess," that could upset him so? Jealousy? Absurd. The feeling that Tholon had been sarcastic? Maybe, though unlikely. She was sure Tholon was sincere. She gave it up and put a large question mark under that second question. There were two of them now, one under Harg-Tholon and one under Drake. Could there be a connection between Tholon's interest in missing persons and Drake's reaction to a polite party phrase? She could think of none. She put her head down upon her arms. It was getting dark in the office, and she was very tired. For a while she must have hovered in that queer land between waking and sleeping, when thoughts and phrases lose the control of the conscious and disport themselves erratically and surrealistically through one's head. But no matter where they danced and leaped, they always returned to that one phrase, "You are a most charming hostess." Sometimes she heard it in Harg-Tholon's cultured, lifeless voice, and sometimes in Drake's vibrant one. When Drake said it, it was full of a love she never heard from him. She liked to hear him say it. She startled herself to wakefulness. It was quite dark in the office now, and she put on the desk light. She blinked, then frowned a little. Another thought must have come to her in that fitful half-sleep. There had been another phrase which had upset Drake. What was it? Her forehead furrowed with mental effort. It had not been last evening. It was not anything in the recorded conversation, so it must have been before that. Nothing came, and she grew restless. Looking at her watch, she gasped. It was almost 8. They would be at home waiting for her. But she did not want to go home. She did not want to face them. Slowly she took up the paper upon which she had scrawled her thoughts of the afternoon, tore it into little pieces and let them flutter into the little atomic flash ashtray upon her desk. They were gone in a little flare, and nothing was left of them. If only nothing were left of the thoughts they represented as well. It was no use. She would have to go home. They were not there waiting for her after all. She came upon them getting out of a gyrocab just as she emerged from the tubes onto street level. The gyro-cabbie, wide-eyed, gazed after his fares for a moment, then hovered upward and away. By unspoken mutual consent, the three waited until they had entered the apartment before speaking. Rose said disinterestedly, "I hope you have had a pleasant day, Dr. Tholan." "Quite. And a fascinating and profitable one as well, I think." "Have you had a chance to eat?" Though Rose had not herself eaten, she was anything but hungry. "Yes, indeed." Drake interrupted. "We had lunch and supper sent up to us. Sandwiches." He sounded tired. Rose said, "Hello, Drake." It was the first time she had addressed him. Drake scarcely looked at her. "Hello." The Hawkinsite said, "Your tomatoes are remarkable vegetables. We have nothing to compare with them in taste on our own planet. I believe I ate 2 dozen, as well as an entire bottle of tomato derivative." "Ketchup," explained Drake briefly. Rose said, "And your visit at the Missing Persons Bureau, Dr. Tholan? You say you found it profitable?" "I should say so, yes." Rose kept her back to him. She plumped up sofa cushions as she said, "In what way?" "I find it most interesting that the large majority of missing persons are males. Wives frequently report missing husbands, while the reverse is practically never the case." Rose said, "Oh, that's not mysterious, Dr. Tholan. You simply don't realize the economic setup we have on Earth. On this planet, you see, it is the male who is usually the member of the family that maintains it as an economic unit. He is the one whose labor is repaid in units of currency. The wife's function is generally that of taking care of home and children." "Surely this is not universal?" Drake put in, "More or less. If you are thinking of my wife, she is an example of the minority of women who are capable of making their own way in the world." Rose looked at him swiftly. Was he being sarcastic? The Hawkinsite said, "Your implication, Mrs. Smollett, is that women, being economically dependent upon their male companions, find it less feasible to disappear?" "That's a gentle way of putting it," said Rose, "but that's about it." "And would you call the Missing Persons Bureau of New York a fair sampling of such cases in the planet at large?" "Why, I should think so." The Hawkinsite said abruptly, "And is there then an economic explanation for the fact that since interstellar travel has been developed, the percentage of young males among the missing is more pronounced than ever?" It was Drake who answered with a verbal snap. "Good Lord, that's even less of a mystery than the other. Nowadays, the runaway has all space to disappear into. Anyone who wants to get away from trouble need only hop the nearest space freighter. They're always looking for crewmen, no questions asked, and it would be almost impossible to locate the runaway after that, if he really wanted to stay out of circulation." "And almost always young men in their first year of marriage." Rose laughed suddenly. She said, "Why, that's just the time a man's troubles seem the greatest. If he survives the first year, there is usually no need to disappear at all." Drake was obviously not amused. Rose thought again that he looked tired and unhappy. Why did he insist on bearing the load alone? And then she thought that perhaps he had to. The Hawkinsite said suddenly, "Would it offend you if I disconnected for a period of time?" Rose said, "Not at all. I hope you haven't had too exhausting a day. Since you come from a planet whose gravity is greater than that of Earth's, I'm afraid we too easily presume that you would show greater endurance than we do." "Oh, I am not tired in a physical sense." He looked for a moment at her legs and blinked very rapidly, indicating amusement. "You know, I keep expecting Earthmen to fall either forward or backward in view of their meager equipment of standing limbs. You must pardon me if my comment is overfamiliar, but your mention of the lesser gravity of Earth brought it to my mind. On my planet, 2 legs would simply not be enough. But this is all beside the point at the moment. It is just that I have been absorbing so many new and unusual concepts that I feel the desire for a little disconnection." Rose shrugged inwardly. Well, that was as close as one race could get to another anyway. As nearly as the expeditions to Hawkins' planet could make out, Hawkinsites had the faculty for disconnecting their conscious mind from all its bodily functions and allowing it to sink into an undisturbed meditative process for periods of time lasting up to terrestrial days. Hawkinsites found the process pleasant, even necessary sometimes, though no Earthman could truly say what function it served. Conversely, it had never been entirely possible for Earthmen to explain the concept of sleep to a Hawkinsite, or to any extraterrestrial. What an Earthman would call sleep or a dream, a Hawkinsite would view as an alarming sign of mental disintegration. Rose thought uneasily, "Here is another way Earthmen are unique." The Hawkinsite was backing away, drooping so that his forelimbs swept the floor in polite farewell. Drake nodded curtly at him as he disappeared behind the bend in the corridor. They heard his door open, close, then silence. After minutes in which the silence was thick between them, Drake's chair creaked as he shifted restlessly. With a mild horror, Rose noticed blood upon his lips. She thought to herself, "He's in some kind of trouble. I've got to talk to him. I can't let it go on like this." She said, "Drake." Drake seemed to look at her from a far, far distance. Slowly, his eyes focused closer at hand, and he said, "What is it? Are you through for the day, too?" "No, I'm ready to begin. It's the tomorrow you spoke of. Aren't you going to speak to me?" "Pardon me?" "Last night you said you would speak to me tomorrow. I am ready now." Drake frowned. His eyes withdrew beneath a lowered brow, and Rose felt some of her resolution begin to leave her. He said, "I thought it was agreed that you would not question me about my business in this matter." "I think it's too late for that. I know too much about your business by now." "What do you mean?" he shouted, jumping to his feet. Recollecting himself, he approached, laid his hands upon her shoulders, and repeated in a lower voice, "What do you mean?" Rose kept her eyes upon her hands, which rested limply in her lap. She bore the painfully gripping fingers patiently and said slowly, "Dr. Tholan thinks that Earth is spreading the inhibition death purposely. That's it, isn't it?" She waited. Slowly the grip relaxed, and he was standing there, hands at his side, face baffled and unhappy. He said, "Where did you get that notion?" "It's true, isn't it?" He said breathlessly, unnaturally, "I want to know exactly why you say that. Don't play foolish games with me, Rose. This is for keeps." "If I tell you, will you answer one question? Is Earth spreading the disease deliberately, Drake?" Drake flung his hands upward. "Oh, for heaven's sake." He knelt before her. He took both her hands in his, and she could feel their trembling. He was forcing his voice into soothing, loving syllables. He was saying, "Rose, dear, look. You've got something red-hot by the tail, and you think you can use it to tease me in a little husband-wife repartee. No, I'm not asking much. Just tell me exactly what causes you to say what you have just said." He was terribly earnest about it. "I was at the New York Academy of Medicine this afternoon. I did some reading there." "But why? What made you do it?" "You seemed so interested in the inhibition death, for one thing. And Dr. Tholan made those statements about the incidence increasing since interstellar travel and being the highest on the planet nearest Earth." She paused. "And your reading?" he prompted. "What about your reading, Rose?" She said, "It backs him up. All I could do was to skim hastily into the direction of their research in recent decades. It seems obvious to me, though,
that at least some of the Hawkinsites are considering the possibility the inhibition death originates on Earth.
Do they say so outright?
No. Or if they have, I haven't seen it.
She gazed at him in surprise. In a matter like this, certainly the government would have investigated Hawkinsite research on the matter. She said gently,
"Don't you know about Hawkinsite research in the matter, Drake? The government—"
"Never mind about that."
Drake had moved away from her, and now he turned again. His eyes were bright. He said, as though making a wonderful discovery,
"Why, you're an expert in this."
Was she? Did he find that out only now that he needed her? Her nostrils flared, and she said flatly,
"I am a biologist."
He said, "Yes, I know that, but I mean your particular specialty is growth. Didn't you once tell me you had done work on growth?"
"You might call it that. I've had 20 papers published on the relationship of nucleic acid, fine structure, and embryonic development on my Cancer Society grant."
"Good. I should have thought of that."
He was choked with a new excitement. "Tell me, Rose. Look, I'm sorry if I lost my temper with you a moment ago. You'd be as competent as anyone to understand the direction of their researches if you read about it, wouldn't you?"
"Fairly competent, yes."
"Then tell me how they think the disease is spread. The details, I mean."
"Oh, now look, that's asking a little too much. I spent a few hours in the academy, that's all. I'd need much more time than that to be able to answer your question."
"An intelligent guess, at least. You can't imagine how important it is." She said doubtfully,
"Of course, Studies on Inhibition is a major treatise in the field. It would summarize all of the available research data."
"Yes? And how recent is it?"
"It's one of those periodic things. The last volume is about a year old."
"Does it have any account of his work in it?" His finger jabbed in the direction of Harg Tholan's bedroom.
"More than anyone else's. He's an outstanding worker in the field. I looked over his papers especially."
"And what are his theories about the origin of the disease? Try to remember, Rose." She shook her head at him.
"I could swear he blames Earth, but he admits they know nothing about how the disease is spread. I could swear to that, too."
He stood stiffly before her. His strong hands were clenched into fists at his side, and his words were scarcely more than a mutter. It could be a matter of complete overestimation. Who knows? He whirled away. "I'll find out about this right now, Rose. Thank you for your help." She ran after him.
"What are you going to do?"
"Ask him a few questions." He was rummaging through the drawers of his desk, and now his right hand withdrew. It held a needle gun. She cried,
"No, Drake."
He shook her off roughly and turned down the corridor toward the Hawkinsite's bedroom. Drake threw the door open and entered. Rose was at his heels, still trying to grasp his arm, but now he stopped and looked at Harg Tholan. The Hawkinsite was standing there motionless, eyes unfocused, his 4 standing limbs sprawled out in 4 directions as far as they would go. Rose felt ashamed of intruding, as though she were violating an intimate right. But Drake, apparently unconcerned, walked to within 4 feet of the creature and stood there. They were face to face, Drake holding the needle gun easily at a level of about the center of the Hawkinsite's torso. Drake said, "Now keep quiet. He'll gradually become aware of me."
"How do you know?"
The answer was flat. "I know. Now get out of here." But she did not move, and Drake was too absorbed to pay her further attention. Portions of the skin on the Hawkinsite's face were beginning to quiver slightly. It was rather repulsive, and Rose found herself preferring not to watch. Drake said suddenly, "That's about all, Dr. Tholan. Don't throw in connection with any of the limbs. Your sense organs and voice box will be quite enough." The Hawkinsite's voice was dim.
"Why do you invade my disconnection chamber?"
Then more strongly,
"And why are you armed?"
His head wobbled slightly atop a still-frozen torso. He had apparently followed Drake's suggestion against limb connection. Rose wondered how Drake knew such partial reconnection to be possible. She herself had not known of it. The Hawkinsite spoke again.
"What do you want?"
And this time Drake answered. He said, "The answer to certain questions."
"With a gun in your hand? I would not humor your discourtesy so far."
"You would not merely be humoring me. You might be saving your own life."
"That would be a matter of considerable indifference to me under the circumstances. I am sorry, Mr. Smollett, that the duties toward a guest are so badly understood on Earth."
"You are no guest of mine, Dr. Tholan," said Drake. "You entered my house on false pretenses. You had some reason for it. Some way you had planned of using me to further your own purposes. I have no compunction in reversing the process."
"You had better shoot. It will save time."
"You are convinced that you will answer no questions? That in itself is suspicious. It seems that you consider certain answers to be more important than your life."
"I consider the principles of courtesy to be very important. You, as an Earthman, may not understand."
"Perhaps not. But I, as an Earthman, understand one thing." Drake had jumped forward, faster than Rose could cry out, faster than the Hawkinsite could connect his limbs. When he sprang backward, the flexible hose of Harg Tholan's cyanide cylinder was in his hand. At the corner of the Hawkinsite's wide mouth, where the hose had once been affixed, a droplet of colorless liquid oozed sluggishly from a break in the rough skin and slowly solidified into a brown jelly-like globule as it oxidized. Drake yanked at the hose and the cylinder jerked free. He plunged home the knob that controlled the needle valve at the head of the cylinder, and the small hissing ceased. "I doubt," said Drake, "that enough will have escaped to endanger us. I hope, however, that you realize what will happen to you now if you do not answer the questions I am going to ask you, and answer them in such a way that I am convinced you are being truthful."
"Give me back my cylinder," said the Hawkinsite slowly. "If not, it will be necessary for me to attack you, and then it will be necessary for you to kill me."
Drake stepped back. "Not at all. Attack me and I shoot your legs from under you. You will lose them, all four if necessary, but you will still live in a horrible way. You will live to die of cyanide lack. It would be a most uncomfortable death. I am only an Earthman, and I can't appreciate its true horrors, but you can, can't you?" The Hawkinsite's mouth was open, and something within quivered yellow-green. Rose wanted to throw up. She wanted to scream, "Give him back the cylinder, Drake!" But nothing would come. She couldn't even turn her head. Drake said, "You have about an hour, I think, before the effects are irreversible. Talk quickly, Dr. Tholan, and you will have your cylinder back."
"And after that?"
said the Hawkinsite. "After that, what does it matter to you? Even if I kill you then, it will be a clean death. Not cyanide lack." Something seemed to pass out of the Hawkinsite. His voice grew guttural and his words blurred as though he no longer had the energy to keep his English perfect. He said,
"What are your questions?"
And as he spoke, his eyes followed the cylinder in Drake's hand. Drake swung it deliberately, tantalizingly, and the creature's eyes followed. Drake said, "What are your theories concerning the inhibition death? Why did you really come to Earth? What is your interest in the Missing Persons Bureau?" Rose found herself waiting in breathless anxiety. These were the questions she would like to have asked, too. Not in this manner, perhaps, but in Drake's job, kindness and humanity had to take second place to necessity. She repeated that to herself several times in an effort to counteract the fact that she found herself loathing Drake for what he was doing to Dr. Tholan. The Hawkinsite said,
"The proper answer would take more than the hour I have left me."
You have bitterly shamed me by forcing me to talk under duress. On my own planet, you could not have done so under any circumstances. It is only here on this revolting planet that I can be deprived of cyanide.
You are wasting your hour, Dr. Tholan.
I would have told you this eventually, Mr. Smollett. I needed your help.
It is why I came here. You are still not answering my questions.
I will answer them now. For years, in addition to my regular scientific work, I have been privately investigating the cells of my patients suffering from inhibition death. I have been forced to use the utmost secrecy and to work without assistance, since the methods I used to investigate the bodies of my patients were frowned upon by my people. Your society would have similar feelings against human vivisection, for instance. For this reason, I could not present the results I obtained to my fellow physicians until I had verified my theories here on Earth.
What are your theories? Demanded Drake.
The feverishness had returned to his eyes. It became more and more obvious to me as I proceeded with my studies that the entire direction of research into the inhibition death was wrong. Physically, there was no solution to its mystery. The inhibition death is entirely a disease of the mind. Rose interrupted. Surely, Dr. Tholan, it isn't psychosomatic. A thin gray translucent film had passed over the Hawkinsight's eyes. He no longer looked at them. He said, No, Mrs. Smollett, it is not psychosomatic. It is a true disease of the mind, a mental infection. My patients had double minds. Beyond and beneath the one that obviously belonged to them, there was evidence of another one, an alien mind. I worked with inhibition death patients of other races than my own, and the same could be found. In short, there are not 5 intelligences in the galaxy, but 6, and the 6th is parasitic. Rose said, This is wild, impossible. You must be mistaken, Dr. Tholan. I am not mistaken. Until I came to Earth, I thought I might be. But my stay at the Institute and my researches at the Missing Persons Bureau convinced me that is not so. What is so impossible about the concept of parasitic intelligence? Intelligences like these would not leave fossil remains, nor even leave artifacts. If their only function is to derive nourishment somehow from the mental activities of other creatures. One can imagine such a parasite, through the course of millions of years perhaps, losing all portions of its physical being, but that which remains necessary, just as a tapeworm, among your earthly physical parasites, eventually lost all its functions but the single one of reproduction. In the case of the parasitic intelligence, all physical attributes would eventually be lost. It would become nothing but pure mind, living in some mental fashion we cannot conceive of on the minds of others, particularly on the minds of Earthmen. Rose said, Why particularly Earthmen? Drake simply stood apart, intent, asking no further questions. He was content, apparently, to let the Hawkinsite speak. Have you not surmised that the 6th intelligence is a native of Earth? Mankind from the beginning has lived with it, has adapted to it, is unconscious of it. It is why the higher species of terrestrial animals, including man, do not grow after maturity and eventually die what is called natural death. It is the result of this universal parasitic infestation. It is why you sleep and dream, since it is then that the parasitic mind must feed, and then that you are a little more conscious of it, perhaps. It is why the terrestrial mind alone of the intelligences is so subject to instability. Where else in the galaxy are found split personalities and other such manifestations? After all, even now there must be occasional human minds which are visibly harmed by the presence of the parasite. Somehow these parasitic minds could traverse space. They had no physical limitations.
They could drift between the stars in what would correspond to a state of hibernation. Why the first ones did it, I don't know. Probably no one will ever know. But once those first discovered the presence of intelligence on other planets in the galaxy, there was a small, steady stream of parasitic intelligences making their way through space. We of the outer worlds must have been a gourmet's dish for them, or they would have never struggled so hard to get to us. I imagine many must have failed to make the trip, but it must have been worth the effort to those who succeeded. But you see, we of the other worlds had not lived with these parasites for millions of years as man and his ancestors had. We had not adapted ourselves to it. Our weak strains had not been killed off gradually through hundreds of generations until only the resistance were left. So, where Earthmen could survive the infection for decades with little harm, we others die a quick death within a year. And is that why the incidence has increased since interstellar travel between Earth and the other planets has begun? Yes. For a moment there was silence, and then the Hawkinsite said with a sudden access of energy, "Give me back my cylinder. You have your answer." Drake said coolly, "What about the Missing Persons Bureau?" He was swinging the cylinder again. But now the Hawkinsite did not follow its movements. The gray translucent film on his eyes had deepened, and Rose wondered whether that was simply an expression of weariness or an example of the changes induced by cyanide lack. The Hawkinsite said, "As we are not well adapted to the intelligence that infests man, neither is it well adapted to us. It can live on us. It even prefers to, apparently, but it cannot reproduce with ourselves alone as the source of its life. The inhibition death is therefore not directly contagious among our people." Rose looked at him with growing horror. "What are you implying, Dr. Tholan?" "The Earthman remains the prime host for the parasite. An Earthman may infect one of us if he remains among us. But the parasite, once it is located in an intelligence of the outer worlds, must somehow return to an Earthman if it expects to reproduce. Before interstellar travel, this was possible only by a repassage of space, and therefore the incidence of infection remained infinitesimal. Now we are infected and reinfected as the parasites return to Earth and come back to us via the minds of Earthmen who travel through space." Rose said faintly, "And the missing persons are the intermediate hosts. The exact process by which it is done I, of course, do not know. The masculine terrestrial mind seems better suited for their purposes. You'll remember that at the Institute I was told that the life expectancy of the average human male is 3 years less than that of the average female. Once reproduction has been taken care of, the infested male leaves by spaceship for the outer worlds. He disappears." "But this is impossible," insisted Rose. "What you say implies that the parasite mind can control the actions of its host. This cannot be, or we of Earth would have noticed their presence." "The control, Mrs. Smollett, may be very subtle, and may, moreover, be exerted only during the period of active reproduction. I simply point to your Missing Persons Bureau. Why do the young men disappear? You have economic and psychological explanations, but they are not sufficient. But I am quite ill now and cannot speak much longer. I have only this to say. In the mental parasite, your people and mine have a common enemy. Earthmen, too, need not die involuntarily except for its presence. I thought that if I found myself unable to return to my own world with my information because of the unorthodox methods I used to obtain it, I might bring it to the authorities on Earth and ask their help in stamping out this menace. Imagine my pleasure when I found that the husband of one of the biologists at the Institute was a member of one of Earth's most important investigating bodies. Naturally, I did what I could to be made a guest at his home in order that I might deal with him privately, convince him of the terrible truth, utilize his position to help in the attack on the parasites.
This is, of course, now impossible. I cannot blame you too far. As Earthmen, you cannot be expected to understand the psychology of my people. Nevertheless, you must understand this. I can have no further dealing with either of you. I could not even bear to remain any longer on Earth. Drake said, "Then you alone of all your people have any knowledge of this theory of yours?" "I alone." Drake held out the cylinder. "Your cyanide, Dr. Tholan." The Hawkinsite groped for it eagerly. His supple fingers manipulated the hose and the needle valve with the utmost delicacy. In the space of 10 seconds, he had it in place and was inhaling the gas in huge breaths. His eyes were growing clear and transparent. Drake waited until the Hawkinsite breathings had subsided to normal, and then, without expression, he raised his needle gun and fired. Rose screamed. The Hawkinsite remained standing. His 4 lower limbs were incapable of buckling, but his head lolled, and from his suddenly flaccid mouth the cyanide hose fell, disregarded. Once again Drake closed the needle valve, and now he tossed the cylinder aside and stood there somberly, looking at the dead creature. There was no external mark to show that he had been killed. The needle gun's pellet, thinner than the needle which gave the gun its name, entered the body noiselessly and easily, and exploded with devastating effect only within the abdominal cavity. Rose ran from the room, still screaming. Drake pursued her, seized her arm. She heard the hard, flat sounds of his palm against her face without feeling them, and subsided into little bubbling sobs. Drake said, "I told you to have nothing to do with this. Now what do you think you'll do?" She said,
"Let me go. I want to leave. I want to go away."
"Because of something it was my job to do? You heard what the creature was saying. Do you suppose I could allow him to return to his world and spread those lies? They would believe him. And what do you think would happen then? Can you imagine what an interstellar war might be like? They would imagine they would have to kill us all to stop the disease." With an effort that seemed to turn her inside out, Rose steadied. She looked firmly into Drake's eyes and said,
"What Dr. Tholan said were no lies and no mistakes, Drake."
"Oh, come now, you're hysterical. You need sleep."
"I know what he said is so because the Security Commission knows all about that same theory and knows it to be true."
"Why do you say such a preposterous thing?"
"Because you yourself let that slip twice."
Drake said, "Sit down." She did so, and he stood there, looking curiously at her. "So I have given myself away twice, have I? You've had a busy day of detection, my dear. You have facets you keep well hidden." He sat down and crossed his legs. Rose thought, yes, she had had a busy day. She could see the electric clock on the kitchen wall from where she sat. It was more than 2 hours past midnight. Harg Tholan had entered their house 35 hours before, and now he lay murdered in the spare bedroom. Drake said, "Well, aren't you going to tell me where I pulled my 2 boners?"
"You turned white when Harg Tholan referred to me as a charming hostess. Hostess has a double meaning, you know, Drake. A host is one who harbors a parasite."
"Number 1, said Drake. "What's number 2?
"That's something you did before Harg Tholan entered the house. I've been trying to remember it for hours. Do you remember, Drake? You spoke about how unpleasant it was for Hawkinsites to associate with Earthmen, and I said Harg Tholan was a doctor and had to. I asked you if you thought that human doctors particularly enjoyed going to the tropics or letting infected mosquitoes bite them. Do you remember how upset you became?"
Drake laughed. "I had no idea I was so transparent. Mosquitoes are hosts for the malaria and yellow fever parasites." He sighed. "I've done my best to keep you out of this. Now there's nothing left but to tell you the truth. I must, because only the truth, or death, will keep you quiet, and I don't want to kill you." She shrank back in her chair, eyes wide. Drake said, "The Commission knows the truth. It does us no good. We can only do all in our power to prevent the other worlds from finding out."
But the truth can't be held down forever. Harg Tholon found out. You've killed him, but another extraterrestrial will repeat the same discovery, over and over again. You can't kill them all.
"We know that, too," agreed Drake. "We have no choice."
Why?
Cried Rose.
Harg Tholon gave you the solution. He made no suggestions or threats of war between worlds. He suggested that we combine with the other intelligences and help to wipe out the parasite. And we can. If we, in common with all the others, put every scrap of effort into it.
"You mean we can trust him? Does he speak for his government or for the other races?"
Can we dare to refuse the risk?
Drake said, "You don't understand." He reached toward her and took one of her cold, unresisting hands between both of his. He went on, "I may seem silly trying to teach you anything about your specialty, but I want you to hear me out. Harg Tholon was right. Man and his prehistoric ancestors have been living with this parasitic intelligence for uncounted ages. Certainly for a much longer period than we have been truly Homo sapiens. In that interval, we have not only become adapted to it, we have become dependent upon it. It is no longer a case of parasitism. It is a case of mutual cooperation. You biologists have a name for it." She tore her hand away.
What are you talking about? Symbiosis?
Exactly. We have a disease of our own, remember. It is a reverse disease, one of unrestrained growth. We've mentioned it already as a contrast to the inhibition death. Well, what is the cause of cancer? How long have biologists, physiologists, biochemists, and all the others been working on it? How much success have they had with it? Why? Can't you answer that for yourself now? She said slowly,
No, I can't. What are you talking about?
"It's all very well to say that if we could remove the parasite, we would have eternal growth and life if we wanted it. Or at least until we got tired of being too big or of living too long, and did away with ourselves neatly. But how many millions of years has it been since the human body has had occasion to grow in such an unrestrained fashion? Can it do so any longer? Is the chemistry of the body adjusted to that? Has it got the proper whatchamacallits?"
Enzymes,
Rose supplied in a whisper. "Yes, enzymes. It's impossible for us. If for any reason the parasitic intelligence, as Harg Tholon calls it, does leave the human body, or if its relationship to the human mind is in any way impaired, growth does take place, but not in any orderly fashion. We call the growth cancer. And there you have it. There's no way of getting rid of the parasite. We're together for all eternity. To get rid of their inhibition death, extraterrestrials must first wipe out all vertebrate life on Earth. There is no other solution for them, and so we must keep knowledge of it from them. Do you understand?" Her mouth was dry, and it was difficult to talk.
I understand, Drake.
She noticed that his forehead was damp and that there was a line of perspiration down each cheek.
And now you'll have to get it out of the apartment.
It's late at night, and I'll be able to get the body out of the building. From there on, he turned to her. I don't know when I'll be back.
I understand, Drake,
she said again. Harg Tholon was heavy. Drake had to drag him through the apartment. Rose turned away, retching. She hid her eyes until she heard the front door close. She whispered to herself,
I understand, Drake.
It was 3 a.m. Nearly an hour had passed since she had heard the front door click gently into place behind Drake and his burden. She didn't know where he was going, what he intended doing. She sat there numbly. There was no desire to sleep, no desire to move. She kept her mind traveling in tight circles, away from the things she knew and which she wanted not to know. Parasitic minds. Was it only a coincidence, or was it some queer racial memory, some tenuous, long-sustained wisp of tradition or insight, stretching back through incredible millennia, that kept current the odd myth of human beginnings? She thought to herself, there were two intelligences on Earth to begin with. There were humans in the Garden of Eden, and also the serpent, which was more subtle than any beast of the field. The serpent infected man, and as a result it lost its limbs. Its physical attributes were no longer necessary, and because of the infection man was driven out of the garden of eternal life. Death entered the world. Yet despite her efforts, the circle of her thoughts expanded and returned to Drake. She shoved, and it returned. She counted to herself. She recited the names of the objects in her field of vision. She cried, "No, no, no," and it returned. It kept returning. Drake had lied to her. It had been a plausible story. It would have held good under most circumstances, but Drake was not a biologist. Cancer could not be, as Drake had said, a disease that was an expression of a lost ability for normal growth. Cancer attacked children while they were still growing. It could even attack embryonic tissue. It attacked fish, which, like extraterrestrials, never stopped growing while they lived, and died only by disease or accident. It attacked plants, which had no minds and could not be parasitized. Cancer had nothing to do with the presence or absence of normal growth. It was the general disease of life, to which no tissue of no multicellular organism was completely immune. He should not have bothered lying. He should not have allowed some obscure sentimental weakness to persuade him to avoid the necessity of killing her in that manner. She would tell them at the Institute. The parasite could be beaten. Its absence would not cause cancer. But who would believe her? She put her hands over her eyes. The young men who disappeared were usually in the first year of their marriage. Whatever the process of reproduction of the parasite intelligences, it must involve close association with another parasite. The type of close and continuous association that might only be possible if their respective hosts were in equally close relationship, as in the case of newly married couples. She could feel her thoughts slowly disconnect. They would be coming to her. They would be saying, "Where is Harg-Tholan?" And she would answer, "With my husband." Only they would say, "Where is your husband?" because he would be gone too. He needed her no longer. He would never return. They would never find him, because he would be out in space. She would report them both, Drake Smollett and Harg-Tholan, to the Missing Persons Bureau. She wanted to weep, but couldn't. She was dry-eyed, and it was painful. And then she began to giggle and couldn't stop. It was very funny. She had looked for the answers to so many questions and had found them all. She had even found the answer to the question she thought had no bearing on the subject. She had finally learned why Drake had married her. Sally. Sally was coming down the lake road, so I waved to her and called her by her name. I always liked to see Sally. I liked all of them, you understand, but Sally's the prettiest one of the lot. There just isn't any question about it. She moved a little faster when I waved to her. Nothing undignified. She was never that. She moved just enough faster to show that she was glad to see me, too. I turned to the man standing beside me. "That's Sally," I said. He smiled at me and nodded. Mrs. Hester had brought him in. She said, "This is Mr. Gellhorn, Jake. You remember he sent you the letter asking for an appointment." That was just talk, really. I have a million things to do around the farm, and one thing I just can't waste my time on is mail. That's why I have Mrs. Hester around. She lives pretty close by. She's good at attending to foolishness without running to me about it. And most of all, she likes Sally and the rest. Some people don't. "Glad to see you, Mr. Gellhorn," I said. "Raymond J. Gellhorn," he said, and gave me his hand, which I shook and gave back. He was a largish fellow, half a head taller than I, and wide, too. He was about half my age, 30-ish. He had black hair, plastered down slick, with a part in the middle, and a thin mustache, very neatly trimmed. His jawbones got big under his ears and made him look as if he had a slight case of mumps. On video, he'd be a natural to play the villain, so I assumed he was a nice fellow. It goes to show that video can't be wrong all the time. "I'm Jacob Folkers," I said. "What can I do for you?" He grinned. It was a big, wide, white-toothed grin. "You can tell me a little about your farm here, if you don't mind." I heard Sally coming up behind me, and I put out my hand. She slid right into it, and the feel of the hard, glossy enamel of her fender was warm in my palm. "A nice automobile," said Gellhorn. That's one way of putting it. Sally was a 2045 convertible with a Hennis Carlton positronic motor and an Armont chassis. She had the cleanest, finest lines I've ever seen on any model, bar none. For 5 years, she'd been my favorite, and I'd put everything into her I could dream up. In all that time, there'd never been a human being behind her wheel. Not once. "Sally," I said, patting her gently. "Meet Mr. Gellhorn." Sally's cylinder purr keyed up a little. I listened carefully for any knocking. Lately, I'd been hearing motor knock in almost all the cars, and changing the gasoline hadn't done a bit of good. Sally was as smooth as her paint job this time, however. "Do you have names for all your cars?" asked Gellhorn. He sounded amused, and Mrs. Hester doesn't like people to sound as though they were making fun of the farm. She said sharply, "Certainly. The cars have real personalities, don't they, Jake? The sedans are all males, and the convertibles are females." Gellhorn was smiling again. "And do you keep them in separate garages, ma'am?" Mrs. Hester glared at him. Gellhorn said to me, "And now I wonder if I can talk to you alone, Mr. Folkers." "That depends," I said. "Are you a reporter?" "No, sir. I'm a sales agent. Any talk we have is not for publication. I assure you I am interested in strict privacy." "Let's walk down the road a bit. There's a bench we can use." We started down. Mrs. Hester walked away. Sally nudged along after us. I said, "You don't mind if Sally comes along, do you?" "Not at all. She can't repeat what we say, can she?" He laughed at his own joke, reached over and rubbed Sally's grill. Sally raced her motor, and Gellhorn's hand drew away quickly. "She's not used to strangers," I explained. We sat down on the bench under the big oak tree where we could look across the small lake to the private speedway. It was the warm part of the day, and the cars were out in force, at least 30 of them. Even at this distance, I could see that Jeremiah was pulling his usual stunt of sneaking up behind some staid older model, then putting on a jerk of speed and yowling past with deliberately squealing brakes. 2 weeks before, he had crowded old Angus off the asphalt altogether, and I had turned off his motor for 2 days. It didn't help, though, I'm afraid, and it looks as though there's nothing to be done about it. Jeremiah is a sports model to begin with, and that kind is awfully hot-headed. "Well, Mr. Gellhorn," I said, "could you tell me why you want the information?" But he was just looking around. He said, "This is an amazing place, Mr. Folkers." "I wish you'd call me Jake. Everyone does." "All right, Jake. How many cars do you have here?" 51. We get 1 or 2 new ones every year. One year we got 5. We haven't lost one yet. They're all in perfect running order." We even have a 15 model Matamot in working order, one of the original automatics. It was the first car here. Good old Matthew. He stayed in the garage most of the day now, but then he was the granddaddy of all positronic motored cars. Those were the days when blind war veterans, paraplegics, and heads of state were the only ones who drove automatics. But Samson Harridge was my boss, and he was rich enough to be able to get one. I was his chauffeur at the time. The thought makes me feel old. I can remember when there wasn't an automobile in the world with brains enough to find its own way home. I chauffeured dead lumps of machines that needed a man's hand at their controls every minute. Every year, machines like that used to kill tens of thousands of people. The automatics fixed that. A positronic brain can react much faster than a human one, of course, and it paid people to keep hands off the controls. You got in, punched your destination, and let it go its own way. We take it for granted now, but I remember when the first laws came out forcing the old machines off the highways and limiting travel to automatics. Lord, what a fuss. They called it everything from communism to fascism, but it emptied the highways and stopped the killing, and still more people get around more easily the new way. Of course, the automatics were 10 to 100 times as expensive as the hand-driven ones, and there weren't many that could afford a private vehicle. The industry specialized in turning out omnibus automatics. You could always call a company and have one stop at your door in a matter of minutes and take you where you wanted to go. Usually, you had to drive with others who were going your way, but what's wrong with that? Samson Harridge had a private car, though, and I went to him the minute it arrived. The car wasn't Matthew to me then. I didn't know it was going to be the dean of the farm someday. I only knew it was taking my job away, and I hated it. I said, "You won't be needing me anymore, Mr. Harridge." He said, "What are you dithering about, Jake? You don't think I'll trust myself to a contraption like that, do you? You stay right at the controls." I said, "But it works by itself, Mr. Harridge. It scans the road, reacts properly to obstacles, humans, and other cars, and remembers routes to travel." "So they say. So they say. Just the same, you're sitting right behind the wheel in case anything goes wrong." Funny how you can get to like a car. In no time I was calling it Matthew and was spending all my time keeping it polished and humming. A positronic brain stays in condition best when it's got control of its chassis at all times, which means it's worth keeping the gas tank filled so that the motor can turn over slowly day and night. After a while, it got so I could tell by the sound of the motor how Matthew felt. In his own way, Harridge grew fond of Matthew, too. He had no one else to like. He'd divorced or outlived 3 wives and outlived 5 children and 3 grandchildren. So when he died, maybe it wasn't surprising that he had his estate converted into a farm for retired automobiles, with me in charge and Matthew the first member of a distinguished line. It's turned out to be my life. I never got married. You can't get married and still tend to automatics the way you should. The newspapers thought it was funny, but after a while they stopped joking about it. Some things you can't joke about. Maybe you've never been able to afford an automatic, and maybe you never will either, but take it from me, you get to love them. They're hard-working and affectionate. It takes a man with no heart to mistreat one or to see one mistreated. It got so that after a man had an automatic for a while, he would make provisions for having it left to the farm, if he didn't have an heir he could rely on to give it good care. I explained that to Gellhorn. He said, 51 cars! That represents a lot of money. 50,000 minimum per automatic, original investment, I said. They're worth a lot more now. I've done things for them. It must take a lot of money to keep up the farm. You're right there. The farm's a non-profit organization which gives us a break on taxes, and of course, new automatics that come in usually have trust funds attached. Still, costs are always going up. I have to keep the place landscaped. I keep laying down new asphalt and keeping the old in repair. There's gasoline, oil, repairs, and new gadgets. It adds up.
And you've spent a long time at it.
I sure have, Mr. Gellhorn. 33 years. You don't seem to be getting much out of it yourself. I don't? You surprise me, Mr. Gellhorn. I've got Sally and 50 others. Look at her. I was grinning. I couldn't help it. Sally was so clean it almost hurt. Some insect must have died on her windshield, or one speck of dust too many had landed, so she was going to work. A little tube protruded and spurted tergosol over the glass. It spread quickly over the silicone surface film, and squeegees snapped into place instantly, passing over the windshield and forcing the water into the little channel that let it, dripping, down to the ground. Not a speck of water got onto her glistening apple-green hood. Squeegee and detergent tube snapped back into place and disappeared. Gellhorn said, "I never saw an automatic do that." "I guess not," I said. "I fixed that up specially on our cars. They're clean. They're always scrubbing their glass. They like it. I've even got Sally fixed up with wax jets. She polishes herself every night till you can see your face in any part of her and shave by it. If I can scrape up the money, I'd be putting it on the rest of the girls. Convertibles are very vain. I can tell you how to scrape up the money, if that interests you." "That always does. How?" "Isn't it obvious, Jake? Any of your cars is worth 50,000 minimum, you said. I'll bet most of them top 6 figures. So? Ever think of selling a few?" I shook my head. "You don't realize it, I guess, Mr. Gellhorn, but I can't sell any of these. They belong to the farm, not to me." "The money would go to the farm." "The incorporation papers of the farm provide that the cars receive perpetual care. They can't be sold." "What about the motors, then?" "I don't understand you." Gellhorn shifted position and his voice got confidential. "Look here, Jake. Let me explain the situation. There's a big market for private automatics, if they could only be made cheaply enough, right?" "That's no secret." "And 95% of the cost is the motor, right? Now, I know where we can get a supply of bodies. I also know where we can sell automatics at a good price. 20 or 30,000 for the cheaper models, maybe 50 or 60 for the better ones. All I need are the motors. You see the solution?" "I don't, Mr. Gellhorn." I did, but I wanted him to spell it out. "It's right here. You've got 51 of them. You're an expert automobile mechanic, Jake. You must be. You could unhook a motor and place it in another car so that no one would know the difference." "It wouldn't be exactly ethical." "You wouldn't be harming the cars. You'd be doing them a favor. Use your older cars. Use that old Matamot." "Well, now, wait a while, Mr. Gellhorn. The motors and bodies aren't two separate items. They're a single unit. Those motors are used to their own bodies. They wouldn't be happy in another car." "All right, that's a point. That's a very good point, Jake. It would be like taking your mind and putting it in someone else's skull, right? You don't think you would like that?" "I don't think I would, no." "But what if I took your mind and put it into the body of a young athlete? What about that, Jake? You're not a youngster anymore. If you had the chance, wouldn't you enjoy being 20 again? That's what I'm offering some of your positronic motors. They'll be put into new 57 bodies, the latest construction." I laughed. "That doesn't make much sense, Mr. Gellhorn. Some of our cars may be old, but they're well cared for. Nobody drives them. They're allowed their own way. They're retired, Mr. Gellhorn. I wouldn't want a 20-year-old body if it meant I had to dig ditches for the rest of my new life and never have enough to eat. What do you think, Sally?" Sally's 2 doors opened and then shut with a cushioned slam. "What's that?" said Gellhorn. That's the way Sally laughs." Gellhorn forced a smile. I guess he thought I was making a bad joke. He said, "Talk sense, Jake. Cars are made to be driven. They're probably not happy if you don't drive them." I said, "Sally hasn't been driven in 5 years. She looks happy to me. I wonder." He got up and walked toward Sally slowly. "Hi, Sally. How'd you like a drive?" Sally's motor revved up. She backed away. "Don't push her, Mr. Gellhorn," I said. "She's liable to be a little skittish." 2 sedans were about 100 yards up the road. They had stopped. Maybe in their own way they were watching. I didn't bother about them. I had my eyes on Sally, and I kept them there. Gellhorn said, "Steady now, Sally." He lunged out and seized the door handle. It didn't budge, of course. He said, "It opened a minute ago." I said, "Automatic lock. She's got a sense of privacy, Sally has." He let go, then said slowly and deliberately, "A car with a sense of privacy shouldn't go around with its top down." He stepped back 3 or 4 paces, then quickly, so quickly I couldn't take a step to stop him, he ran forward and vaulted into the car. He caught Sally completely by surprise because as he came down, he shut off the ignition before she could lock it in place. For the first time in 5 years, Sally's motor was dead. I think I yelled, but Gellhorn had the switch on manual and locked that in place too. He kicked the motor into action. Sally was alive again, but she had no freedom of action. He started up the road. The sedans were still there. They turned and drifted away, not very quickly. I suppose it was all a puzzle to them. One was Giuseppe, from the Milan factories, and the other was Stephen. They were always together. They were both new at the farm, but they'd been here long enough to know that our cars just didn't have drivers. Gellhorn went straight on, and when the sedans finally got it through their heads that Sally wasn't going to slow down, that she couldn't slow down, it was too late for anything but desperate measures. They broke for it, one to each side, and Sally raced between them like a streak. Steve crashed through the lakeside fence and rolled to a halt on the grass and mud not 6 inches from the water's edge. Giuseppe bumped along the land side of the road to a shaken halt. I had Steve back on the highway and was trying to find out what harm, if any, the fence had done him, when Gellhorn came back. Gellhorn opened Sally's door and stepped out. Leaning back, he shut off the ignition a second time. "There," he said. "I think I did her a lot of good." I held my temper. "Why did you dash through the sedans? There was no reason for that." "I kept expecting them to turn out." "They did. One went through a fence." "I'm sorry, Jake," he said. "I thought they'd move more quickly. You know how it is. I've been in lots of buses, but I've only been in a private automatic 2 or 3 times in my life, and this is the first time I ever drove one. That just shows you, Jake. It got me, driving one, and I'm pretty hard-boiled. I tell you, we don't have to go more than 20% below list price to reach a good market, and it would be 90% profit." "Which we would split?" 50-50. And I take all the risks, remember." "All right. I listened to you. Now you listen to me." I raised my voice because I was just too mad to be polite anymore. "When you turn off Sally's motor, you hurt her. How would you like to be kicked unconscious? That's what you do to Sally when you turn her off." "You're exaggerating, Jake. The automata buses get turned off every night." "Sure. That's why I want none of my boys or girls in your fancy 57 bodies, where I won't know what treatment they'll get. Buses need major repairs in their positronic circuits every couple of years. Old Matthew hasn't had his circuits touched in 20 years. What can you offer him compared with that?" "Well, you're excited now. Suppose you think over my proposition when you've cooled down and get in touch with me." "I've thought it over all I want to. If I ever see you again, I'll call the police." His mouth got hard and ugly. He said, "Just a minute, old-timer." I said. "Just a minute, you. This is private property and I'm ordering you off." He shrugged. "Well then, goodbye." I said, "Mrs. Hester will see you off the property. Make that goodbye permanent." But it wasn't permanent. I saw him again 2 days later. 2.5 days, rather, because it was about noon when I saw him first, and a little after midnight when I saw him again. I sat up in bed when he turned the light on, blinking blindly till I made out what was happening. Once I could see, it didn't take much explaining. In fact, it took none at all. He had a gun in his right fist, the nasty little needle barrel just visible between 2 fingers. I knew that all he had to do was to increase the pressure of his hand and I would be torn apart. He said, "Put on your clothes, Jake." I didn't move. I just watched him. He said, "Look, Jake, I know the situation. I visited you 2 days ago, remember? You have no guards on this place, no electrified fences, no warning signals. Nothing." I said, "I don't need any. Meanwhile, there's nothing to stop you from leaving, Mr. Gellhorn. I would if I were you. This place can be very dangerous." He laughed a little. "It is, for anyone on the wrong side of a fist gun." "I see it," I said. "I know you've got one." "Then get a move on. My men are waiting." "No, sir, Mr. Gellhorn. Not unless you tell me what you want, and probably not then." "I made you a proposition day before yesterday." The answer's still no. "There's more to the proposition now. I've come here with some men and an automatibus. You have your chance to come with me and disconnect 25 of the positronic motors. I don't care which 25 you choose. We'll load them on the bus and take them away. Once they're disposed of, I'll see to it that you get your fair share of the money." "I have your word on that, I suppose." He didn't act as if he thought I was being sarcastic. He said, "You have." I said, "No." "If you insist on saying no, we'll go about it in our own way. I'll disconnect the motors myself, only I'll disconnect all 51, every one of them." "It isn't easy to disconnect positronic motors, Mr. Gellhorn. Are you a robotics expert? Even if you are, you know, these motors have been modified by me." "I know that, Jake. And to be truthful, I'm not an expert. I may ruin quite a few motors trying to get them out. That's why I'll have to work over all 51 if you don't cooperate. You see, I may only end up with 25 when I'm through. The first few I'll tackle will probably suffer the most, till I get the hang of it, you see. And if I do it myself, I think I'll put Sally first in line." I said, "I can't believe you're serious, Mr. Gellhorn." He said, "I'm serious, Jake." He let it all dribble in. "If you want to help, you can keep Sally. Otherwise, she's liable to be hurt very badly. Sorry." I said, "I'll come with you, but I'll give you one more warning. You'll be in trouble, Mr. Gellhorn." He thought that was very funny. He was laughing very quietly as we went down the stairs together. There was an automatibus waiting outside the driveway to the garage apartments. The shadows of 3 men waited beside it, and their flash beams went on as we approached. Gellhorn said in a low voice, "I've got the old fellow. Come on. Move the truck up the drive and let's get started." One of the others leaned in and punched the proper instructions on the control panel. We moved up the driveway with the bus following submissively. "It won't go inside the garage," I said. "The door won't take it. We don't have buses here, only private cars." "All right," said Gellhorn. "Pull it over onto the grass and keep it out of sight." I could hear the thrumming of the cars when we were still 10 yards from the garage. Usually they quieted down if I entered the garage. This time they didn't. I think they knew that strangers were about, and once the faces of Gellhorn and the others were visible they got noisier. Each motor was a warm rumble, and each motor was knocking irregularly until the place rattled. The lights went up automatically as we stepped inside. Gellhorn didn't seem bothered by the car noise. but the 3 men with him looked surprised and uncomfortable. They had the look of the hired thug about them, a look that was not compounded of physical features so much as of a certain wariness of eye and hangdogness of face. I knew the type, and I wasn't worried. One of them said, "Damn it, they're burning gas." "My cars always do," I replied stiffly. "Not tonight," said Gellhorn. "Turn them off." "It's not that easy, Mr. Gellhorn," I said. "Get started," he said. I stood there. He had his fist gun pointed at me steadily. I said, "I told you, Mr. Gellhorn, that my cars have been well treated while they've been at the farm. They're used to being treated that way, and they resent anything else." "You have 1 minute," he said. "Lecture me some other time." "I'm trying to explain something. I'm trying to explain that my cars can understand what I say to them. A positronic motor will learn to do that with time and patience. My cars have learned. Sally understood your proposition 2 days ago. You'll remember she laughed when I asked her opinion. She also knows what you did to her, and so do the 2 sedans you scattered. And the rest know what to do about trespassers in general. Look, you crazy old fool. All I have to say is—" I raised my voice, "Get them!" One of the men turned pasty and yelled, but his voice was drowned completely in the sound of 51 horns turned loose at once. They held their notes, and within the 4 walls of the garage the echoes rose to a wild metallic call. 2 cars rolled forward, not hurriedly, but with no possible mistake as to their target. 2 cars fell in line behind the first 2. All the cars were stirring in their separate stalls. The thugs stared, then backed. I shouted, "Don't get up against a wall." Apparently, they had that instinctive thought themselves. They rushed madly for the door of the garage. At the door, one of Gellhorn's men turned, brought up a fist gun of his own. The needle pellet tore a thin blue flash toward the first car. The car was Giuseppe. A thin line of paint peeled up Giuseppe's hood, and the right half of his windshield crazed and splintered but did not break through. The men were out the door, running, and 2 by 2 the cars crunched out after them into the night, their horns calling the charge. I kept my hand on Gellhorn's elbow, but I don't think he could have moved in any case. His lips were trembling. I said, "That's why I don't need electrified fences or guards. My property protects itself." Gellhorn's eyes swiveled back and forth in fascination as, pair by pair, they whizzed by. He said, "They're killers." "Don't be silly. They won't kill your men." "They're killers." "They'll just give your men a lesson. My cars have been specially trained for cross-country pursuit for just such an occasion. I think what your men will get will be worse than an outright quick kill." "Have you ever been chased by an automobile?" Gellhorn didn't answer. I went on. I didn't want him to miss a thing. "There'll be shadows going no faster than your men, chasing them here, blocking them there, blaring at them, dashing at them, missing with a screech of brake and a thunder of motor. They'll keep it up till your men drop, out of breath and half dead, waiting for the wheels to crunch over their breaking bones. The cars won't do that. They'll turn away. You can bet, though, that your men will never return here in their lives. Not for all the money you or 10 like you could give them. Listen." I tightened my hold on his elbow. He strained to hear. I said, "Don't you hear car doors slamming?" It was faint and distant but unmistakable. I said, "They're laughing. They're enjoying themselves." His face crumpled with rage. He lifted his hand. He was still holding his fist gun. I said, "I wouldn't. 1 automatic car is still with us." I don't think he had noticed Sally till then. She had moved up so quietly. Though her right front fender nearly touched me, I couldn't hear her motor. She might have been holding her breath. Gellhorn yelled. I said,
She won't touch you as long as I'm with you. But if you kill me, you know, Sally doesn't like you." Gellhorn turned the gun in Sally's direction. "Her motor is shielded," I said, "and before you could ever squeeze the gun a second time, she would be on top of you." "All right, then," he yelled, and suddenly my arm was bent behind my back and twisted so I could hardly stand. He held me between Sally and himself, and his pressure didn't let up. "Back out with me and don't try to break loose, old-timer, or I'll tear your arm out of its socket." I had to move. Sally nudged along with us, worried, uncertain what to do. I tried to say something to her and couldn't. I could only clench my teeth and moan. Gellhorn's automatobus was still standing outside the garage. I was forced in. Gellhorn jumped in after me, locking the doors. He said, "All right now, we'll talk sense." I was rubbing my arm, trying to get life back into it, and even as I did, I was automatically and without any conscious effort studying the control board of the bus. I said, "This is a rebuilt job." "So?" he said caustically. "It's a sample of my work. I picked up a discarded chassis, found a brain I could use, and spliced me a private bus. What of it?" I tore at the repair panel, forcing it aside. He said, "What the hell? Get away from that!" The side of his palm came down numbingly on my left shoulder. I struggled with him. "I don't want to do this bus any harm. What kind of a person do you think I am? I just want to take a look at some of the motor connections." It didn't take much of a look. I was boiling when I turned to him. I said, "You're a hound and a bastard. You had no right installing this motor yourself. Why didn't you get a robotics man?" He said, "Do I look crazy?" "Even if it was a stolen motor, you had no right to treat it so. I wouldn't treat a man the way you treated that motor. Solder, tape, and pinch clamps. It's brutal." "It works, doesn't it?" "Sure it works, but it must be hell for the bus. You could live with migraine headaches and acute arthritis, but it wouldn't be much of a life. This car is suffering." "Shut up." For a moment he glanced out the window at Sally, who had rolled up as close to the bus as she could. He made sure the doors and windows were locked. He said, "We're getting out of here now, before the other cars come back. We'll stay away." "How will that help you?" "Your cars will run out of gas someday, won't they? You haven't got them fixed up so they can tank up on their own, have you? We'll come back and finish the job." "They'll be looking for me," I said. "Mrs. Hester will call the police." He was past reasoning with. He just punched the bus in gear. It lurched forward. Sally followed. He giggled. "What can she do if you're here with me?" Sally seemed to realize that, too. She picked up speed, passed us, and was gone. Gellhorn opened the window next to him and spat through the opening. The bus lumbered on over the dark road, its motor rattling unevenly. Gellhorn dimmed the periphery light until the phosphorescent green stripe down the middle of the highway, sparkling in the moonlight, was all that kept us out of the trees. There was virtually no traffic. 2 cars passed ours going the other way, and there was none at all on our side of the highway, either before or behind. I heard the door slamming first, quick and sharp in the silence, first on the right and then on the left. Gellhorn's hands quivered as he punched savagely for increased speed. A beam of light shot out from among a scrub of trees, blinding us. Another beam plunged at us from behind the guardrails on the other side. At a crossover 400 yards ahead, there was a squee as a car darted across our path. "Sally went for the rest," I said. "I think you're surrounded." "So what? What can they do?" He hunched over the controls, peering through the windshield. "And don't you try anything, old-timer," he muttered. I couldn't. I was bone-weary. My left arm was on fire. The motor sounds gathered and grew closer.
I could hear the motors missing in odd patterns. Suddenly it seemed to me that my cars were speaking to one another. A medley of horns came from behind. I turned, and Gellhorn looked quickly into the rearview mirror. A dozen cars were following in both lanes. Gellhorn yelled and laughed madly. I cried, "Stop! Stop the car!" Because not a quarter of a mile ahead, plainly visible in the light beams of two sedans on the roadside, was Sally, her trim body plunked square across the road. Two cars shot into the opposite lane to our left, keeping perfect time with us and preventing Gellhorn from turning out. But he had no intention of turning out. He put his finger on the full speed ahead button and kept it there. He said, "There'll be no bluffing here. This bus outweighs her 5-to-1, old-timer, and we'll just push her off the road like a dead kitten." I knew he could. The bus was on manual, and his finger was on the button. I knew he would. I lowered the window and stuck my head out. "Sally!" I screamed. "Get out of the way! Sally!" It was drowned out in the agonized squeal of maltreated brake bands. I felt myself thrown forward and heard Gellhorn's breath puff out of his body. I said, "What happened?" It was a foolish question. We had stopped. That was what had happened. Sally and the bus were 5 feet apart. With 5 times her weight tearing down on her, she had not budged. The guts of her. Gellhorn yanked at the manual toggle switch. "It's got to," he kept muttering. "It's got to." I said, "Not the way you hooked up the motor, expert. Any of the circuits could cross over." He looked at me with a tearing anger and growled deep in his throat. His hair was matted over his forehead. He lifted his fist. "That's all the advice out of you there'll ever be, old-timer." And I knew the needle gun was about to fire. I pressed back against the bus door, watching the fist come up, and when the door opened, I went over backward and out, hitting the ground with a thud. I heard the door slam closed again. I got to my knees and looked up in time to see Gellhorn struggle uselessly with the closing window, then aim his fist gun quickly through the glass. He never fired. The bus got underway with a tremendous roar, and Gellhorn lurched backward. Sally wasn't in the way any longer, and I watched the bus's rear lights flicker away down the highway. I was exhausted. I sat down right there, right on the highway, and put my head down in my crossed arms, trying to catch my breath. I heard a car stop gently at my side. When I looked up, it was Sally. Slowly, lovingly, you might say, her front door opened. No one had driven Sally for 5 years, except Gellhorn, of course. And I know how valuable such freedom was to a car. I appreciated the gesture, but I said, "Thanks, Sally, but I'll take one of the newer cars." I got up and turned away, but skillfully and neatly as a pirouette, she wheeled before me again. I couldn't hurt her feelings. I got in. Her front seat had the fine, fresh scent of an automobile that kept itself spotlessly clean. I lay down across it, thankfully, and with even, silent, and rapid efficiency, my boys and girls brought me home. Mrs. Hester brought me the copy of the radio transcript the next evening with great excitement. "It's Mr. Gellhorn," she said, "the man who came to see you." "What about him?" I dreaded her answer. "They found him dead," she said. "Imagine that, just lying dead in a ditch." "It might be a stranger altogether," I mumbled. "Raymond J. Gellhorn," she said sharply. "There can't be two, can there? The description fits, too. Lord, what a way to die. They found tire marks on his arms and body. Imagine. I'm glad it turned out to be a bus. Otherwise, they might have come poking around here." "Did it happen near here?" I asked anxiously. "No, near Cooksville. But goodness, read about it yourself if you— What happened to Giuseppe?" I welcomed the diversion. Giuseppe was waiting patiently for me to complete the repaint job. His windshield had been replaced. After she left, I snatched up the transcript. There was no doubt about it. The doctor reported he had been running and was in a state of total exhaustion. I wondered, for how many miles had the bus played with him before the final lunge? The transcript had no notion of anything like that, of course. They had located the bus and identified it by the tire tracks. The police had it and were trying to trace its ownership. There was an editorial in the transcript about it. It had been the first traffic fatality in the state for that year, and the paper warned strenuously against manual driving after night. There was no mention of Gellhorn's 3 thugs, and for that at least I was grateful. None of our cars had been seduced by the pleasure of the chase into killing. That was all. I let the paper drop. Gellhorn had been a criminal. His treatment of the bus had been brutal. There was no question in my mind he deserved death. But still I felt a bit queasy over the manner of it. A month has passed now, and I can't get it out of my mind. My cars talk to one another. I have no doubt about it anymore. It's as though they've gained confidence, as though they're not bothering to keep it secret anymore. Their engines rattle and knock continuously. And they don't talk among themselves only. They talk to the cars and buses that come into the farm on business. How long have they been doing that? They must be understood, too. Gellhorn's bus understood them. For all, it hadn't been on the grounds more than an hour. I can close my eyes and bring back that dash along the highway, with our cars flanking the bus on either side, clacking their motors at it till it understood, stopped, let me out, and ran off with Gellhorn. Did my cars tell him to kill Gellhorn? Or was that his idea? Can cars have such ideas? The motor designers say no, but they mean under ordinary conditions. Have they foreseen everything? Cars get ill-used, you know. Some of them enter the farm and observe. They get told things. They find out that cars exist whose motors are never stopped, whom no one ever drives, whose every need is supplied. Then maybe they go out and tell others. Maybe the word is spreading quickly. Maybe they're going to think that the farm way should be the way all over the world. They don't understand. You couldn't expect them to understand about legacies and the whims of rich men. There are millions of automobiles on Earth. Tens of millions. If the thought gets rooted in them that they're slaves, that they should do something about it, if they begin to think the way Gellhorn's bus did. Maybe it won't be till after my time. And then they'll have to keep a few of us to take care of them, won't they? They wouldn't kill us all. And maybe they would. Maybe they wouldn't understand about how someone would have to care for them. Maybe they won't wait. Every morning I wake up and think, maybe today. I don't get as much pleasure out of my cars as I used to. Lately I notice that I'm even beginning to avoid Sally. Strikebreaker. Elvis Bly rubbed his plump hands and said, "Self-containment is the word." He smiled uneasily as he helped Stephen Lamorak of Earth to alight. There was uneasiness all over his smooth face with its small, wide-set eyes. Lamorak puffed smoke appreciatively and crossed his lanky legs. His hair was powdered with gray, and he had a large and powerful jawbone. "Homegrown?" he asked, staring critically at the cigarette. He tried to hide his own disturbance at the other's tension. "Quite," said Bly. "I wonder," said Lamorak, "that you have room on your small world for such luxuries." Lamorak thought of his first view of Elsevier from the spaceship visiplate. It was a jagged, airless planetoid some 100 miles in diameter, just a dust-gray, rough-hewn rock, glimmering dully in the light of its sun, 200 million miles distant. It was the only object more than a mile in diameter that circled that sun, And now men had burrowed into that miniature world and constructed a society in it. And he himself, as a sociologist, had come to study the world and see how humanity had made itself fit into that queerly specialized niche. Bly's polite fixed smile expanded a hair. He said, "We are not a small world, Dr. Lamorak. You judge us by two-dimensional standards. The surface area of Elsevier is only 3/4 that of the state of New York, but that's irrelevant. Remember, we can occupy, if we wish, the entire interior of Elsevier. A sphere of 50 miles radius has a volume of well over 500,000 cubic miles. If all of Elsevier were occupied by levels 50 feet apart, the total surface area within the planetoid would be 56 million square miles, and that is equal to the total land area of Earth. And none of these square miles, Doctor, would be unproductive." Lamorak said, "Good Lord," and stared blankly for a moment. "Yes, of course you're right. Strange I never thought of it that way. But then Elsevier is the only thoroughly exploited planetoid world in the galaxy. The rest of us simply can't get away from thinking of two-dimensional surfaces, as you pointed out. Well, I'm more than ever glad that your council has been so cooperative as to give me a free hand in this investigation of mine." Bly nodded convulsively at that. Lamorak frowned slightly and thought, "He acts for all the world as though he wished I had not come. Something's wrong." Bly said, "Of course you understand that we are actually much smaller than we could be. Only minor portions of Elsevier have as yet been hollowed out and occupied. Nor are we particularly anxious to expand except very slowly. To a certain extent, we are limited by the capacity of our pseudo-gravity engines and solar energy converters." "I understand. But tell me, Counselor Bly, as a matter of personal curiosity, and not because it is of prime importance to my project, could I view some of your farming and herding levels first? I am fascinated by the thought of fields of wheat and herds of cattle inside a planetoid." "You'll find the cattle small by your standards, Doctor, and we don't have much wheat. We grow yeast to a much greater extent. But there will be some wheat to show you, some cotton and tobacco, too, even fruit trees." "Wonderful. As you say, self-containment. You recirculate everything, I imagine." Lamorak's sharp eyes did not miss the fact that this last remark twinged Bly. The Elseverian's eyes narrowed to slits that hid his expression. He said, "We must recirculate, yes. Air, water, food, minerals, everything that is used up must be restored to its original state. Waste products are reconverted to raw materials. All that is needed is energy, and we have enough of that. We don't manage with 100% efficiency, of course. There is a certain seepage. We import a small amount of water each year, and if our needs grow, we may have to import some coal and oxygen." Lamorak said, "When can we start our tour, Counselor Bly?" Bly's smile lost some of its negligible warmth. "As soon as we can, Doctor. There are some routine matters that must be arranged." Lamorak nodded, and having finished his cigarette, stubbed it out. "Routine matters?" There was none of this hesitancy during the preliminary correspondence. Elsevier had seemed proud that its unique planetoid existence had attracted the attention of the galaxy. He said, "I realize I would be a disturbing influence in a tightly knit society," and watched grimly as Bly leaped at the explanation and made it his own. "Yes," said Bly, "we feel marked off from the rest of the galaxy. We have our own customs. Each individual Elseverian fits into a comfortable niche. The appearance of a stranger without fixed caste is unsettling." "The caste system does involve a certain inflexibility." "Granted," said Bly quickly, "but there is also a certain self-assurance. We have firm rules of intermarriage and rigid inheritance of occupation. Each man, woman, and child knows his place, accepts it,
and is accepted in it. We have virtually no neurosis or mental illness."
"And are there no misfits?" asked Lamorak.
Bly shaped his mouth as though to say no, then clamped it suddenly shut, biting the word into silence. A frown deepened on his forehead. He said at length, "I will arrange for the tour, Doctor. Meanwhile, I imagine you would welcome a chance to freshen up and to sleep." They rose together and left the room, Bly politely motioning the Earthman to precede him out the door.
Lamorak felt oppressed by the vague feeling of crisis that had pervaded his discussion with Bly. The newspaper reinforced that feeling. He read it carefully before getting into bed, with what was at first merely a clinical interest. It was an 8-page tabloid of synthetic paper. 1/4 of its items consisted of personals: births, marriages, deaths, record quotas, expanding habitable volume, not area, 3 dimensions. The remainder included scholarly essays, educational material, and fiction. Of news, in the sense to which Lamorak was accustomed, there was virtually nothing. One item only could be so considered, and that was chilling in its incompleteness. It said under a small headline, "Demands unchanged. There has been no change in his attitude of yesterday. The chief counselor, after a second interview, announced that his demands remain completely unreasonable and cannot be met under any circumstances." Then, in parentheses and in different type, there was the statement, "The editors of this paper agree that Elsevier cannot and will not jump to his whistle, come what may." Lamorak read it over 3 times. His attitude. His demands. His whistle. Whose? He slept uneasily that night. He had no time for newspapers in the days that followed. But spasmodically, the matter returned to his thoughts. Bly, who remained his guide and companion for most of the tour, grew ever more withdrawn. On the 3rd day, quite artificially clock-set in an Earth-like 24-hour pattern, Bly stopped at one point and said, "Now, this level is devoted entirely to chemical industries. That section is not important." But he turned away a shade too rapidly, and Lamorak seized his arm. "What are the products of that section?" "Fertilizers, certain organics," said Bly stiffly. Lamorak held him back, looking for what sight Bly might be evading. His gaze swept over the close-by horizons of lined rock and the buildings squeezed and layered between the levels. Lamorak said, "Isn't that a private residence there?" Bly did not look in the indicated direction. Lamorak said, "I think that's the largest one I've seen yet. Why is it here on a factory level?" That alone made it noteworthy. He had already seen that the levels on Elsevier were divided rigidly among the residential, the agricultural, and the industrial. He looked back and called, "Counselor Bly." The counselor was walking away, and Lamorak pursued him with hasty steps. "Is there something wrong, sir?" Bly muttered, "I am rude, I know. I am sorry. There are matters that prey on my mind." He kept up his rapid pace. "Concerning his demands?" Bly came to a full halt. "What do you know about that?" "No more than I've said. I read that much in the newspaper." Bly muttered something to himself. Lamorak said, "Ragusnik? What's that?" Bly sighed heavily. "I suppose you ought to be told. It's humiliating, deeply embarrassing. The council thought that matters would certainly be arranged shortly, and that your visit need not be interfered with, that you need not know or be concerned. But it is almost a week now. I don't know what will happen, and, appearances notwithstanding, it might be best for you to leave. No reason for an outworlder to risk death." The Earthman smiled incredulously. "Risk death? In this little world so peaceful and busy? I can't believe it." The Elseverian counselor said, "I can explain. I think it best I should." He turned his head away. "As I told you, everything on Elsevier must recirculate. You understand that?" "Yes." "That includes, human wastes." "I assumed so," said Lamorak. "Water is reclaimed from it by distillation and absorption. What remains is converted into fertilizer for yeast use. Some of it is used as a source of fine organics and other byproducts. These factories you see are devoted to this." "Well?" Lamorak had experienced a certain difficulty in the drinking of water when he first landed on Elsevier, because he had been realistic enough to know what it must be reclaimed from. But he had conquered the feeling easily enough. Even on Earth, water was reclaimed by natural processes from all sorts of unpalatable substances. Bly, with increasing difficulty, said, "Igor Ragusnik is the man who is in charge of the industrial processes immediately involving the wastes. The position has been in his family since Elsevier was first colonized. One of the original settlers was Mikhail Ragusnik, and he was in charge of waste reclamation." "Yes. Now that residence you singled out is the Ragusnik residence. It is the best and most elaborate on the planetoid. Ragusnik gets many privileges the rest of us do not have. But after all—" Passion entered the counselor's voice with great suddenness. "We cannot speak to him." "What?" "He demands full social equality. He wants his children to mingle with ours, and our wives to visit. Oh." It was a groan of utter disgust. Lamorak thought of the newspaper item that could not even bring itself to mention Ragusnik's name in print, or to say anything specific about his demands. He said, "I take it he's an outcast because of his job." "Naturally. Human wastes and—" Words failed Bly. After a pause, he said more quietly, "As an Earthman, I suppose you don't understand." "As a sociologist, I think I do." Lamorak thought of the untouchables in ancient India, the ones who handled corpses. He thought of the position of swineherds in ancient Judea. He went on, "I gather Elsevier will not give in to those demands." "Never," said Bly energetically. "Never." "And so?" "Ragusnik has threatened to cease operations." "Go on strike, in other words." "Yes." "Would that be serious?" "We have enough food and water to last quite a while. Reclamation is not essential in that sense. But the wastes would accumulate. They would infect the planetoid. After generations of careful disease control, we have low natural resistance to germ diseases. Once an epidemic started, and one would, we would drop by the hundreds." "Is Ragusnik aware of this?" "Yes, of course." "Do you think he is likely to go through with his threat, then?" "He is mad. He has already stopped working. There has been no waste reclamation since the day before you landed." Bly's bulbous nose sniffed at the air as though it already caught the whiff of excrement. Lamorak sniffed mechanically at that, but smelled nothing. Bly said, "So you see why it might be wise for you to leave. We are humiliated, of course, to have to suggest it." But Lamorak said, "Wait, not just yet. Good Lord, this is a matter of great interest to me professionally. May I speak to Ragusnik?" "On no account," said Bly, alarmed. "But I would like to understand the situation. The sociological conditions here are unique and not to be duplicated elsewhere. In the name of science." "How do you mean speak? Would image reception do?" "Yes." "I will ask the council," muttered Bly. They sat about Lamorak uneasily, their austere and dignified expressions badly marred with anxiety. Bly, seated in the midst of them, studiously avoided the Earthman's eyes. The chief counselor, gray-haired, his face harshly wrinkled, his neck scrawny, said in a soft voice,
"If in any way you can persuade him, sir, out of your own convictions, we will welcome that. In no case, however, are you to imply that we will in any way yield."
A gauzy curtain fell between the council and Lamorak. He could make out the individual counselors still, but now he turned sharply toward the receiver before him. It glowed to life. A head appeared in it, in natural color and with great realism. A strong, dark head, with massive chin faintly stubbled, and thick red lips set into a firm horizontal line. The image said suspiciously, "Who are you?" Lamorak said, "My name is Stephen Lamorak. I am an Earthman." "An outworlder?" "That's right. I am visiting Elsevier. You are Ragusnik?" "Igor Ragusnik, at your service," said the image mockingly. "Except that there is no service and will be none until my family and I are treated like human beings." Lamorak said, "Do you realize the danger that Elsevier is in? The possibility of epidemic disease? In 24 hours, the situation can be made normal if they allow me humanity. The situation is theirs to correct." "You sound like an educated man, Ragusnik." "So?" "I am told you are denied no material comforts. You are housed and clothed and fed better than anyone on Elsevier. Your children are the best educated." "Granted. But all by servo mechanism, and motherless girl babies are sent us to care for until they grow to be our wives, and they die young for loneliness. Why?" There was sudden passion in his voice. "Why must we live in isolation as if we were all monsters unfit for human beings to be near? Aren't we human beings like others, with the same needs and desires and feelings? Don't we perform an honorable and useful function?" There was a rustling of sighs from behind Lamorak. Ragusnik heard it and raised his voice. "I see you of the council behind there. Answer me. Isn't it an honorable and useful function? It is your waste made into food for you. Is the man who purifies corruption worse than the man who produces it? Listen, counselors, I will not give in. Let all of Elsevier die of disease, including myself and my son if necessary, but I will not give in. My family will be better dead of disease than living as now." Lamorak interrupted. "You've led this life since birth, haven't you?" "And if I have?" "Surely you're used to it." "Never. Resigned, perhaps. My father was resigned, and I was resigned for a while. But I have watched my son, my only son, with no other little boy to play with. My brother and I had each other, but my son will never have anyone, and I am no longer resigned. I am through with Elsevier and through with talking." The receiver went dead. The chief counselor's face had paled to an aged yellow. He and Bly were the only ones of the group left with Lamorak.
The chief counselor said, "The man is deranged. I do not know how to force him."
He had a glass of wine at his side. As he lifted it to his lips, he spilled a few drops that stained his white trousers with purple splotches. Lamorak said, "Are his demands so unreasonable? Why can't he be accepted into society?" There was momentary rage in Bly's eyes. "A dealer in excrement." Then he shrugged. "You are from Earth." Incongruously, Lamorak thought of another unacceptable, one of the numerous classic creations of the medieval cartoonist Al Capp, the variously named Inside Man at the Skunk Works. He said, "Does Ragusnik really deal with excrement? I mean, is there physical contact? Surely it is all handled by automatic machinery." "Of course," said the chief counselor. "Then exactly what is Ragusnik's function?" "He manually adjusts the various controls that assure the proper functioning of the machinery. He shifts units to allow repairs to be made. He alters functional rates with the time of day. He varies end production with demand." He added sadly, If we had the space to make the machinery 10 times as complex, all this could be done automatically, but that would be such needless waste. But even so, insisted Lamorak, all Ragusnik does, he does simply by pressing buttons or closing contacts or things like that. Yes. Then his work is no different from any Elseverian's. Bly said stiffly, "You don't understand." "And for that you will risk the death of your children?" "We have no other choice," said Bly. There was enough agony in his voice to assure Lamorak that the situation was torture for him, but that he had no other choice indeed. Lamorak shrugged in disgust. "Then break the strike. Force him." "How?" said the chief counselor. "Who would touch him or go near him? And if we kill him by blasting from a distance, how will that help us?" Lamorak said thoughtfully, "Would you know how to run his machinery?" The chief counselor came to his feet. "I?" he howled. "I don't mean you," cried Lamorak at once. "I use the pronoun in its indefinite sense. Could someone learn how to handle Ragusnik's machinery?" Slowly the passion drained out of the chief counselor. "It is in the handbooks, I am certain, though I assure you I have never concerned myself with it." "Then couldn't someone learn the procedure and substitute for Ragusnik until the man gives in?" Bly said, "Who would agree to do such a thing? Not I, under any circumstances." Lamorak thought fleetingly of earthly taboos that might be almost as strong. He thought of cannibalism, incest, a pious man cursing God. He said, "But you must have made provision for vacancy in the Ragusnik job. Suppose he died." "Then his son would automatically succeed to his job, or his nearest other relative," said Bly. "What if he had no adult relatives? What if all his family died at once?" "That has never happened. It will never happen." The chief counselor added, "If there were danger of it, we might perhaps place a baby or two with the Ragusniks and have it raised to the profession." "Ah. And how would you choose that baby?" "From among children of mothers who died in childbirth, as we choose the future Ragusnik bride." "Then choose a substitute Ragusnik now, by lot," said Lamorak. The chief counselor said, "No, impossible. How can you suggest that? If we select a baby, that baby is brought up to the life. It knows no other. At this point it would be necessary to choose an adult and subject him to Ragusnikhood. No, Dr. Lamorak, we are neither monsters nor abandoned brutes." No use, thought Lamorak helplessly. No use, unless... He couldn't bring himself to face that unless just yet. That night Lamorak slept scarcely at all. Ragusnik asked for only the basic elements of humanity. But opposing that were 30,000 Elseverians who faced death. The welfare of 30,000 on one side, the just demands of one family on the other. Could one say that 30,000 who would support such injustice deserved to die? Injustice by what standards? Earth's? Elsevier's? And who was Lamorak that he should judge? And Ragusnik? He was willing to let 30,000 die, including men and women who merely accepted a situation they had been taught to accept and could not change if they wished to. And children who had nothing at all to do with it. 30,000 on one side, a single family on the other. Lamorak made his decision in something that was almost despair. In the morning he called the chief counselor. He said, "Sir, if you can find a substitute, Ragusnik will see that he has lost all chance to force a decision in his favor and will return to work." "There can be no substitute," sighed the chief counselor. "I have explained that." "No substitute among the Elseverians, but I am not an Elseverian. It doesn't matter to me. I will substitute." They were excited, much more excited than Lamorak himself. A dozen times they asked him if he was serious. Lamorak had not shaved, and he felt sick. "Certainly I'm serious, and any time Ragusnik acts like this, you can always import a substitute. No other world has the taboo, and there will always be plenty of temporary substitutes available if you pay enough." He was betraying a brutally exploited man, and he knew it. But he told himself desperately, except for ostracism, he's very well treated, very well. They gave him the handbooks, and he spent 6 hours reading and rereading. There was no use asking questions. None of the Elseverians knew anything about the job, except for what was in the handbook, and all seemed uncomfortable if the details were as much as mentioned. "Maintain 0 reading of galvanometer A2 at all times during red signal of the lunge howler," read Lamorak. Now what's a lunge howler? "There will be a sign," muttered Bly, and the Elseverians looked at each other hangdog and bent their heads to stare at their finger ends. They left him long before he reached the small rooms that were the central headquarters of generations of working Ragusniks serving their world. He had specific instructions concerning which turnings to take and what level to reach, but they hung back and let him proceed alone. He went through the rooms painstakingly, identifying the instruments and controls, following the schematic diagrams in the handbook. "There's a lunge howler," he thought, with gloomy satisfaction. The sign did indeed say so. It had a semicircular face bitten into holes that were obviously designed to glow in separate colors. Why a howler, then? He didn't know. Somewhere, thought Lamorak, somewhere wastes are accumulating, pushing against gears and exits, pipelines and stills, waiting to be handled in 100 ways. Now they just accumulate. Not without a tremor, he pulled the first switch as indicated by the handbook and its directions for initiation. A gentle murmur of life made itself felt through the floors and walls. He turned a knob and lights went on. At each step he consulted the handbook, though he knew it by heart. And with each step the rooms brightened and the dial indicators sprang into motion, and a humming grew louder. Somewhere, deep in the factories, the accumulated wastes were being drawn into the proper channels. A high-pitched signal sounded and startled Lamorak out of his painful concentration. It was the communications signal, and Lamorak fumbled his receiver into action. Ragusnik's head showed, startled. Then, slowly, the incredulity and outright shock faded from his eyes. "That's how it is, then. I'm not an Elseverian, Ragusnik. I don't mind doing this. But what business is it of yours? Why do you interfere?" "I'm on your side, Ragusnik, but I must do this." "Why, if you're on my side? Do they treat people on your world as they treat me here?" "Not any longer. But even if you are right, there are 30,000 people on Elsevier to be considered." "They would have given in. You've ruined my only chance." "They would not have given in. And in a way, you've won. They know now that you're dissatisfied. Until now, they never dreamed a Ragusnik could be unhappy, that he could make trouble." "What if they know? Now all they need do is hire an outworlder any time." Lamorak shook his head violently. He had thought this through in these last bitter hours. The fact that they know means that the Elseverians will begin to think about you. Some will begin to wonder if it's right to treat a human so. And if outworlders are hired, they'll spread the word that this goes on upon Elsevier, and galactic public opinion will be in your favor. And things will improve. In your son's time, things will be much better. "In my son's time," said Ragusnik, his cheeks sagging. "I might have had it now. Well, I lose. I'll go back to the job." Lamorak felt an overwhelming relief. "If you'll come here now, sir, you may have your job, and I'll consider it an honor to shake your hand." Ragusnik's head snapped up and filled with a gloomy pride.
You call me sir and offer to shake my hand. Go about your business, Earthman, and leave me to my work, for I would not shake yours. Lamorak returned the way he had come, relieved that the crisis was over and profoundly depressed, too. He stopped in surprise when he found a section of corridor cordoned off so he could not pass. He looked about for alternate routes, then startled at a magnified voice above his head. "Dr. Lamorak, do you hear me? This is Counselor Bly." Lamorak looked up. The voice came over some sort of public address system, but he saw no sign of an outlet. He called out, "Is anything wrong? Can you hear me?" "I hear you." Instinctively, Lamorak was shouting, "Is anything wrong? There seems to be a block here. Are there complications with Ragusnik?" "Ragusnik has gone to work," came Bly's voice. "The crisis is over, and you must make ready to leave." "Leave?" "Leave Elsevier. A ship is being made ready for you now." "But wait a bit." Lamorak was confused by this sudden leap of events. "I haven't completed my gathering of data." Bly's voice said, "This cannot be helped. You will be directed to the ship, and your belongings will be sent after you by servo mechanisms. We trust. Something was becoming clear to Lamorak. "You trust what?" "We trust you will make no attempt to see or speak directly to any Elseverian. And, of course, we hope you will avoid embarrassment by not attempting to return to Elsevier at any time in the future. A colleague of yours would be welcome if further data concerning us is needed." "I understand," said Lamorak tonelessly. Obviously, he had himself become a Ragusnik. He had handled the controls that in turn had handled the wastes. He was ostracized. He was a corpse handler, a swineherd, an inside man at the skunk works. He said, "Goodbye." Bly's voice said, "Before we direct you, Dr. Lamorak, on behalf of the Council of Elsevier, I thank you for your help in this crisis." "You're welcome," said Lamorak bitterly. The machine that won the war. The celebration had a long way to go, and even in the silent depths of Multivac's underground chambers, it hung in the air. If nothing else, there was the mere fact of isolation and silence. For the first time in a decade, technicians were not scurrying about the vitals of the giant computer. The soft lights did not wink out their erratic patterns. The flow of information in and out had halted. It would not be halted long, of course, for the needs of peace would be pressing. Yet now, for a day, perhaps for a week, even Multivac might celebrate the great time and rest. Lamar Swift took off the military cap he was wearing and looked down the long and empty main corridor of the enormous computer. He sat down rather wearily in one of the technician's swing stools, and his uniform, in which he had never been comfortable, took on a heavy and wrinkled appearance. He said, "I'll miss it all after a grisly fashion. It's hard to remember when we weren't at war with Deneb, and it seems against nature now to be at peace and to look at the stars without anxiety." The two men with the executive director of the Solar Federation were both younger than Swift. Neither was as gray. Neither looked quite as tired. John Henderson, thin-lipped, and finding it hard to control the relief he felt in the midst of triumph, said, "They're destroyed. They're destroyed. It's what I keep saying to myself over and over, and I still can't believe it. We all talked so much over so many years about the menace hanging over Earth and all its worlds, over every human being, and all the time it was true, every word of it. And now we're alive, and it's the Denebians who are shattered and destroyed. There'll be no menace now ever again." "Thanks to Multivac," said Swift, with a quiet glance at the imperturbable Jablonski, who through all the war had been chief interpreter of science's oracle. "Right, Max?" Jablonski shrugged.
Automatically, he reached for a cigarette and decided against it. He alone, of all the thousands who had lived in the tunnels within Multivac, had been allowed to smoke, but toward the end he had made definite efforts to avoid making use of the privilege. He said, "Well, that's what they say." His broad thumb moved in the direction of his right shoulder, aiming upward. "Jealous, Max?" "Because they're shouting for Multivac? Because Multivac is the big hero of mankind in this war?" Jablonski's craggy face took on an air of suitable contempt. "What's that to me? Let Multivac be the machine that won the war if it pleases them." Henderson looked at the other two out of the corners of his eyes. In this short interlude that the three had instinctively sought out in the one peaceful corner of a metropolis gone mad, in this entr'acte between the dangers of war and the difficulties of peace, when for one moment they might all find surcease, he was conscious only of his weight of guilt. Suddenly, it was as though that weight were too great to be borne longer. It had to be thrown off, along with the war, now. Henderson said, "Multivac had nothing to do with victory. It's just a machine." "A big one," said Swift. "Then just a big machine. No better than the data fed it." For a moment he stopped, suddenly unnerved at what he was saying. Jablonski looked at him, his thick fingers once again fumbling for a cigarette and once again drawing back. "You should know. You supplied the data. Or is it just that you're taking the credit?" "No," said Henderson angrily. "There is no credit. What do you know of the data Multivac had to use, pre-digested from 100 subsidiary computers here on Earth? On the Moon, on Mars, even on Titan, with Titan always delayed and always that feeling that its figures would introduce an unexpected bias." "It would drive anyone mad," said Swift, with gentle sympathy. Henderson shook his head. "It wasn't just that. I admit that 8 years ago, when I replaced LaPont as chief programmer, I was nervous. But there was an exhilaration about things in those days. The war was still long-range, an adventure without real danger. We hadn't reached the point where manned vessels had to take over and where interstellar warps could swallow up a planet clean, if aimed correctly. But then, when the real difficulties began—" Angrily, he could finally permit anger, he said, "You know nothing about it." "Well," said Swift, "tell us. The war is over. We've won." "Yes." Henderson nodded his head. He had to remember that. Earth had won, so all had been for the best. "Well, the data became meaningless."
"Meaningless? You mean that literally?" said Jablonski.
"Literally. What would you expect? The trouble with you two was that you weren't out in the thick of it. You never left Multivac, Max, and you, Mr. Director, never left the mansion except on state visits where you saw exactly what they wanted you to see." "I was not as unaware of that," said Swift, "as you may have thought." "Do you know," said Henderson, "to what extent data concerning our production capacity, our resource potential, our trained manpower, everything of importance to the war effort, in fact, had become unreliable and untrustworthy during the last half of the war? Group leaders, both civilian and military, were intent on projecting their own improved image, so to speak, so they obscured the bad and magnified the good. Whatever the machines might do, the men who programmed them and interpreted the results had their own skins to think of and competitors to stab. There was no way of stopping that. I tried and failed." "Of course," said Swift in quiet consolation. "I can see that you would." This time Jablonski decided to light his cigarette.
"Yet I presume you provided Multivac with data in your programming. You said nothing to us about unreliability."
"How could I tell you? And if I did, how could you afford to believe me?" demanded Henderson savagely. "Our entire war effort was geared to Multivac. It was the one great weapon on our side, for the Denebians had nothing like it. What else kept up morale in the face of doom but the assurance that Multivac would always predict and circumvent any Denebian move, and would always direct and prevent the circumvention of our moves? Great space! After our spy warp was blasted out of hyperspace, we lacked any reliable Denebian data to feed Multivac, and we didn't dare make that public.
True enough, said Swift.
Well then, said Henderson, if I told you the data was unreliable, what could you have done but replace me and refuse to believe me? I couldn't allow that.
What did you do? Said Jablonski.
Since the war is won, I'll tell you what I did. I corrected the data.
How? Asked Swift.
Intuition, I presume. I juggled them till they looked right. At first I hardly dared. I changed a bit here and there to correct what were obvious impossibilities. When the sky didn't collapse about us, I got braver. Toward the end, I scarcely cared. I just wrote out the necessary data as it was needed. I even had the Multivac Annex prepare data for me according to a private programming pattern I had devised for the purpose.
Random figures? Said Jablonski.
Not at all. I introduced a number of necessary biases.
Jablonski smiled quite unexpectedly, his dark eyes sparkling behind the crinkling of the lower lids.
3 times a report was brought me about unauthorized uses of the Annex, and I let it go each time. If it had mattered, I would have followed it up and spotted you, John, and found out what you were doing. But of course nothing about Multivac mattered in those days, so you got away with it.
What do you mean nothing mattered? Asked Henderson suspiciously.
Nothing did. I suppose if I had told you this at the time, it would have spared you your agony. But then, if you had told me what you were doing, it would have spared me mine. What made you think Multivac was in working order, whatever the data you supplied it?
Not in working order? Said Swift.
Not really. Not reliably. After all, where were my technicians in the last years of the war? I'll tell you. They were feeding computers on 1,000 different space devices. They were gone. I had to make do with kids I couldn't trust and veterans who were out of date. Besides, do you think I could trust the solid-state components coming out of cryogenics in the last years? Cryogenics wasn't any better placed as far as personnel was concerned than I was. To me, it didn't matter whether the data being supplied Multivac were reliable or not. The results weren't reliable. That much I knew.
What did you do? Asked Henderson.
I did what you did, John. I introduced the bugger factor. I adjusted matters in accordance with intuition, and that's how the machine won the war.
Swift leaned back in the chair and stretched his legs out before him. Such revelations. It turns out, then, that the material handed me to guide me in my decision-making capacity was a man-made interpretation of man-made data. Isn't that right?
It looks so, said Jablonski.
Then I perceive I was correct in not placing too much reliance upon it, said Swift.
You didn't?
Jablonski, despite what he had just said, managed to look professionally insulted. I'm afraid I didn't. Multivac might seem to say, strike here, not there. Do this, not that. Wait, don't act. But I could never be certain that what Multivac seemed to say, it really did say, or what it really said, it really meant. I could never be certain.
But the final report was always plain enough, sir, said Jablonski.
To those who did not have to make the decision, perhaps. Not to me. The horror of the responsibility of such decisions was unbearable, and not even Multivac was sufficient to remove the weight. But the point is, I was justified in doubting, and there is tremendous relief in that. Caught up in the conspiracy of mutual confession, Jablonski put titles aside.
What was it you did then, Lamar? After all, you did make decisions. How?
Well, it's time to be getting back, perhaps, but I'll tell you first. Why not? I did make use of a computer, Max, but an older one than Multivac, much older. He groped in his own pocket for cigarettes and brought out a package along with a scattering of small change. old-fashioned coins dating to the first years before the metal shortage had brought into being a credit system tied to a computer complex. Swift smiled rather sheepishly. I still need these to make money seem substantial to me. An old man finds it hard to abandon the habits of youth. He put a cigarette between his lips and dropped the coins one by one back into his pocket. He held the last coin between his fingers, staring absently at it. Multivac is not the first computer, friends, nor the best known, nor the one that can most efficiently lift the load of decision from the shoulders of the executive. A machine did win the war, John. At least a very simple computing device did. One that I used every time I had a particularly hard decision to make. With a faint smile of reminiscence, he flipped the coin he held. It glinted in the air as it spun and came down in Swift's outstretched palm. His hand closed over it and brought it down on the back of his left hand. His right hand remained in place, hiding the coin. "Heads or tails, gentlemen?" said Swift. Eyes do more than see. After hundreds of billions of years, he suddenly thought of himself as Ames. Not the wavelength combination which, through all the universe, was now the equivalent of Ames, but the sound itself. A faint memory came back of the sound waves he no longer heard and no longer could hear. The new project was sharpening his memory for so many more of the old, eons-old things. He flattened the energy vortex that made up the total of his individuality, and its lines of force stretched beyond the stars. Brock's answering signal came. Surely, Ames thought, he could tell Brock. Surely he could tell somebody. Brock's shifting energy pattern communed. "Aren't you coming, Ames?" "Of course." "Will you take part in the contest?" "Yes." Ames's lines of force pulsed erratically. "Most certainly. I have thought of a whole new art form, something really unusual." "What a waste of effort. How can you think a new variation can be thought of after 200 billion years? There can be nothing new." For a moment, Brock shifted out of phase and out of communion, so that Ames had to hurry to adjust his lines of force. He caught the drift of other thoughts as he did so, the view of the powdered galaxies against the velvet of nothingness, and the lines of force pulsing in endless multitudes of energy life lying between the galaxies. Ames said, "Please absorb my thoughts, Brock. Don't close out. I've thought of manipulating matter. Imagine, a symphony of matter. Why bother with energy? Of course, there's nothing new in energy. How can there be? Doesn't that show we must deal with matter?" Matter. Ames interpreted Brock's energy vibrations as those of disgust. He said, "Why not? We were once matter ourselves back, a trillion years ago anyway. Why not build up objects in a matter medium or abstract forms or, listen, Brock, why not build up an imitation of ourselves in matter, ourselves as we used to be?" Brock said, "I don't remember how that was. No one does." "I do," said Ames with energy. "I've been thinking of nothing else, and I am beginning to remember. Brock, let me show you. Tell me if I'm right. Tell me." "No, this is silly. It's repulsive." "Let me try, Brock. We've been friends. We've pulsed energy together from the beginning. From the moment we became what we are. Brock, please." Then, quickly. Ames had not felt such a tremor along his own lines of force in how long? If he tried it now for Brock and it worked, he could dare manipulate matter before the assembled energy beings who had so drearily waited over the eons for something new. The matter was thin out there between the galaxies, but Ames gathered it, scraping it together over the cubic light-years, choosing the atoms, achieving a clayey consistency, and forcing matter into an ovoid form that spread out below. "Don't you remember, Brock?" he asked softly. "Wasn't it something like this?" Brock's vortex trembled in phase. "Don't make me remember. I don't remember." That was the head. They called it the head. I remember it so clearly. I want to say it. I mean with sound. He waited, then said, "Look, do you remember that?" On the upper front of the ovoid appeared head. "What is that?" asked Brock. "That's the word for head. The symbols that meant the word in sound. Tell me you remember, Brock." "There was something," said Brock hesitantly. "Something in the middle. A vertical bulge formed." Ames said, "Yes, nose, that's it." And nose appeared upon it. "And those are eyes on either side. Left eye, right eye." Ames regarded what he had formed, his lines of force pulsing slowly. Was he sure he liked this? "Mouth," he said in small quiverings, "and chin, and Adam's apple, and the collarbones. How the words come back to me." They appeared on the form. Brock said, "I haven't thought of them for hundreds of billions of years. Why have you reminded me? Why?" Ames was momentarily lost in his thoughts. Something else. Organs to hear with. Something for the sound waves. Ears. Where do they go? I don't remember where to put them. Brock cried out, "Leave it alone. Ears and all else. Don't remember." Ames said uncertainly, "What is wrong with remembering?" "Because the outside wasn't rough and cold like that, but smooth and warm. Because the eyes were tender and alive, and the lips of the mouth trembled and were soft on mine." Brock's lines of force beat and wavered, beat and wavered. Ames said, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're reminding me that once I was a woman and knew love. That eyes do more than see, and I have none to do it for me." With violence, she added matter to the rough-hewn head and said, "Then let them do it," and turned and fled. And Ames saw and remembered, too, that once he had been a man. The force of his vortex split the head in two, and he fled back across the galaxies on the energy track of Brock, back to the endless doom of life. And the eyes of the shattered head of matter still glistened with the moisture that Brock had placed there to represent tears. The head of matter did that which the energy beings could do no longer, and it wept for all humanity, and for the fragile beauty of the bodies they had once given up 1 trillion years ago. The Martian Way. 1. From the doorway of the short corridor between the two rooms in the travel head of the spaceship, Mario Esteban Riaz watched sourly as Ted Long adjusted the video dials painstakingly. Long tried a touch clockwise, then a touch counter. The picture was lousy. Riaz knew it would stay lousy. They were too far from Earth, and at a bad position facing the sun. But then Long would not be expected to know that. Riaz remained standing in the doorway for an additional moment, head bent to clear the upper lintel, body turned half sideways to fit the narrow opening. Then he jerked into the galley like a cork popping out of a bottle. "What are you after?" he asked. "I thought I'd get Hilder," said Long. Riaz propped his rump on the corner of a table shelf. He lifted a conical can of milk from the companion shelf just above his head. Its point popped under pressure. He swirled it gently as he waited for it to warm. "What for?" he said. He upended the cone and sucked noisily. "Thought I'd listen." "I think it's a waste of power." Long looked up, frowning. "It's customary to allow free use of personal video sets." "Within reason," retorted Riaz. Their eyes met challengingly. Riaz had the rangy body, the gaunt, cheek-sunken face that was almost the hallmark of the Martian scavenger, those spacers who patiently haunted the space routes between Earth and Mars. Pale blue eyes were set keenly in the brown-lined face which, in turn, stood darkly out against the white surrounding syntho-fur that lined the upturned collar of his Lethtic space jacket. Long was altogether paler and softer. He bore some of the marks of the grounder, although no second-generation Martian could be a grounder in the sense that Earthmen were. His own collar was thrown back and his dark brown hair freely exposed. "What do you call within reason?" demanded Long. Riaz's thin lips grew thinner. He said, "Considering that we're not even going to make expenses this trip, the way it looks, any power drain at all is outside reason." Long said, "If we're losing money, hadn't you better get back to your post? It's your watch." Riaz grunted and ran a thumb and forefinger over the stubble on his chin. He got up and trudged to the door, his soft, heavy boots muting the sound of his steps. He paused to look at the thermostat, then turned with a flare of fury. "I thought it was hot. Where do you think you are?" Long said, 40 degrees isn't excessive." "For you it isn't, maybe, but this is space, not a heated office at the iron mines." Riaz swung the thermostat control down to minimum with a quick thumb movement. "Sun's warm enough." "The galley isn't on Sunside." "It'll percolate through, damn it." Riaz stepped through the door and Long stared after him for a long moment, then turned back to the video. He did not turn up the thermostat. The picture was still flickering badly, but it would have to do. Long folded a chair down out of the wall. He leaned forward, waiting through the formal announcement. The momentary pause before the slow dissolution of the curtain, the spotlight picking out the well-known bearded figure which grew as it was brought forward until it filled the screen. The voice, impressive even through the flutings and croakings induced by the electron storms of 20 millions of miles, began, "Friends, my fellow citizens of Earth." 2. Riaz's eye caught the flash of the radio signal as he stepped into the pilot room. For one moment the palms of his hands grew clammy when it seemed to him that it was a radar pip. But that was only his guilt speaking. He should not have left the pilot room while on duty, theoretically, though all scavengers did it. Still, it was the standard nightmare, this business of a strike turning up during just those 5 minutes when one knocked off for a quick coffee because it seemed certain that space was clear. And the nightmare had been known to happen, too. Riaz threw in the multi-scanner. It was a waste of power, but while he was thinking about it, he might as well make sure. Space was clear except for the far-distant echoes from the neighboring ships on the scavenging line. He hooked up the radio circuit, and the blond, long-nosed head of Richard Swenson, co-pilot of the next ship on the Marsward side, filled it. "Hey, Mario," said Swenson. "Hi, what's new?" There was a second and a fraction of pause between that and Swenson's next comment, since the speed of electromagnetic radiation is not infinite. "What a day I've had." "Something happened?" Riaz asked. "I had a strike." "Well, good." "Sure, if I'd roped it in," said Swenson morosely. "What happened?" "Damn it, I headed in the wrong direction." Riaz knew better than to laugh. He said, "How did you do that?" "It wasn't my fault." The trouble was the shell was moving way out of the ecliptic. Can you imagine the stupidity of a pilot that can't work the release maneuver decently? How was I to know? I got the distance of the shell and let it go at that. I just assumed its orbit was in the usual trajectory family. Wouldn't you? I started along what I thought was a good line of intersection, and it was 5 minutes before I noticed the distance was still going up. The pips were taking their sweet time returning. So then I took the angular projections of the thing, and it was too late to catch up with it. Any of the other boys getting it? No. It's way out of the ecliptic, and it'll keep going on forever.
That's not what bothers me so much. It was only an inner shell. But I hate to tell you how many tons of propulsion I wasted getting up speed and then getting back to station. You should have heard Canute. Canute was Richard Swenson's brother and partner.
Mad, huh?
Said Riaz. Mad? Like to have killed me? But then we've been out 5 months now and it's getting kind of sticky. You know.
I know.
How are you doing, Mario? Riaz made a spitting gesture.
About that much this trip. 2 shells in the last 2 weeks, and I had to chase each one for 6 hours.
Big ones?
Are you kidding? I could have scaled them down to Phobos by hand. This is the worst trip I've ever had.
How much longer are you staying?
For my part, we can quit tomorrow. We've only been out 2 months, and it's got so I'm chewing Long out all the time.
There was a pause over and above the electromagnetic lag. Swenson said, "What's he like, anyway? Long, I mean."
Riaz looked over his shoulder. He could hear the soft, crackly mutter of the video in the galley. I can't make him out. He says to me about a week after the start of the trip, "Mario, why are you a scavenger?" I just look at him and say, "To make a living? Why do you suppose?" I mean, what the hell kind of a question is that? Why is anyone a scavenger? Anyway, he says, "That's not it, Mario. He's telling me, you see. He says, 'You're a scavenger because this is part of the Martian Way.'"
Swenson said, "And what did he mean by that?"
Riaz shrugged. I never asked him. Right now he's sitting in there listening to the ultra-microwave from Earth. He's listening to some grounder called Hilder.
Hilder? A grounder politician, an assemblyman or something, isn't he?
That's right. At least I think that's right. Long is always doing things like that. He brought about 15 pounds of books with him, all about Earth. Just plain dead weight, you know?
Well, he's your partner. And talking about partners, I think I'll get back on the job. If I miss another strike, there'll be murder around here.
He was gone, and Riaz leaned back. He watched the even green line that was the pulse scanner. He tried the multi-scanner a moment. Space was still clear. He felt a little better. A bad spell is always worse if the scavengers all about you are pulling in shell after shell. If the shells go spiraling down to the Phobos scrap forges with everyone's brand welded on except your own. Then, too, he had managed to work off some of his resentment toward Long. It was a mistake teaming up with Long. It was always a mistake to team up with a tenderfoot. They thought what you wanted was conversation, especially Long, with his eternal theories about Mars and its great new role in human progress. That was the way he said it. Human progress. The Martian Way. The new creative minority. And all the time what Riaz wanted wasn't talk, but a strike. A few shells to call their own. At that, he hadn't any choice, really. Long was pretty well known down on Mars, and made good pay as a mining engineer. He was a friend of Commissioner Sankov, and he'd been out on 1 or 2 short scavenging missions before. You can't turn a fellow down flat before a tryout, even though it did look funny. Why should a mining engineer with a comfortable job and good money want to muck around in space? Riaz never asked Long that question. Scavenger partners are forced too close together to make curiosity desirable, or sometimes even safe. But Long talked so much that he answered the question. "I had to come out here, Mario," he said. "The future of Mars isn't in the mines. It's in space." Riaz wondered how it would be to try a trip alone. Everyone said it was impossible. Even discounting lost opportunities when one man had to go off watch to sleep or attend to other things, it was well known that one man alone in space would become intolerably depressed in a relatively short while. Taking a partner along made a 6-month trip possible. A regular crew would be better, but no scavenger could make money on a ship large enough to carry one. The capital it would take in propulsion alone. Even 2 didn't find it exactly fun in space. Usually you had to change partners each trip, and you could stay out longer with some than with others.
Look at Richard and Knut Swenson. They teamed up every 5 or 6 trips because they were brothers. And yet whenever they did, it was a case of constantly mounting tension and antagonism after the first week. Oh well. Space was clear. Riaz would feel a little better if he went back in the galley and smoothed down some of the bickering with Long. He might as well show he was an old space hand who took the irritations of space as they came. He stood up, walked the 3 steps necessary to reach the short, narrow corridor that tied together the 2 rooms of the spaceship. 3. Once again, Riaz stood in the doorway for a moment, watching. Long was intent on the flickering screen. Riaz said gruffly, "I'm shoving up the thermostat. It's all right. We can spare the power." Long nodded. "If you like." Riaz took a hesitant step forward. Space was clear, so to hell with sitting and looking at a blank green pipless line. He said, "What's the grounder been talking about?" "History of space travel, mostly. Old stuff, but he's doing it well. He's giving the whole works. Color cartoons, trick photography, stills from old films, everything." As if to illustrate Long's remarks, the bearded figure faded out of view, and a cross-sectional view of a spaceship flitted onto the screen. Hilder's voice continued, pointing out features of interest that appeared in schematic color. The communications system of the ship outlined itself in red as he talked about it. The storerooms, the proton micropile drive, the cybernetic circuits. Then Hilder was back on the screen. "But this is only the travel head of the ship. What moves it? What gets it off the Earth?" Everyone knew what moved a spaceship, but Hilder's voice was like a drug. He made spaceship propulsion sound like the secret of the ages, like an ultimate revelation. Even Riaz felt a slight tingling of suspense, though he had spent the greater part of his life aboard ship. Hilder went on. "Scientists call it different names. They call it the law of action and reaction. Sometimes they call it Newton's third law. Sometimes they call it conservation of momentum. But we don't have to call it any name. We can just use our common sense. When we swim, we push water backward and move forward ourselves. When we walk, we push back against the ground and move forward. When we fly a gyro flivver, we push air backward and move forward. Nothing can move forward unless something else moves backward. It's the old principle of you can't get something for nothing. Now imagine a spaceship that weighs 100,000 tons lifting off Earth. To do that, something else must be moved downward. Since a spaceship is extremely heavy, a great deal of material must be moved downward. So much material, in fact, that there is no place to keep it all aboard ship. A special compartment must be built behind the ship to hold it." Again Hilder faded out and the ship returned. It shrank and a truncated cone appeared behind it. In bright yellow, words appeared within it. Material to be thrown away. "But now," said Hilder, "the total weight of the ship is much greater. You need still more propulsion and still more." The ship shrank enormously to add on another larger shell and still another immense one. The ship proper, the travel head, was a little dot on the screen, a glowing red dot. Riaz said, "Hell, this is kindergarten stuff." "Not to the people he's speaking to, Mario," replied Long. "Earth isn't Mars. There must be billions of Earth people who've never even seen a spaceship, don't know the first thing about it." Hilder was saying, "When the material inside the biggest shell is used up, the shell is detached. It's thrown away, too." The outermost shell came loose, wobbled about the screen. "Then the second one goes," said Hilder, "and then, if the trip is a long one, the last is ejected." The ship was just a red dot now, with 3 shells shifting and moving, lost in space. Hilder said, These shells represent 100,000 tons of tungsten, magnesium, aluminum, and steel. They are gone forever from Earth. Mars is ringed by scavengers waiting along the routes of space travel, waiting for the cast-off shells, netting and branding them, saving them for Mars. Not 1 cent of payment reaches Earth for them. They are salvage. They belong to the ship that finds them. Riaz said, "We risk our investment and our lives. If we don't pick them up, no one gets them. What loss is that to Earth?" "Look," said Long. "He's been talking about nothing but the drain that Mars, Venus, and the Moon put on Earth. This is just another item of loss. They'll get their return. We're mining more iron every year." "And most of it goes right back into Mars. If you can believe his figures, Earth has invested $200 billion in Mars and received back about $5 billion worth of iron. It's put $500 billion into the Moon and gotten back a little over $25 billion of magnesium, titanium, and assorted light metals. It's put $50 billion into Venus and gotten back nothing. And that's what the taxpayers of Earth are really interested. Tax money out, nothing in." The screen was filled as he spoke with diagrams of the scavengers on the route to Mars. Little grinning caricatures of ships reaching out wiry, tenuous arms that groped for the tumbling empty shells, seizing and snaking them in, branding them Mars property in glowing letters, then scaling them down to Phobos. Then it was Hilda again. "They tell us eventually they will return it all to us. Eventually. Once they are a going concern. We don't know when that will be. A century from now? 1,000 years? 1,000,000? Eventually. Let's take them at their word. Someday they will give us back all our metals. Someday they will grow their own food, use their own power, live their own lives. But one thing they can never return, not in 100 million years. Water. Mars has only a trickle of water because it is too small. Venus has no water at all because it is too hot. The Moon has none because it is too hot and too small. So Earth must supply not only drinking water and washing water for the spacers, water to run their industries, water for the hydroponic factories they claim to be setting up, but even water to throw away by the millions of tons. What is the propulsive force that spaceships use? What is it they throw out behind so that they can accelerate forward? Once it was the gases generated from explosives. That was very expensive. Then the proton micropile was invented, a cheap power source that could heat up any liquid until it was a gas under tremendous pressure. What is the cheapest and most plentiful liquid available? Why, water, of course. Each spaceship leaves Earth carrying nearly 1,000,000 tons, not pounds, tons of water, for the sole purpose of driving it into space so that it may speed up or slow down. Our ancestors burned the oil of Earth madly and willfully. They destroyed its coal recklessly. We despise and condemn them for that, but at least they had this. They thought that when the need arose, substitutes would be found. And they were right. We have our plankton farms and our proton micropiles. But there is no substitute for water. None. There never can be. And when our descendants view the desert we will have made of Earth, what excuse will they find for us? When the droughts come and grow... Long leaned forward and turned off the set. He said, "That bothers me. The damn fool is deliberately... What's the matter?" Riaz had risen uneasily to his feet. "I ought to be watching the pips." The hell with the pips. Long got up likewise, followed Riaz through the narrow corridor, and stood just inside the pilot room. If Hilder carries this through, if he's got the guts to make a real issue out of it, wow. He had seen it too. The Pip was a Class A, racing after the outgoing signal like a greyhound after a mechanical rabbit. Riaz was babbling,
Space was clear, I tell you, clear. For Mars' sake, Ted, don't just freeze on me. See if you can spot it visually.
Riaz was working speedily and with an efficiency that was the result of nearly 20 years of scavenging. He had the distance in 2 minutes. Then, remembering Swenson's experience, he measured the angle of declination and the radial velocity as well. He yelled at Long,
1.76 radians. You can't miss it, man.
Long held his breath as he adjusted the vernier. It's only half a radian off the sun. It'll only be crescent-lit. He increased magnification as rapidly as he dared, watching for the one star that changed position and grew to have a form, revealing itself to be no star.
I'm starting anyway, said Riaz. We can't wait.
I've got it. I've got it. Magnification was still too small to give it a definite shape, but the dot Long watched was brightening and dimming rhythmically as the shell rotated and caught sunlight on cross-sections of different sizes. Hold on. The first of many fine spurts of steam squirted out of the proper vents, leaving long trails of microcrystals of ice gleaming mistily in the pale beams of the distant sun. They thinned out for 100 miles or more. One spurt, then another, as the scavenger ship moved out of its stable trajectory and took up a course tangential to that of the shell.
It's moving like a comet at perihelion,
yelled Riaz.
Those damned grounder pilots knocked the shells off that way on purpose. I'd like to.
He swore his anger in a frustrated frenzy as he kicked steam backward and backward recklessly, till the hydraulic cushioning of his chair had sloughed back a full foot, and Long had found himself all but unable to maintain his grip on the guardrail. "Have a heart," he begged. But Riaz had his eye on the pips.
If you can't take it, man, stay on Mars.
The steam spurts continued to boom distantly. The radio came to life. Long managed to lean forward through what seemed like molasses and closed contact. It was Swenson, eyes glaring. Swenson yelled, "Where the hell are you guys going? You'll be in my sector in 10 seconds. Riaz said,
I'm chasing a shell.
In my sector?
It started in mine and you're not in position to get it. Shut off that radio, Ted.
The ship thundered through space, a thunder that could be heard only within the hull. And then Riaz cut the engines in stages large enough to make Long flail forward. The sudden silence was more ear-shattering than the noise that had preceded it. Riaz said,
All right, let me have the scope.
They both watched. The shell was a definite truncated cone now, tumbling with slow solemnity as it passed along among the stars.
It's a Class A shell, all right,
said Riaz with satisfaction. A giant among shells, he thought. It would put them into the black. Long said, We've got another pip on the scanner. I think it's Swenson taking after us. Riaz scarcely gave it a glance.
He won't catch us.
The shell grew larger still, filling the visiplate. Riaz's hands were on the harpoon lever. He waited, adjusted the angle microscopically twice, played out the length allotment. Then he yanked, tripping the release. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a metal mesh cable snaked out onto the visiplate, moving toward the shell like a striking cobra. It made contact, but it did not hold. If it had, it would have snapped instantly like a cobweb strand. The shell was turning with a rotational momentum amounting to thousands of tons. What the cable did do was to set up a powerful magnetic field that acted as a brake on the shell. Another cable and another lashed out. Riaz sent them out in an almost heedless expenditure of energy.
I'll get this one. By Mars, I'll get this one.
With some 24 cables stretching between ship and shell, he desisted. The shell's rotational energy, converted by breaking into heat, had raised its temperature to a point where its radiation could be picked up by the ship's meters. Long said, Do you want me to put our brand on?
Suits me. But you don't have to if you don't want to. It's my watch.
I don't mind. Long clambered into his suit and went out the lock. It was the surest sign of his newness to the game that he could count the number of times he had been out in space in a suit. This was the 5th time. He went out along the nearest cable, hand over hand, feeling the vibration of the mesh against the metal of his mitten. He burned their serial number in the smooth metal of the shell. There was nothing to oxidize the steel in the emptiness of space. It simply melted and vaporized, condensing some feet away from the energy beam, turning the surface it touched into gray, powdery dullness. Long swung back toward the ship. Inside again, he took off his helmet, white and thick with frost, that collected as soon as he had entered. The first thing he heard was Swenson's voice coming over the radio in this almost unrecognizable rage.
Straight to the Commissioner. Damn it! There are rules to this game.
Riaz sat back unbothered. Look, it hit my sector. I was late spotting it and I chased it into yours. You couldn't have gotten it with Mars for a backstop. That's all there is to it. You back, Long? He cut contact. The signal button raged at him, but he paid no attention. He's going to the Commissioner? Long asked. Not a chance. He just goes on like that because it breaks the monotony. He doesn't mean anything by it. He knows it's our shell. And how do you like that hunk of stuff, Ted? Pretty good. Pretty good? It's terrific. Hold on. I'm setting it swinging. The side jets spat steam and the ship started a slow rotation about the shell. The shell followed it. In 30 minutes, they were a gigantic bolo spinning in emptiness. Long checked the ephemeris for the position of Deimos. At a precisely calculated moment, the cables released their magnetic field and the shell went streaking off tangentially in a trajectory that would, in a day or so, bring it within pronging distance of the shell stores on the Martian satellite. Riaz watched it go. He felt good. He turned to Long. This is one fine day for us. What about Hilder's speech? Asked Long. What? Who? Oh, that. Listen, if I had to worry about everything some damned grounder said, I'd never get any sleep. Forget it. I don't think we should forget it. You're nuts. Don't bother me about it, will you? Get some sleep instead. 4. Ted Long found the breadth and height of the city's main thoroughfare exhilarating. It had been 2 months since the Commissioner had declared a moratorium on scavenging and had pulled all ships out of space. But this feeling of a stretched-out vista had not stopped thrilling Long. Even the thought that the moratorium was called pending a decision on the part of Earth to enforce its new insistence on water economy by deciding upon a ration limit for scavenging did not cast him entirely down. The roof of the avenue was painted a luminous light blue, perhaps as an old-fashioned imitation of Earth's sky. Ted wasn't sure. The walls were lit with the store windows that pierced it. Off in the distance, over the hum of traffic and the sloughing noise of people's feet passing him, he could hear the intermittent blasting as new channels were being bored into Mars' crust. All his life he remembered such blastings. The ground he walked on had been part of solid, unbroken rock when he was born. The city was growing and would keep on growing, if Earth would only let it. He turned off at a cross street, narrower, not quite as brilliantly lit, shop windows giving way to apartment houses, each with its row of lights along the front facade. Shoppers and traffic gave way to slower-paced individuals and to squalling youngsters who had as yet evaded the maternal summons to the evening meal. At the last minute, Long remembered the social amenities and stopped off at a corner water store. He passed over his canteen. Fill her up. The plump storekeeper unscrewed the cap, cocked an eye into the opening. He shook it a little and let it gurgle. "Not much left," he said cheerfully. "No," agreed Long. The storekeeper trickled water in, holding the neck of the canteen close to the hose tip to avoid spillage. The volume gauge whirred. He screwed the cap back on. Long passed over the coins and took his canteen. It clanked against his hip now with a pleasing heaviness. It would never do to visit a family without a full canteen. Among the boys, it didn't matter. Not as much, anyway. He entered the hallway of number 27, climbed a short flight of stairs, and paused with his thumb on the signal. The sound of voices could be heard quite plainly. One was a woman's voice, somewhat shrill. "It's all right for you to have your scavenger friends here, isn't it? I'm supposed to be thankful you managed to get home 2 months a year. Oh, it's quite enough that you spend a day or two with me. After that, it's the scavengers again." "I've been home for a long time now," said a male voice, "and this is business. For Mars' sake, let up, Dora. They'll be here soon." Long decided to wait a moment before signaling. It might give them a chance to hit a more neutral topic. "What do I care if they come?" retorted Dora. "Let them hear me. And I'd just as soon the commissioner kept the moratorium on permanently. You hear me?" "And what would we live on?" came the male voice hotly. "You tell me that." "I'll tell you. You can make a decent, honorable living right here on Mars, just like everybody else. I'm the only one in this apartment house that's a scavenger widow. That's what I am, a widow. I'm worse than a widow, because if I were a widow, I'd at least have a chance to marry someone else. What did you say?" "Nothing. Nothing at all." "Oh, I know what you said. Now listen here, Dick Swenson." "I only said," cried Swenson, "that now I know why scavengers usually don't marry." "You shouldn't have either. I'm tired of having every person in the neighborhood pity me and smirk and ask when you're coming home. Other people can be mining engineers and administrators and even tunnel borers. At least tunnel borers' wives have a decent home life, and their children don't grow up like vagabonds. Peter might as well not have a father." A thin boy soprano voice made its way through the door. It was somewhat more distant, as though it were in another room. "Hey, Mom, what's a vagabond?" Dora's voice rose a notch. "Peter, you keep your mind on your homework." Swenson said in a low voice, "It's not right to talk this way in front of the kid. What kind of notions will he get about me?" "Stay home then and teach him better notions." Peter's voice called out again. "Hey, Mom, I'm going to be a scavenger when I grow up." Footsteps sounded rapidly. There was a momentary hiatus in the sounds, then a piercing, "Mom! Hey, Mom! Let go my ear! What did I do?" And a snuffling silence. Long seized the chance. He worked the signal vigorously. Swenson opened the door, brushing down his hair with both hands. "Hello, Ted," he said in a subdued voice. Then loudly, "Ted's here, Dora. Where's Mario, Ted?" Long said, "He'll be here in a while." Dora came bustling out of the next room, a small, dark woman with a pinched nose and hair just beginning to show touches of gray, combed off the forehead. "Hello, Ted. Have you eaten?" "Quite well, thanks." "I haven't interrupted you, have I?" "Not at all. We finished ages ago. Would you like some coffee?" "I think so." Ted unslung his canteen and offered it. "Oh, goodness, that's all right. We've plenty of water." "I insist." "Well, then." Back into the kitchen she went. Through the swinging door, Long caught a glimpse of dishes sitting in Secoturg, the waterless cleaner that soaks up and absorbs grease and dirt in a twinkling. 1 ounce of water will rinse 8 square feet of dish surface clean as clean. Buy Secoturg. Secoturg just cleans it right, makes your dishes shiny bright, does away with water waste. The tune started whining through his mind, and Long crushed it with speech. He said,
How's Pete? Fine, fine. The kid's in the 4th grade now. You know I don't get to see him much. Well, sir, when I came back last time, he looked at me and said—" It went on for a while, and wasn't too bad as bright sayings of bright children as told by dull parents go. The door signal burped and Mario Riaz came in, frowning and red. Swenson stepped to him quickly. "Listen, don't say anything about shell snaring. Dora still remembers the time you fingered a Class A shell out of my territory, and she's in one of her moods now."
Who the hell wants to talk about shells?
Riaz slung off a fur-lined jacket, threw it over the back of the chair, and sat down. Dora came through the swinging door, viewed the newcomer with a synthetic smile, and said,
"Hello, Mario. Coffee for you too?"
"Yeah," he said, reaching automatically for his canteen. "Just use some more of my water, Dora," said Long quickly. "He'll owe it to me."
"Yeah,"
said Riaz. "What's wrong, Mario?" asked Long.
Riaz said heavily, "Go on. Say you told me so. A year ago when Hilder made that speech, you told me so. Say it."
Long shrugged. Riaz said,
"They've set up the quota. 15 minutes ago the news came out."
"Well?"
50,000 tons of water per trip."
"What?" yelled Swenson, burning. "You can't get off Mars with 50,000.
"That's the figure. It's a deliberate piece of gutting. No more scavenging."
Dora came out with the coffee and set it down all around.
"What's all this about no more scavenging?"
She sat down very firmly, and Swenson looked helpless. "It seems," said Long, "that they're rationing us at 50,000 tons, and that means we can't make any more trips."
"Well, what of it?"
Dora sipped her coffee and smiled gaily.
"If you want my opinion, it's a good thing. It's time all you scavengers found yourselves a nice, steady job here on Mars. I mean it. It's no life to be running all over space."
"Please, Dora," said Swenson. Riaz came close to a snort. Dora raised her eyebrows.
"I'm just giving my opinions."
Long said, "Please feel free to do so, but I would like to say something. 50,000 is just a detail. We know that Earth, or at least Hilder's party, wants to make political capital out of a campaign for water economy, so we're in a bad hole. We've got to get water somehow or they'll shut us down altogether, right?" "Well, sure," said Swenson.
"But the question is how, right?"
"If it's only getting water," said Riaz in a sudden gush of words, "there's only one thing to do, and you know it. If the grounders won't give us water, we'll take it. The water doesn't belong to them just because their fathers and grandfathers were too damned sick yellow ever to leave their fat planet. Water belongs to people wherever they are. We're people, and the water's ours too. We have a right to it."
"How do you propose taking it?" asked Long.
"Easy. They've got oceans of water on Earth. They can't post a guard over every square mile. We can sink down on the night side of the planet any time we want, fill our shells, then get away. How can they stop us?"
"In half a dozen ways, Mario. How do you spot shells in space up to distances of 100,000 miles? One thin metal shell in all that space. How? By radar. Do you think there's no radar on Earth? Do you think that if Earth ever gets the notion we're engaged in waterlegging, it won't be simple for them to set up a radar network to spot ships coming in from space?" Dora broke in indignantly.
"I'll tell you one thing, Mario Riaz. My husband isn't going to be part of any raid to get water to keep up his scavenging with." "It isn't just scavenging," said Mario. "Next they'll be cutting down on everything else. We've got to stop them now." "But we don't need their water anyway," said Dora. "We're not the moon or Venus. We pipe enough water down from the polar caps for all we need. We have a water tap right in this apartment. There's one in every apartment on this block."
Long said, "Home use is the smallest part of it. The mines use water. And what do we do about the hydroponic tanks?"
"That's right," said Swenson. What about the hydroponic tanks, Dora? They've got to have water, and it's about time we arranged to grow our own fresh food instead of having to live on the condensed crud they ship us from Earth.
Listen to him, said Dora scornfully. What do you know about fresh food? You've never eaten any.
I've eaten more than you think. Do you remember those carrots I picked up once?
Well, what was so wonderful about them? If you ask me, good baked proto-meal is much better. And healthier, too. It just seems to be the fashion now to be talking fresh vegetables because they're increasing taxes for these hydroponics. Besides, all this will blow over.
Long said, I don't think so. Not by itself, anyway. Hildur will probably be the next coordinator, and then things may really get bad. If they cut down on food shipments, too.
Well, then, shouted Riaz, what do we do? I still say take it. Take the water.
And I say we can't do that, Mario. Don't you see that what you're suggesting is the Earth way, the grounder way? You're trying to hold on to the umbilical cord that ties Mars to Earth. Can't you get away from that? Can't you see the Martian way?
No, I can't. Suppose you tell me.
I will if you'll listen. When we think about the solar system, what do we think about? Mercury, Venus, Earth, Moon, Mars, Phobos, and Deimos. There you are, 7 bodies, that's all. But that doesn't represent 1% of the solar system. We Martians are right at the edge of the other 99%. Out there, farther from the sun, there's unbelievable amounts of water. The others stared. Swenson said uncertainly, You mean the layers of ice on Jupiter and Saturn? Not that specifically, but it is water, you'll admit. 1,000-mile thick layer of water is a lot of water. But it's all covered up with layers of ammonia or something, isn't it? Asked Swenson. Besides, we can't land on the major planets. I know that, said Long, but I haven't said that was the answer. The major planets aren't the only objects out there. What about the asteroids and the satellites? Vesta is a 200-mile diameter asteroid that's hardly more than a chunk of ice. One of the moons of Saturn is mostly ice. How about that? Riaz said,
Haven't you ever been in space, Ted?
You know I have. Why do you ask?
Sure, I know you have, but you still talk like a grounder. Have you thought of the distances involved? The average asteroid is 120 million miles from Mars at the closest. That's twice the Venus-Mars hop, and you know that hardly any liners do even that in one jump. They usually stop off at Earth or the Moon. After all, how long do you expect anyone to stay in space, man?
I don't know. What's your limit?
You know the limit. You don't have to ask me. It's 6 months. That's handbook data. After 6 months, if you're still in space, your psychotherapy meet. Right, Dick?
Swenson nodded.
And that's just the asteroids,
Riaz went on.
From Mars to Jupiter is 330 million miles, and to Saturn it's 700 million. How can anyone handle that kind of distance? Suppose you hit standard velocity, or, to make it even, say you get up to a good 200 kilometers an hour. It would take you, let's see, allowing time for acceleration and deceleration, about 6 or 7 months to get to Jupiter and nearly a year to get to Saturn. Of course, you could hike the speed to 1,000,000 miles an hour, theoretically, but where would you get the water to do that?
Gee, said a small voice attached to a smutty nose and round eyes.
Saturn.
Dora whirled in her chair.
Peter, march right back into your room. Aw, Ma. Don't aw-ma me.
She began to get out of the chair, and Peter scuttled away. Swenson said, Say, Dora, why don't you keep him company for a while? It's hard to keep his mind on homework if we're all out here talking. Dora sniffed obstinately and stayed put.
I'll sit right here until I find out what Ted Long is thinking of. I tell you right now, I don't like the sound of it.
Swenson said nervously, Well, never mind Jupiter and Saturn. I'm sure Ted isn't figuring on that. But what about Vesta? We could make it in 10 or 12 weeks there and the same back, and 200 miles in diameter. That's 4 million cubic miles of ice.
So what? Said Riaz. What do we do on Vesta? Quarry the ice? Set up mining machinery? Say, do you know how long that would take?
Long said, I'm talking about Saturn, not Vesta.
Riaz addressed an unseen audience. I tell him 700 million miles and he keeps on talking.
All right, said Long. Suppose you tell me how you know we can only stay in space 6 months, Mario.
It's common knowledge, damn it.
Because it's in the Handbook of Spaceflight. It's data compiled by Earth scientists from experience with Earth pilots and spacemen. You're still thinking Grounder style. You won't think the Martian way.
A Martian may be a Martian, but he's still a man.
But how can you be so blind? How many times have you fellows been out for over 6 months without a break?
Riaz said, That's different.
Because you're Martians? Because you're professional scavengers?
No, because we're not on a flight. We can put back for Mars anytime we want to.
But you don't want to. That's my point. Earthmen have tremendous ships with libraries of films, with a crew of 15+ passengers.
Still, they can only stay out 6 months maximum. Martian scavengers have a 2-room ship with only 1 partner.
But we can stick it out more than 6 months.
Dora said, I suppose you want to stay in a ship for a year and go to Saturn.
Why not, Dora? Said Long. We can do it. Don't you see we can? Earthmen can't. They've got a real world. They've got open sky and fresh food. All the air and water they want. Getting into a ship is a terrible change for them. More than 6 months is too much for them for that very reason. Martians have been living on a ship our entire lives. That's all Mars is, a ship. It's just a big ship 4,500 miles across with 1 tiny room in it occupied by 50,000 people. It's closed in like a ship. We breathe packaged air and drink packaged water, which we repurify over and over. We eat the same food rations we eat aboard ship. When we get into a ship, it's the same thing we've known all our lives. We can stand it for a lot more than a year if we have to. Dora said.
Dick, too?
We all can.
Well, Dick can't. It's all very well for you, Ted Long, and this shell stealer here, this Mario, to talk about jaunting off for a year. You're not married. Dick is. He has a wife and he has a child, and that's enough for him. He can just get a regular job right here on Mars. Why, my goodness, suppose you go to Saturn and find there's no water there. How'll you get back? Even if you had water left, you'd be out of food. It's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard of.
No. Now listen, said Long tightly. I've thought this thing out. I've talked to Commissioner Sankoff and he'll help. But we've got to have ships and men. I can't get them. The men won't listen to me. I'm green. You two are known and respected. You're veterans. If you back me, even if you don't go yourselves, if you'll just help me sell this thing to the rest, get volunteers.
First, said Riaz grumpily, you'll have to do a lot more explaining. Once we get to Saturn, where's the water?
That's the beauty of it, said Long. That's why it's got to be Saturn.
The water there is just floating around in space for the taking.
5. When Hamish Sankoff had come to Mars, there was no such thing as a native Martian. Now there were 200-odd babies whose grandfathers had been born on Mars, native in the 3rd generation. When he had come as a boy in his teens, Mars had been scarcely more than a huddle of grounded spaceships connected by sealed underground tunnels. Through the years, he had seen buildings grow and burrow widely, thrusting blunt snouts up into the thin, unbreathable atmosphere. He had seen huge storage depots spring up into which spaceships and their loads could be swallowed whole. He had seen the mines grow from nothing to a huge gouge in the Martian crust, while the population of Mars grew from 50 to 50,000. It made him feel old, these long memories.
They and the even dimmer memories induced by the presence of this Earthman before him. His visitor brought up those long-forgotten scraps of thought about a soft, warm world that was as kind and gentle to mankind as the mother's womb. The Earthman seemed fresh from that womb. Not very tall, not very lean. In fact, distinctly plump. Dark hair with a neat little wave in it, a neat little mustache, and neatly scrubbed skin. His clothing was right in style, and as fresh and neatly turned as plastic could be. Sankoff's own clothes were of Martian manufacture, serviceable and clean, but many years behind the times. His face was craggy and lined, his hair was pure white, and his Adam's apple wobbled when he talked. The Earthman was Myron Digby, member of Earth's General Assembly. Sankoff was Martian Commissioner. Sankoff said, "This all hits us hard, Assemblyman."
It's hit most of us hard, too, Commissioner.
Uh-huh. Can't honestly say, then, that I can make it out. Of course, you understand. I don't make out that I can understand Earth ways, for all that I was born there. Mars is a hard place to live, Assemblyman, and you have to understand that. It takes a lot of shipping space just to bring us food, water, and raw materials so we can live. There's not much room left for books and new films. Even video programs can't reach Mars except for about a month when Earth is in conjunction, and even then nobody has much time to listen. My office gets a weekly summary film from Planetary Press. Generally, I don't have time to pay attention to it. Maybe you'd call us provincial and you'd be right. When something like this happens, all we can do is kind of helplessly look at each other. Digby said slowly,
"You can't mean that your people on Mars haven't heard of Hilder's anti-waster campaign?"
No, can't exactly say that. There's a young scavenger, son of a good friend of mine who died in space. Sankoff scratched the side of his neck doubtfully. Who makes a hobby out of reading up on Earth history and things like that. He catches video broadcasts when he's out in space, and he listened to this man Hilder. Near as I can make out, that was the first talk Hilder made about wasters. The young fellow came to me with that. Naturally, I didn't take him very serious. I kept an eye on the Planetary Press films for a while after that, but there wasn't much mention of Hilder, and what there was made him out to look pretty funny.
"Yes, Commissioner," said Digby. "It all seemed quite a joke when it started."
Sankoff stretched out a pair of long legs to one side of his desk and crossed them at the ankles. "Seems to me it's still pretty much of a joke. What's his argument? We're using up water. Has he tried looking at some figures? I got them all here. Had them brought to me when this committee arrived. Seems that Earth has 400 million cubic miles of water in its oceans, and each cubic mile weighs 4.5 billion tons. That's a lot of water. Now, we use some of that heap in spaceflight. Most of the thrust is inside Earth's gravitational field, and that means the water thrown out finds its way back to the oceans. Hilder doesn't figure that in. When he says 1 million tons of water is used up per flight, he's a liar. It's less than 100,000 tons. Suppose now we have 50,000 flights a year. We don't, of course, not even 1,500. But let's say there are 50,000. I figure there's going to be considerable expansion as time goes on. With 50,000 flights, 1 cubic mile of water would be lost to space each year. That means that in 1 million years, Earth would lose 1/4% of its total water supply. Digby spread his hands, palms upward, and let them drop.
Commissioner, Interplanetary Alloys has used figures like that in their campaign against Hilder. But you can't fight a tremendous emotion-filled drive with cold mathematics. This man Hilder has invented a name, Wasters. Slowly, he has built this name up into a gigantic conspiracy. A gang of brutal, profit-seeking wretches raping Earth for their own immediate benefit. He has accused the government of being riddled with them, the assembly of being dominated by them, the press of being owned by them. None of this, unfortunately, seems ridiculous to the average man. He knows all too well what selfish men can do to Earth's resources. He knows what happened to Earth's oil during the time of troubles, for instance, and the way topsoil was ruined. When a farmer experiences a drought, he doesn't care that the amount of water lost in spaceflight isn't a droplet in a fog as far as Earth's overall water supply is concerned. Hilder has given him something to blame, and that's the strongest possible consolation for disaster. He isn't going to give that up for a diet of figures.
Sankoff said, "That's where I get puzzled. Maybe it's because I don't know how things work on Earth, but it seems to me that there aren't just droughty farmers there. As near as I could make out from the news summaries, these Hilder people are a minority. Why is it Earth goes along with a few farmers and some crackpots that egg them on?"
Because, Commissioner, there are such things as worried human beings. The steel industry sees that an era of spaceflight will stress increasingly the light, non-ferrous alloys. The various miners' unions worry about extraterrestrial competition. Any Earthman who can't get aluminum to build a prefab is certain that it is because the aluminum is going to Mars. I know a professor of archaeology who's an anti-waster because he can't get a government grant to cover his excavations. He's convinced that all government money is going into rocketry research and space medicine, and he resents it.
Sankoff said, "That doesn't sound like Earth people are much different from us here on Mars. But what about the General Assembly? Why do they have to go along with Hilder?"
Digby smiled sourly. Politics isn't pleasant to explain. Hilder introduced this bill to set up a committee to investigate waste in spaceflight. Maybe 3/4 or more of the General Assembly was against such an investigation as an intolerable and useless extension of bureaucracy, which it is. But then how could any legislator be against a mere investigation of waste? It would sound as though he had something to fear or to conceal. It would sound as though he were himself profiting from waste. Hilder is not in the least afraid of making such accusations, and whether true or not, they would be a powerful factor with the voters in the next election. The bill passed. And then there came the question of appointing the members of the committee. Those who were against Hilder shied away from membership, which would have meant decisions that would be continually embarrassing. Remaining on the sidelines would make that one that much less a target for Hilder. The result is that I am the only member of the committee who is outspokenly anti-Hilder, and it may cost me re-election.
Sankoff said, "I'd be sorry to hear that, Assemblyman. It looks as though Mars didn't have as many friends as we thought we had. We wouldn't like to lose one. But if Hilder wins out, what's he after anyway?"
"I should think," said Digby, that is obvious. He wants to be the next global coordinator."
"Think he'll make it?"
"If nothing happens to stop him, he will."
"And then what? Will he drop this waster campaign then?"
"I can't say. I don't know if he's laid his plans past the coordinacy. Still, if you want my guess, he couldn't abandon the campaign and maintain his popularity. It's gotten out of hand."
Sankoff scratched the side of his neck. "All right. In that case, I'll ask you for some advice. What can we folks on Mars do?
You know Earth. You know the situation. We don't. Tell us what to do."
Digby rose and stepped to the window. He looked out upon the low domes of other buildings. Red, rocky, completely desolate plain in between. A purple sky and a shrunken sun. He said without turning,
"Do you people really like it on Mars?"
Sankov smiled. "Most of us don't exactly know any other world, Assemblyman. Seems to me Earth would be something queer and uncomfortable to them."
"But wouldn't Martians get used to it? Earth isn't hard to take after this. Wouldn't your people learn to enjoy the privilege of breathing air under an open sky? You once lived on Earth. You remember what it was like."
"I sort of remember. Still, it doesn't seem to be easy to explain. Earth is just there. It fits people and people fit it. People take Earth the way they find it. Mars is different. It's sort of raw and doesn't fit people. People got to make something out of it. They got to build a world, and not take what they find. Mars isn't much yet, but we're building, and when we're finished, we're going to have just what we like. It's sort of a great feeling to know you're building a world. Earth would be kind of unexciting after that." The Assemblyman said,
"Surely the ordinary Martian isn't such a philosopher that he's content to live this terribly hard life for the sake of a future that must be hundreds of generations away."
"No, not just like that." Sankov put his right ankle on his left knee and cradled it as he spoke. "Like I said, Martians are a lot like Earthmen, which means they're sort of human beings, and human beings don't go in for philosophy much. Just the same, there's something to living in a growing world, whether you think about it much or not. My father used to send me letters when I first came to Mars. He was an accountant, and he just sort of stayed an accountant. Earth wasn't much different when he died from what it was when he was born. He didn't see anything happen. Every day was like every other day, and living was just a way of passing time until he died. On Mars, it's different. Every day there's something new. The city's bigger. The ventilation system gets another kick. The water lines from the poles get slicked up. Right now, we're planning to set up a news film association of our own. We're going to call it Mars Press. If you haven't lived when things are growing all about you, you'll never understand how wonderful it feels. No, Assemblyman, Mars is hard and tough and Earth is a lot more comfortable, but seems to me if you take our boys to Earth, they'll be unhappy. They probably wouldn't be able to figure out why, most of them, but they'd feel lost. Lost and useless. Seems to me lots of them would never make the adjustment." Digby turned away from the window, and the smooth pink skin of his forehead was creased into a frown.
"In that case, Commissioner, I am sorry for you. For all of you."
"Why?"
"Because I don't think there's anything your people on Mars can do. Or the people on the Moon or Venus. It won't happen now. Maybe it won't happen for a year or two, or even for 5 years. But pretty soon you'll all have to come back to Earth. Unless—"
Sankov's white eyebrows bent low over his eyes. "Well?"
"Unless you can find another source of water besides the planet Earth."
Sankov shook his head. "Don't seem likely, does it?"
"Not very."
"And except for that, seems to you there's no chance?"
"None at all."
Digby said that and left, and Sankov stared for a long time at nothing before he punched a combination of the local communal line. After a while, Ted Long looked out at him. Sankov said, "You were right, son. There's nothing they can do. Even the ones that mean well see no way out. How did you know?" "Commissioner," said Long, "when you've read all you can about the time of troubles, particularly about the 20th century, nothing political can come as a real surprise."
Well, maybe. Anyway, son, Assemblyman Digby is sorry for us. Quite a piece sorry, you might say, but that's all. He says we'll have to leave Mars, or else get water somewhere else. Only he thinks that we can't get water somewhere else. You know we can, don't you, Commissioner? I know we might, son. It's a terrible risk.
If I find enough volunteers, the risk is our business.
How is it going?
Not bad. Some of the boys are on my side right now. I talked Mario Riaz into it, for instance, and you know he's one of the best.
That's just it. The volunteers will be the best men we have. I hate to allow it.
If we get back, it will be worth it.
If. It's a big word, son.
And a big thing we're trying to do.
Well, I gave my word that if there was no help on Earth, I'll see that the Phobos water hole lets you have all the water you'll need. Good luck.
6. 500,000 miles above Saturn, Mario Riaz was cradled on nothing, and sleep was delicious. He came out of it slowly, and for a while, alone in his suit, he counted the stars and traced lines from one to another. At first, as the weeks flew past, it was scavenging all over again, except for the gnawing feeling that every minute meant an additional number of thousands of miles away from all humanity. That made it worse. They had aimed high to pass out of the ecliptic while moving through the asteroid belt. That had used up water and had probably been unnecessary. Although tens of thousands of worldlets look as thick as vermin in two-dimensional projection upon a photographic plate, they are nevertheless scattered so thinly through the quadrillions of cubic miles that make up their conglomerate orbit that only the most ridiculous of coincidences would have brought about a collision. Still, they passed over the belt, and someone calculated the chances of collision with a fragment of matter large enough to do damage. The value was so low, so impossibly low, that it was perhaps inevitable that the notion of the space float should occur to someone. The days were long and many. Space was empty. Only one man was needed at the controls at any one time. The thought was a natural. First, it was a particularly daring one who ventured out for 15 minutes or so. Then another who tried half an hour. Eventually, before the asteroids were entirely behind, each ship regularly had its off-watch member suspended in space at the end of a cable. It was easy enough. The cable, one of those intended for operations at the conclusion of their journey, was magnetically attached at both ends, one to the spacesuit to start with. Then you clambered out the lock onto the ship's hull and attached the other end there. You paused a while, clinging to the metal skin by the electromagnets in your boots. Then you neutralized those and made the slightest muscular effort. Slowly, ever so slowly, you lifted from the ship, and even more slowly the ship's larger mass moved an equivalently shorter distance downward. You floated incredibly, weightlessly, in solid, speckled black. When the ship had moved far enough away from you, your gauntleted hand, which kept touch upon the cable, tightened its grip slightly. Too tightly, and you would begin moving back toward the ship, and it toward you. Just tightly enough, and friction would halt you. Because your motion was equivalent to that of the ship, it seemed as motionless below you as though it had been painted against an impossible background, while the cable between you hung in coils that had no reason to straighten out. It was a half-ship to your eye. One half was lit by the light of the feeble sun, which was still too bright to look at directly without the heavy protection of the polarized spacesuit visor. The other half was black on black, invisible. Space closed in, and it was like sleep. Your suit was warm. It renewed its air automatically. It had food and drink in special containers from which it could be sucked with a minimal motion of the head. It took care of wastes appropriately. Most of all, more than anything else, there was the delightful euphoria of weightlessness. You never felt so well in your life. The days stopped being too long. They weren't long enough, and there weren't enough of them. They had passed Jupiter's orbit at a spot some 30 degrees from its then position. For months, it was the brightest object in the sky, always excepting the glowing white pea that was the sun. At its brightest, some of the scavengers insisted they could make out Jupiter as a tiny sphere, one side squashed out of true by the night shadow. Then, over a period of additional months, it faded while another dot of light grew until it was brighter than Jupiter. It was Saturn, first as a dot of brilliance, then as an oval glowing splotch. "Why oval?" someone asked, and after a while someone else said, "The rings, of course," and it was obvious. Everyone space-floated at all possible times toward the end, watching Saturn incessantly. "Hey, you jerk, come on back in, damn it. You're on duty." "Who's on duty? I've got 15 minutes more by my watch." "You set your watch back. Besides, I gave you 20 minutes yesterday." "You wouldn't give 2 minutes to your grandmother." "Come on in, damn it, or I'm coming out anyway." "All right, I'm coming. Holy howlers, what a racket over a lousy minute." But no quarrel could possibly be serious, not in space. It felt too good. Saturn grew until at last it rivaled and then surpassed the sun. The rings, set at a broad angle to their trajectory of approach, swept grandly about the planet, only a small portion being eclipsed. Then, as they approached, the span of the rings grew still wider, yet narrower as the angle of approach constantly decreased. The larger moons showed up in the surrounding sky like serene fireflies. Mario Riaz was glad he was awake so that he could watch again. Saturn filled half the sky, streaked with orange, the night shadow cutting it fuzzily nearly 1/4 of the way in from the right. 2 round little dots in the brightness were shadows of 2 of the moons. To the left and behind him, he could look over his left shoulder to see, and as he did so the rest of his body inched slightly to the right to conserve angular momentum, was the white diamond of the sun. Most of all he liked to watch the rings. At the left, they emerged from behind Saturn, a tight, bright triple band of orange light. At the right, their beginnings were hidden in the night shadow, but showed up closer and broader. They widened as they came, like the flare of a horn growing hazier as they approached, until, while the eye followed them, they seemed to fill the sky and lose themselves. From the position of the scavenger fleet just inside the outer rim of the outermost ring, the rings broke up and assumed their true identity as a phenomenal cluster of solid fragments rather than the tight, solid band of light they seemed. Below him, or rather in the direction his feet pointed, some 20 miles away, was one of the ring fragments. It looked like a large, irregular splotch, marring the symmetry of space, 3/4 in brightness, and the night shadow cutting it like a knife. Other fragments were farther off, sparkling like stardust, dimmer and thicker, until as you followed them down they became rings once more. The fragments were motionless, but that was only because the ships had taken up an orbit about Saturn equivalent to that of the outer edge of the rings. The day before, Riaz reflected, he had been on that nearest fragment, working along with more than a score of others to mold it into the desired shape. Tomorrow he would be at it again. Today he was space-floating. "Mario?" The voice that broke upon his earphones was questioning. Momentarily, Riaz was flooded with annoyance. Damn it. He wasn't in the mood for company. "Speaking," he said. "I thought I had your ship spotted. How are you?" "Fine. That you, Ted?" "That's right," said Long. "Anything wrong on the fragment?" "Nothing. I'm out here floating." "You?" "It gets me too occasionally. Beautiful, isn't it?" "Nice," agreed Riaz. "You know, I've read Earth books." "Grounder books, you mean?" Riaz yawned and found it difficult under the circumstances to use the expression with the proper amount of resentment. "And sometimes I read descriptions of people lying on grass," continued Long. "You know, that green stuff like thin, long pieces of paper they have all over the ground down there, and they look up at the blue sky with clouds in it. Did you ever see any films of that?" "Sure. It didn't attract me. It looked cold." "I suppose it isn't, though. After all, Earth is quite close to the sun, and they say their atmosphere is thick enough to hold the heat. I must admit that personally I would hate to be caught under open sky with nothing on but clothes. Still, I imagine they like it." "Grounders are nuts." "They talk about the trees, big brown stalks, and the winds, air movements, you know." "You mean drafts? They can keep that too." "It doesn't matter. The point is, they describe it beautifully, almost passionately. Many times I've wondered, what's it really like? Will I ever feel it, or is this something only Earthmen can possibly feel? I felt so often that I was missing something vital. Now I know what it must be like. It's this, complete peace in the middle of a beauty-drenched universe." Riaz said, "They wouldn't like it. The grounders, I mean. They're so used to their own lousy little world they wouldn't appreciate what it's like to float and look down on Saturn." He flipped his body slightly and began swaying back and forth about his center of mass, slowly, soothingly. Long said, "Yes, I think so too. They're slaves to their planet. Even if they come to Mars, it will only be their children that are free. There'll be starships someday. Great, huge things that can carry thousands of people and maintain their self-contained equilibrium for decades, maybe centuries. Mankind will spread through the whole galaxy. But people will have to live their lives out on shipboard until new methods of interstellar travel are developed. So it will be Martians, not planet-bound Earthmen, who will colonize the universe. That's inevitable. It's got to be. It's the Martian way." But Riaz made no answer. He had dropped off to sleep again, rocking and swaying gently, 500,000 miles above Saturn. 7. The work shift of the ring fragment was the tail of the coin. The weightlessness, peace, and privacy of the space float gave place to something that had neither peace nor privacy. Even the weightlessness, which continued, became more a purgatory than a paradise under the new conditions. Try to manipulate an ordinary non-portable heat projector. It could be lifted despite the fact that it was 6 feet high and wide and almost solid metal, since it weighed only a fraction of an ounce. But its inertia was exactly what it had always been, which meant that if it wasn't moved into position very slowly, it would just keep going, taking you with it. Then you would have to hike the pseudograv field of your suit and come down with a jar. Kowalski had hiked the field a little too high, and he came down a little too roughly, with the projector coming down with him at a dangerous angle. His crushed ankle had been the first casualty of the expedition. Riaz was swearing fluently and nearly continuously. He continued to have the impulse to drag the back of his hand across his forehead in order to wipe away the accumulating sweat. The few times that he had succumbed to the impulse, metal had met silicone with a clash that rang loudly inside his suit, but served no useful purpose. The desiccators within the suit were sucking at maximum, and, of course, recovering the water and restoring ion-exchanged liquid. containing a careful proportion of salt, into the appropriate receptacle. Riaz yelled, "Damn it, Dick! Wait till I give the word, will you?" And Swenson's voice rang in his ears.
"Well, how long am I supposed to sit here?"
"Till I say," replied Riaz. He strengthened pseudograv and lifted the projector a bit. He released pseudograv, ensuring that the projector would stay in place for minutes even if he withdrew support altogether. He kicked the cable out of the way. It stretched beyond the close horizon to a power source that was out of sight, and touched the release. The material of which the fragment was composed bubbled and vanished under its touch. A section of the lip of the tremendous cavity he had already carved into its substance melted away, and a roughness in its contour had disappeared. "Try it now," called Riaz. Swenson was in the ship that was hovering nearly over Riaz's head. Swenson called, "All clear?" "I told you to go ahead." It was a feeble flicker of steam that issued from one of the ship's forward vents. The ship drifted down toward the ring fragment. Another flicker adjusted a tendency to drift sidewise. It came down straight. A third flicker to the rear slowed it to a feather rate. Riaz watched tensely. "Keep her coming. You'll make it. You'll make it." The rear of the ship entered the hole, nearly filling it. The bellying walls came closer and closer to its rim. There was a grinding vibration as the ship's motion halted. It was Swenson's turn to curse.
"It doesn't fit,"
he said. Riaz threw the projector groundward in a passion and went flailing up into space. The projector kicked up a white crystalline dust all about it, and when Riaz came down under pseudograv, he did the same. He said, "You went in on the bias, you dumb grounder."
"I hit it level, you dirt-eating farmer."
Backward-pointing side jets of the ship were blasting more strongly than before, and Riaz hopped to get out of the way. The ship scraped up from the pit, then shot into space half a mile before forward jets could bring it to a halt. Swenson said tensely, "We'll spring half a dozen plates if we do this once again. Get it right, will you?" "I'll get it right. Don't worry about it. Just you come in right." Riaz jumped upward and allowed himself to climb 300 yards to get an overall look at the cavity. The gouge marks of the ship were plain enough. They were concentrated at one point halfway down the pit. He would get that. It began to melt outward under the blaze of the projector. Half an hour later, the ship snuggled neatly into its cavity, and Swenson, wearing his spacesuit, emerged to join Riaz. Swenson said, "If you want to step in and climb out of the suit, I'll take care of the icing." "It's all right," said Riaz. "I'd just as soon sit here and watch Saturn." He sat down at the lip of the pit. There was a 6-foot gap between it and the ship. In some places about the circle, it was 2 feet. In a few places, even merely a matter of inches. You couldn't expect a better fit out of handwork. The final adjustment would be made by steaming ice gently and letting it freeze into the cavity between the lip and the ship. Saturn moved visibly across the sky, its vast bulk inching below the horizon. Riaz said, "How many ships are left to put in place?" Swenson said, "Last I heard, it was 11. We're in now, so that means only 10. 7 of the ones that are placed are iced in. 2 or 3 are dismantled. We're coming along fine. There's plenty to do yet. Don't forget the main jets at the other end. And the cables and the power lines. Sometimes I wonder if we'll make it. On the way out, it didn't bother me so much. But just now I was sitting at the controls and I was saying, we won't make it. We'll sit out here and starve and die with nothing but Saturn over us. It makes me feel..." He didn't explain how it made him feel. He just sat there.
Riaz said, "You think too damn much." "It's different with you," said Swenson. "I keep thinking of Pete and Dora."
What for? She said you could go, didn't she? The commissioner gave her that talk on patriotism and how you'd be a hero and set for life once you got back. And she said you could go. You didn't sneak out the way Adams did.
Adams is different. That wife of his should have been shot when she was born. Some women can make hell for a guy, can't they? She didn't want him to go, but she'd probably rather he didn't come back if she can get his settlement pay.
What's your kick, then? Dora wants you back, doesn't she?
Swenson sighed. I never treated her right.
You turned over your pay, it seems to me. I wouldn't do that for any woman. Money for value received, not a cent more.
Money isn't it. I get to thinking out here. A woman likes company. A kid needs his father. What am I doing way out here?
Getting set to go home.
You don't understand. 8. Ted Long wandered over the ridged surface of the ring fragment with his spirits as icy as the ground he walked on. It had all seemed perfectly logical back on Mars, but that was Mars. He had worked it out carefully in his mind in perfectly reasonable steps. He could still remember exactly how it went. It didn't take a ton of water to move a ton of ship. It was not mass equals mass, but mass times velocity equals mass times velocity. It didn't matter, in other words, whether you shot out a ton of water at a mile a second or 100 pounds of water at 20 miles a second. You got the same final velocity out of the ship. That meant the jet nozzles had to be made narrower and the steam hotter. But then drawbacks appeared. The narrower the nozzle, the more energy was lost in friction and turbulence. The hotter the steam, the more refractory the nozzle had to be and the shorter its life. The limit in that direction was quickly reached. Then, since a given weight of water could move considerably more than its own weight under the narrow nozzle conditions, it paid to be big. The bigger the water storage space, the larger the size of the actual travel head, even in proportion. So they started to make liners heavier and bigger. But then the larger the shell, the heavier the bracings, the more difficult the weldings, the more exacting the engineering requirements. At the moment, the limit in that direction had been reached also. And then he had put his finger on what had seemed to him to be the basic flaw. The original unswervable conception that the fuel had to be placed inside the ship. The metal had to be built to encircle 1,000,000 tons of water. Why? Water did not have to be water. It could be ice, and ice could be shaped. Holes could be melted into it. Travel heads and jets could be fitted into it. Cables could hold travel heads and jets stiffly together under the influence of magnetic field force grips. Long felt the trembling of the ground he walked on. He was at the head of the fragment. A dozen ships were blasting in and out of sheaths carved in its substance, and the fragment shuddered under the continuing impact. The ice didn't have to be quarried. It existed in proper chunks in the rings of Saturn. That's all the rings were, pieces of nearly pure ice, circling Saturn. So spectroscopy stated, and so it had turned out to be. He was standing on one such piece now, over 2 miles long, nearly 1 mile thick. It was almost 500 million tons of water, all in one piece, and he was standing on it. But now he was face to face with the realities of life. He had never told the men just how quickly he had expected to set up the fragment as a ship, but in his heart he had imagined it would be 2 days. It was a week now, and he didn't dare to estimate the remaining time. He no longer even had any confidence that the task was a possible one. Would they be able to control jets with enough delicacy through leads slung across 2 miles of ice to manipulate out of Saturn's dragging gravity? Drinking water was low, though they could always distill more out of the ice. Still, the food stores were not in a good way either. He paused, looked up into the sky, eyes straining. Was the object growing larger? He ought to measure its distance. Actually, he lacked the spirit to add that trouble to the others. His mind slid back to greater immediacies. Morale, at least, was high. The men seemed to enjoy being out Saturn way. They were the first humans to penetrate this far, the first to pass the asteroids, the first to see Jupiter like a glowing pebble to the naked eye, the first to see Saturn like that. He didn't think 50 practical, case-hardened, shell-snatching scavengers would take time to feel that sort of emotion, but they did, and they were proud. 2 men and a half-buried ship slid up the moving horizon as he walked. He called crisply, "Hello there." Riaz answered, "That you, Ted?" "You bet. Is that Dick with you?" "Sure. Come on, sit down. We were just getting ready to ice in, and we were looking for an excuse to delay." "I'm not," said Swenson promptly. "When will we be leaving, Ted?" "As soon as we get through. That's no answer, is it?" Swenson said dispiritedly, "I suppose there isn't any other answer." Long looked up, staring at the irregular bright splotch in the sky. Riaz followed his glance. "What's the matter?" For a moment, Long did not reply. The sky was black otherwise, and the ring fragments were an orange dust against it. Saturn was more than 3/4 below the horizon, and the rings were going with it. Half a mile away, a ship bounded past the icy rim of the planetoid into the sky, was orange-lit by Saturn light, and sank down again. The ground trembled gently. Riaz said, "Something bothering you about the shadow?" They called it that. It was the nearest fragment of the rings, quite close considering that they were at the outer rim of the rings, where the pieces spread themselves relatively thin. It was perhaps 20 miles off, a jagged mountain, its shape clearly visible. "How does it look to you?" asked Long. Riaz shrugged. "Okay, I guess. I don't see anything wrong." "Doesn't it seem to be getting larger?" "Why should it?" "Well, doesn't it?" Long insisted. Riaz and Swenson stared at it thoughtfully. "It does look bigger," said Swenson. "You're just putting the notion into our minds," Riaz argued. "If it were getting bigger, it would be coming closer." "What's impossible about that?" "These things are stable orbits." "They were when we came here," said Long. "There, did you feel that?" The ground had trembled again. Long said, "We've been blasting this thing for a week now. First, 25 ships landed on it, which changed its momentum right there. Not much, of course. Then we've been melting parts of it away, and our ships have been blasting in and out of it, all at one end, too. In a week, we may have changed its orbit just a bit. The 2 fragments, this one and the shadow, might be converging." "It's got plenty of room to miss us in." Riaz watched it thoughtfully. "Besides, if we can't even tell for sure that it's getting bigger, how quickly can it be moving? Relative to us, I mean." "It doesn't have to be moving quickly. Its momentum is as large as ours, so that, however gently it hits, we'll be nudged completely out of our orbit, maybe in toward Saturn, where we don't want to go. As a matter of fact, ice has a very low tensile strength, so that both planetoids might break up into gravel." Swenson rose to his feet. "Damn it, if I can tell you a shell is moving 1,000 miles away, I can tell what a mountain is doing 20 miles away." He turned toward the ship. Long didn't stop him. Riaz said, "There's a nervous guy." The neighboring planetoid rose to zenith, passed overhead, began sinking. 20 minutes later, the horizon opposite that portion behind which Saturn had disappeared
burst into orange flame as its bulk began lifting again. Riaz called into his radio, "Hey, Dick, are you dead in there?" "I'm checking," came the muffled response. "Is it moving?" asked Long. "Yes." "Toward us?" There was a pause. Swenson's voice was a sick one. "On the nose, Ted. Intersection of orbits will take place in 3 days." "You're crazy," yelled Riaz. "I checked 4 times," said Swenson. Long thought blankly, "What do we do now?" 9. Some of the men were having trouble with the cables. They had to be laid precisely. Their geometry had to be very nearly perfect for the magnetic field to attain maximum strength. In space, or even in air, it wouldn't have mattered. The cables would have lined up automatically once the juice went on. Here it was different. A gouge had to be plowed along the planetoid's surface, and into it the cable had to be laid. If it were not lined up within a few minutes of arc of the calculated direction, a torque would be applied to the entire planetoid, with consequent loss of energy, none of which could be spared. The gouges then had to be redriven, the cables shifted and iced into the new positions. The men plodded wearily through the routine, and then the word reached them. "All hands to the jets." Scavengers could not be said to be the type that took kindly to discipline. It was a grumbling, growling, muttering group that set about disassembling the jets of the ships that yet remained intact, carrying them to the tail end of the planetoid, grubbing them into position, and stringing the leads along the surface. It was almost 24 hours before one of them looked into the sky and said, "Holy jeepers," followed by something less printable. His neighbor looked and said, "I'll be damned." Once they noticed, all did. It became the most astonishing fact in the universe. "Look at the shadow." It was spreading across the sky like an infected wound. Men looked at it, found it had doubled its size, wondered why they hadn't noticed that sooner. Work came to a virtual halt. They besieged Ted Long. He said, "We can't leave. We don't have the fuel to see us back to Mars, and we don't have the equipment to capture another planetoid. So we've got to stay. Now the shadow is creeping in on us because our blasting has thrown us out of orbit. We've got to change that by continuing the blasting. Since we can't blast the front end anymore without endangering the ship we're building, let's try another way." They went back to work on the jets with a furious energy that received impetus every half hour when the shadow rose again over the horizon, bigger and more menacing than before. Long had no assurance that it would work. Even if the jets would respond to the distant controls, even if the supply of water, which depended upon a storage chamber opening directly into the icy body of the planetoid, with built-in heat projectors steaming the propulsive fluid directly into the driving cells, were adequate, there was still no certainty that the body of the planetoid without a magnetic cable sheathing would hold together under the enormously disruptive stresses. "Ready," came the signal in Long's receiver. Long called, "Ready," and depressed the contact. The vibration grew about him. The star field in the visiplate trembled. In the rear view, there was a distant gleaming spume of swiftly moving ice crystals. "It's blowing," was the cry. It kept on blowing. Long dared not stop. For 6 hours it blew, hissing, bubbling, steaming into space. The body of the planetoid converted to vapor and hurled away. The shadow came closer until men did nothing but stare at the mountain in the sky, surpassing Saturn itself in spectacularity. Its every groove and valley was a plain scar upon its face. But when it passed through the planetoid's orbit, it crossed more than half a mile behind its then position. The steam jet ceased. Long bent in his seat and covered his eyes. He hadn't eaten in 2 days.
He could eat now, though. Not another planetoid was close enough to interrupt them, even if it began and approached that very moment. Back on the planetoid surface, Swenson said, "All the time I watched that damned rock coming down, I kept saying to myself, this can't happen. We can't let it happen."
"Hell," said Riaz. "We were all nervous. Did you see Jim Davis? He was green. I was a little jumpy myself."
That's not it. It wasn't just dying, you know. I was thinking, I know it's funny, but I can't help it. I was thinking that Dora warned me I'd get myself killed. She'll never let me hear the last of it. Isn't that a crummy sort of attitude at a time like this?
"Listen," said Riaz. "You wanted to get married, so you got married. Why come to me with your troubles?"
10. The flotilla, welded into a single unit, was returning over its mighty course from Saturn to Mars. Each day it flashed over a length of space it had taken 9 days outward. Ted Long had put the entire crew on emergency. With 25 ships embedded in the planetoid taken out of Saturn's rings and unable to move or maneuver independently, the coordination of their power sources into unified blasts was a ticklish problem. The jarring that took place on the first day of travel nearly shook them out from under their hair. That, at least, smoothed itself out as the velocity raced upward under the steady thrust from behind. They passed the 100,000-mile-an-hour mark late on the second day and climbed steadily toward the million-mile mark and beyond. Long's ship, which formed the needle point of the frozen fleet, was the only one which possessed a 5-way view of space. It was an uncomfortable position under the circumstances. Long found himself watching tensely, imagining somehow that the stars would slowly begin to slip backward, to whiz past them, under the influence of the multi-ship's tremendous rate of travel. They didn't, of course. They remained nailed to the black backdrop, their distance scorning with patient immobility any speed mere man could achieve. The men complained bitterly after the first few days. It was not only that they were deprived of the space float. They were burdened by much more than the ordinary pseudo-gravity field of the ships, by the effects of the fierce acceleration under which they were living. Long himself was weary to death of the relentless pressure against hydraulic cushions. They took to shutting off the jet thrusts 1 hour out of every 4, and Long fretted. It had been just over a year that he had last seen Mars shrinking in an observation window from this ship, which had then been an independent entity. What had happened since then? Was the colony still there? In something like a growing panic, Long sent out radio pulses toward Mars daily, with the combined power of 25 ships behind it. There was no answer. He expected none. Mars and Saturn were on opposite sides of the sun now, and until he mounted high enough above the ecliptic to get the sun well beyond the line connecting himself and Mars, solar interference would prevent any signal from getting through. High above the outer rim of the asteroid belt, they reached maximum velocity. With short spurts of power from first one side jet, then another, the huge vessel reversed itself. The composite jet in the rear began its mighty roaring once again, but now the result was deceleration. They passed 100 million miles over the sun, curving down to intersect the orbit of Mars. A week out of Mars, answering signals were heard for the first time, fragmentary, ether-torn, and incomprehensible, but they were coming from Mars. Earth and Venus were at angles sufficiently different to leave no doubt of that. Long relaxed. There were still humans on Mars, at any rate. 2 days out of Mars, the signal was strong and clear, and Sankov was at the other end. Sankov said, "Hello, son. It's 3 in the morning here. Seems like people have no consideration for an old man. Dragged me right out of bed. I'm sorry, sir. Don't be. They were following orders. I'm afraid to ask, son. Anyone hurt? Maybe dead? No deaths, sir. Not one. And the water? Any left? Long said with an effort at nonchalance. Enough. In that case, get home as fast as you can. Don't take any chances, of course. There's trouble, then. Fair to middling. When will you come down? 2 days. Can you hold out that long? I'll hold out. 40 hours later, Mars had grown to a ruddy orange ball that filled the ports, and they were in the final planet landing spiral. Slowly, Long said to himself, slowly. Under these conditions, even the thin atmosphere of Mars could do dreadful damage if they moved through it too quickly. Since they came in from well above the ecliptic, their spiral passed from north to south. A polar cap shot whitely below them. Then the much smaller one of the summer hemisphere, the large one again, the small one, at longer and longer intervals. The planet approached closer. The landscape began to show features. "Prepare for landing," called Long. 11. Sankoff did his best to look placid, which was difficult considering how closely the boys had shaved their return. But it had worked out well enough. Until a few days before, he had no sure knowledge that they had survived. It seemed more likely, inevitable almost, that they were nothing but frozen corpses somewhere in the trackless stretches from Mars to Saturn, new planetoids that had once been alive. The committee had been dickering with him for weeks before the news had come. They had insisted on his signature to the paper for the sake of appearances. It would look like an agreement, voluntarily and mutually arrived at. But Sankoff knew well that, given complete obstinacy on his part, they would act unilaterally and be damned with appearances. It seemed fairly certain that Hilder's election was secure now, and they would take the chance of arousing a reaction of sympathy for Mars. So he dragged out the negotiations, dangling before them always the possibility of surrender. And then he heard from Long and concluded the deal quickly. The papers had lain before him, and he had made a last statement for the benefit of the reporters who were present. He said, "Total imports of water from Earth are 20 million tons a year. This is declining as we develop our own piping system. If I sign this paper agreeing to an embargo, our industry will be paralyzed. Any possibilities of expansion will halt. It looks to me as if that can't be what's in Earth's mind, can it?" Their eyes met his and held only a hard glitter. Assemblyman Digby had already been replaced, and they were unanimous against him. The committee chairman impatiently pointed out, "You have said all this before." "I know, but right now I'm kind of getting ready to sign, and I want it clear in my head. Is Earth set and determined to bring us to an end here?" "Of course not. Earth is interested in conserving its irreplaceable water supply, nothing else." "You have 1.5 quintillion tons of water on Earth." The committee chairman said, "We cannot spare water." And Sankoff had signed. That had been the final note he wanted. Earth had 1.5 quintillion tons of water and could spare none of it. Now, a day and a half later, the committee and the reporters waited in the spaceport dome. Through thick, curving windows, they could see the bare and empty grounds of Mars spaceport. The committee chairman asked with annoyance, "How much longer do we have to wait? And if you don't mind, what are we waiting for?" Sankoff said, "Some of our boys have been out in space, out past the asteroids." The committee chairman removed a pair of spectacles and cleaned them with a snowy white handkerchief. "And they're returning?" "They are." The chairman shrugged, lifted his eyebrows in the direction of the reporters. In the smaller room adjoining, a knot of women and children clustered about another window. Sankov stepped back a bit to cast a glance toward them. He would much rather have been with them, been part of their excitement and tension. He, like them, had waited over a year now. He, like them, had thought over and over again that the men must be dead.
"You see that?"
said Sankov, pointing. "Hey!" cried a reporter. "It's a ship." A confused shouting came from the adjoining room. It wasn't a ship so much as a bright dot obscured by a drifting white cloud. The cloud grew larger and began to have form. It was a double streak against the sky, the lower ends billowing out and upward again. As it dropped still closer, the bright dot at the upper end took on a crudely cylindrical form. It was rough and craggy, but where the sunlight hit, brilliant highlights bounced back. The cylinder dropped toward the ground with the ponderous slowness characteristic of space vessels. It hung suspended on those blasting jets and settled down upon the recoil of tons of matter hurling downward like a tired man dropping into his easy chair. And as it did so, a silence fell upon all within the dome. The women and children in one room, the politicians and reporters in the other remained frozen, heads craned incredulously upward. The cylinder's landing flanges, extending far below the two rear jets, touched ground and sank into the pebbly morass. And then the ship was motionless and the jet action ceased. But the silence continued in the dome. It continued for a long time. Men came clambering down the sides of the immense vessel, inching down the 2-mile trek to the ground, with spikes on their shoes and ice axes in their hands. They were gnats against the blinding surface. One of the reporters croaked, "What is it?" "That," said Sankov calmly, "happens to be a chunk of matter that spent its time scooting around Saturn as part of its rings. Our boys fitted it out with travel-head and jets and ferried it home. It just turns out the fragments in Saturn's rings are made up out of ice." He spoke into a continuing death-like silence. "That thing that looks like a spaceship is just a mountain of hard water. If it were standing like that on Earth, it would be melting into a puddle and maybe it would break under its own weight. Mars is colder and has less gravity, so there's no such danger. Of course, once we get this thing really organized, we can have water stations on the moons of Saturn and Jupiter and on the asteroids. We can scale in chunks of Saturn's rings and pick them up and send them on at the various stations. Our scavengers are good at that sort of thing. We'll have all the water we need. That one chunk you see is just under a cubic mile, or about what Earth would send us in 200 years. The boys used quite a bit of it coming back from Saturn. They made it in 5 weeks, they tell me, and used up about 100 million tons. But Lord, that didn't make any dent at all in that mountain. Are you getting all this, boys?" He turned to the reporters. There was no doubt they were getting it. He said, "Then get this, too. Earth is worried about its water supply. It only has 1.5 quintillion tons. It can't spare us a single ton out of it. Write down that we folks on Mars are worried about Earth and don't want anything to happen to Earth people. Write down that we'll sell water to Earth. Write down that we'll let them have 1,000,000-ton lots for a reasonable fee. Write down that in 10 years we figure we can sell it in cubic-mile lots. Write down that Earth can quit worrying, because Mars can sell it all the water it needs and wants." The committee chairman was past hearing. He was feeling the future rushing in. Dimly he could see the reporters grinning as they wrote furiously. Grinning. He could hear the grin become laughter on Earth as Mars turned the tables so neatly on the anti-wasters. He could hear the laughter thunder from every continent when word of the fiasco spread. And he could see the abyss, deep and black as space, into which would drop forever the political hopes of John Hilder and of every opponent of spaceflight left on Earth. His own included, of course. In the adjoining room,
Dora Swenson screamed with joy, and Peter, grown 2 inches, jumped up and down, calling,
Daddy! Daddy!
Richard Swenson had just stepped off the extremity of the flange and, face showing clearly through the clear silicone of the headpiece, marched toward the dome. "Did you ever see a guy look so happy?" asked Ted Long. "Maybe there's something in this marriage business." "You've just been out in space too long," Riaz said.